Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51, Chapter 51, The System Shop. As the break was coming to an end, Byakuya's partner had been assigned by the CCG. According to the message he'd received, he'd be partnered with Kori Ui. As for the phone he'd received, the message on it was a flip phone with practically no functions beyond making calls. Even if it had other features, someone used to smartphones like him had zero interest in fiddling with a flip phone. Now Byakuya needed to head to CCG main office in Ward 1 to complete the partnership paperwork with Kori Ui, and also to collect his spoils of war, his quinque. Ward 1, CCG main office. Byakuya walked into the CCG lobby to find Kori Ui already waiting for him. Kori Ui waved him over from his seat. Beside Kori Ui were Shio Ihei and Haro Ihei. Though Shio and Haro shared the same surname, they weren't siblings, they were distant relatives. Investigator Amaha, you should have received the message. Starting today, the two of us are partners. Kori Ui spoke in a calm tone. Though Kori Ui was a member of Squad 0, that didn't prevent him from carrying out regular assignments. Squad 0 only needed to assemble for important missions. Byakuya nodded. Yes, I'll be in your care, Kori Ui senpai. Not at all, no need to be so formal. Kori Ui continued, according to our orders, we'll be assigned to Ward 19 for an investigation. The target is an A-rated ghoul codenamed Hyena. For a typical rookie, taking on this mission right away would be quite challenging, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. Byakuya nodded slightly without comment. As Kori Ui said, A-rated ghouls typically corresponded to at least first-class investigators. Rookies were usually rank 2 or even rank 3, at least 2 ranks below. It was essentially fighting above your weight class. Without a partner ranked between first class and special class, an ordinary rookie would have almost no chance of completing such a mission alone. Similarly, S-rated ghouls might seem moderate, but they actually corresponded to associate special class or above. Typically, only special class investigators could confidently say they'd be able to suppress an S-rated ghoul. SS-rated ghouls could easily match special class investigators, sometimes requiring multiple special class investigators to take down a single SS-rated ghoul. As for SSS-rated ghouls, there was simply no standard comparison. The CCG had deployed everything they had to eliminate a single SSS-rated, non-killing owl, and even then it had been extremely difficult. At the time, Yoshimura hadn't fed on fresh human flesh in years. Combined with the inevitable decline of old age, his Kakuja form was far smaller than in his prime. He'd also been ready to die and had refused to kill the investigators opposing him or consume wounded ones to recover his strength. Otherwise, the outcome of the Antioku raid might have been very different. If we go back even further to when Yoshimura encountered special class investigators Shinohara and Kuroiwa at the Aojira Tree hideout, had he been willing to kill those two special classes, the battle's course would have changed dramatically. But such speculation was meaningless. The Antioku raid was a trap set by Arima and Ito. Even if the other CCG members couldn't defeat Yoshimura, Arima would have personally intervened to keep the operation on track with their plan. In any case, SSS-rated ghouls clearly operated on an entirely different level from special class investigators. Arima had raised the ceiling for special class investigators, but that didn't mean other special classes possessed strength equal to his. Come with me to complete the paperwork first. I have other matters to handle afterward. I believe you still haven't collected your finished quinque. I'll have Haro and Shio take you there later. Kori Ui spoke while walking deeper into the CCG building. Understood. Byakuya acknowledged. So starting today, should I keep calling you Amaha-san, or should I call you Investigator Amaha? Shio spoke up from beside him. Either works. Byakuya replied casually. Then I'll call you Byakuya-san. That feels best. Shio was as lively as ever. Haro, on the other hand, hadn't said a word throughout, just watching from the side. Once Byakuya completed all the procedures with Kori Ui, he officially became an active duty ghoul investigator with actual assignments. Ding. Host completed option 3. Reward, 40 fusion points. This was from the choice that had appeared when he'd filled out the Academy application form. He'd now successfully completed the third option, bypassing the Academy to join the CCG directly. Ding. Host formed a partnership with Associate Special Class Investigator Kori Ui. Reward, 5 fusion points. Kori Ui had business to attend to and left first. Haro and Shio accompanied Byakuya to collect his quinque at the CCG Research Tower. Despite the CCG in its name, the research tower actually belonged to the Kfkermenes Ghoul Research Organization. The quinques used by CCG investigators were almost all researched and manufactured here. This was Byakuya's first time at the CCG research tower. Having Haro and Shio guide him was convenient. He found the appropriate researcher and received a silver briefcase from them. His quinque was inside. Come with me first to register your biometrics. The case has biometric identification technology. Once registered, this quinque will belong exclusively to you, and only you will be able to open it. The researcher explained to Byakuya. Of course, it wasn't just registering a single thumb or finger, his entire hand and even his face could be registered, allowing him to open the quinque briefcase as quickly and conveniently as possible in emergencies. After Byakuya completed the biometric binding, he tried deploying it, releasing the quinque stored inside. It was a grey tachi, though the blade differed from an ordinary sword. It featured small, shark tooth-like serrations. The texture and weight were also quite different from a normal tachi. I'll call it Thorn. Byakuya named it on the spot. Ding. Host obtained a self-named quinque. Reward, 6 fusion points. Ding. Host has accumulated 500 total fusion points. New feature System Shop unlocked. 52, Chapter 52, The White Mask. The sudden unlocking of the System Shop reminded Byakuya that this feature existed. He'd noticed the locked System Shop on his system panel before but hadn't known the specific unlock conditions, so he hadn't paid much attention. Now that it was unlocked, he definitely wanted to see what was inside. Host, Amaha Byakuya. Identity, human. Age, 18. Fusion target, Uchiha Madara. Fusion progress, LV2 87/500. Equipment, B-rated quinque Thorn, B-rated quinque Hirako 176. Abilities, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Hashirama Cells LV2, Taijutsu LV2, B-rank Ninjutsu Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation, B-rank Ninjutsu Fire Style, Great Fire Destruction, B-rank Ninjutsu Fire Style, Hiding in Ash Technique. Fusion points, 313. System Shop. When Byakuya opened the system panel, he could see the System Shop at the bottom was now unlocked. With a thought, the System Shop opened automatically. System Shop LV1. Item 1, White Mask. Details, the mask worn by Uchiha Obito when impersonating Uchiha Madara. When worn, grants 10% comprehensive enhancement to Taijutsu, Ocular Power, Ninjutsu Potency, Total Chakra, and Hashirama Cells Effectiveness. Price, 10 fusion points. Item 2, Scythe. Details, a ninja tool paired with the Uchiha War Fan. Often used as a cane, but its power is not to be underestimated, far stronger than B-rated quinques. Price, 100 fusion points. Item 3, Uchiha War Fan Gunbai. Details, crafted from the Divine Tree's branches. Incredibly durable and damage resistant. Comes with the technique Uchiha Reflection, can absorb attacks and convert them into wind attribute energy to reflect back, modified version. Strength equivalent to SSS-rated Kaukaku quinque. Price, 500 fusion points. Note, accumulate 3000 total fusion points to upgrade System Shop to LV2. Though only 3 items were currently available, all seemed quite useful. According to the system description, upgrading the shop would unlock more items. Byakuya felt the White Mask offered the best value, spending just 10 fusion points for a 10% comprehensive enhancement. The Scythe and Uchiha War Fan were both more expensive. Certainly worth the price, but he couldn't afford them yet. He currently had 313 fusion points. The 500-point War Fan was out of the question for now, and he'd hold off on the 100-point Scythe as well. His 2 B-rated quinques would suffice for the time being. As for why the Uchiha War Fan was marked as modified version, this world had no chakra or ninjutsu. Without modification, the War Fan couldn't absorb attacks from this world's inhabitants. Ding. Host purchased White Mask. 10 fusion points consumed. Current fusion points, 303. Byakuya secured the White Mask first. He'd consider the Scythe and War Fan once he had surplus points. His current priority was raising his fusion progress to LV3. Normally, that should evolve his 3 Tomo Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan, a transformation that would massively elevate his overall power. After the purchase, the White Mask automatically appeared in the Equipment section. Equipment, White Mask, B-rated quinque Thorn, B-rated quinque Hirako 176. With just a thought, Byakuya could summon the White Mask directly into his hand. But now definitely wasn't the time others were watching. So you're naming it Thorn. Noted. Also, this is a Baikaku-type quinque, well suited for rookie investigators. The researcher remarked. Baikaku characteristics were reflected not just in ghouls but in quinques as well. No particular strengths, no particular weaknesses. Balanced offense and defense, the most well-rounded of the 4 Kagun types. Though Byakuya had eliminated multiple ghouls in Ward 24, the CCG research tower only gave him 1 quinque. This was standard practice. Quinques were difficult to wield, and the vast majority of investigators could only handle 1, and even then, not necessarily with full proficiency. Someone like Arima, who could dual-wield 2 quinques simultaneously, was an extreme exception. The mass-produced mini-quinques like Scorpion 156 and Hirako 1/76, where a single Kagun was made into dozens of small weapons, didn't count. Byakuya left the CCG research tower carrying his briefcase containing Thorn. When you're out on missions, always keep your quinque case with you no matter what. If needed, you can disguise it with something else. I remember Arima-san used to put his quinque case inside a violin case, that way it wouldn't alert ghouls during investigations. Shio offered this advice like a senior colleague. Though technically speaking, in terms of experience, Shio was his senior. Thanks for the tip. I'll keep that in mind. Byakuya nodded. Byakuya-san, your assignment with Kori Ui-senpai to Ward 19 starts tomorrow, right? There's still plenty of time today, how about we go walk around town? Shio suggested. Sure. Looks like Squad Zero doesn't have any missions these couple days. Byakuya agreed. Actually, we're never really that busy. Shio said with a smile. Squad Zero didn't deploy lightly. When they did, things were resolved extremely quickly thanks to Arima's presence. Most of their time was spent investigating Ward 24, playing an ongoing game of whack-a-mole with Aojira Tree. But Arima's true identity was Aojira's real one-eyed king. He had no intention of actually eliminating them, he just needed to stall. The Washiyo clan had assigned him to eradicate Aojira Tree, but he certainly wasn't going to do that. What about you, Hara-ni-san? Want to come along? Shio asked Hera beside him. Sure. Hera nodded with a smile. For a normal stroll through town, the three of them didn't bring their quinque briefcases, only portable weapons like daggers and short blades. Though Ward 1 was also a chaotic district with serious ghoul activity, ghouls wouldn't dare attack openly in broad daylight. There were simply too many investigators stationed here. They just walked around, ate some desserts, nothing particularly special. But Byakuya noticed that Hera's gaze occasionally lingered on him. Obviously, it had to do with Arima. Right now, she was watching him again. Byakuya pretended not to notice. 53, Chapter 53, Kurio Mado. I've been partnered with an associate special class from Squad Zero. Starting tomorrow, I'll be going to Ward 19 to investigate ghouls. That evening, back home, Byakuya gave Rise a brief update. You mentioned the Washiyo clan bred many half-humans, and that half-humans have physical abilities far beyond normal people. I've been wondering, could Arima, the so-called strongest CCG investigator, be a half-human? Byakuya suddenly brought this up. Correct. And his identity doesn't stop there. Clearly, Rise knew about Arima. He's also a cleaner 4V. I'd guess that Squad Zero, his unit, has many half-humans as well. So you should be extra careful lately. If Arima discovers you, that would be serious trouble. Byakuya warned Rise. He'd raised this topic specifically to caution her. Obviously, the Washiyo clan would order Arima to capture Rise. In the original story's later timeline, Shachi had died precisely because of this. Of course, Arima sometimes slacked off, just like his whack-a-mole game with Aojira Tree in Ward 24. He only completed missions efficiently when he absolutely had to. But whether Arima would actively hunt for Rise was one thing. If he accidentally discovered her, he'd definitely deal with her on the spot to avoid raising suspicion from the Washiyo or V's leader, Keiko. Got it. Rise seemed to find Byakuya a bit naggy. Worry about yourself instead. You're the one who needs to stay safe. Byakuya could hear the thread of concern in her voice and smiled in response. Tokyo, Ward 19. Byakuya wore ordinary clothes, and Kori Ui had foregone his white combat uniform for a suit. Their quinque briefcases were hidden inside a larger suitcase. This wasn't an ordinary suitcase either, it had biometric technology. When needed, the quinque cases inside could be ejected at maximum speed. A precaution against sudden ghoul encounters. According to current records, this Hyena has killed at least a dozen confirmed victims. The actual number is certainly higher. Recently, he was involved in an incident with more than 5 casualties, which elevated his threat rating to A. Walking toward the Ward 19 CCG branch, Kori Ui briefed Byakuya on known intelligence. Hyena is suspected to have a Rinkaku Kaguna characterized by extremely high attack power but relatively fragile. His usual hunting grounds are. Byakuya and Kori Ui weren't starting the investigation immediately upon arrival. They needed to check in at the Ward 19 branch first, basically clocking in so the CCG knew they were actually working. Associate Special Class Kori Ui. At the Ward 19 CCG branch, every investigator they passed greeted Kori Ui respectfully. As for Byakuya, no one recognized him. He'd only just joined, with no reputation to speak of. Kori Ui, on the other hand, was Squad Zero's vice-captain and a former prodigy of the Arima squad. He was known throughout the CCG. Associate Special Class Kori Uso, you're the one sent to support Ward 19. They encountered a man with completely white hair, a gaunt face, a slightly hunched posture, wearing a gray overcoat and carrying a quinque briefcase. Byakuya's eyes flickered with recognition. He'd immediately identified the man as Kurio Mado, and Kautaro Amon stood right beside him. So Mado is stationed in Ward 19 during this period. First Class Mado, Rank 1 Amon. Kori Ui acknowledged them. Mado's gaze shifted to Byakuya. This must be your partner. He looks promising. Kori Ui nodded. Naturally. He performed excellently during his internship. Byakuya met Mado's eyes calmly. I'm Amaha Byakuya, a newly appointed Rank 2 investigator. Investigator Amaha, work hard. You'll definitely become an excellent ghoul investigator. With those words, Mado and Amon continued on their way. When interacting with colleagues, Mado was perfectly normal, even a reliable senior who was good and responsible toward subordinates. But when facing ghouls, he was an entirely different person. This brief encounter stuck with Byakuya, because at this point in the timeline, unless something had changed, Mado was currently pursuing or about to pursue the Fuyaki family. Ding! Host triggered a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, don't interfere, don't get involved. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, assist Kurio Mado and Kautaro Amon in eliminating the Fuyaki family. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 3, prevent both Jason Yamori and Kurio Mado from killing Fuyaki Asake. Reward, 50 fusion points. Sure enough, significant events like this easily triggered the system's quest mechanism, but he currently had his own investigation mission and couldn't easily juggle multiple matters. Plus, the task required stopping both Yamori and Mado. Yamori aside, Mado needed careful consideration. Mado might only be first class, but his actual combat ability was at least associate special class level. Given his history of eliminating numerous ghouls and capturing the SS-rated corpse collector Arata Kirishima, he could have been promoted to associate special class long ago. He simply didn't want the position because it came with too many restrictions. This was also why, the moment Tuka killed Mado, her threat rating immediately jumped to STHE level, corresponding to associate special class investigators. For Byakuya, dealing with Mado alone wasn't the problem. But if he actually intervened to save Hinamai and Ryuko Fuyaki, his position within the CCG would become extremely difficult. The CCG absolutely did not tolerate investigators harboring ghouls. These was stipulated in the Ghoul Countermeasures Law. Though he dismissed that law as a joke, openly violating it still required careful consideration. Afterward, Byakuya and Koryu essentially signed in at the branch, then officially began their investigation. They headed to the area where the A-rated ghoul Hyena was known to frequent. The reason for the Hyena codename was that he typically wore a hyena-shaped mask, just like how Tuka was called Rabbit. Let's not spook him. Just walk around like ordinary passersby while keeping an eye out for any suspicious clues. Koryu continued teaching Byakuya things a rookie needed to know. Byakuya nodded slightly. Though he already knew all this, there was no need to show it. Even with his Sharingan deactivated, his perception far exceeded normal people's. Within half an hour, he'd spotted a suspicious man. Koryu-senpai, that man has what looks like traces of pale yellow human fat residue on him. 54, Chapter 54, Eliminating an A-rated ghoul. The man Byakuya had noticed was tall and thin, wearing a black overcoat. His behavior looked no different from the pedestrians around him, but a small yellowish stain on the back of his clothes had caught Byakuya's attention. Though the stain was hard to identify, Byakuya's extraordinary perception allowed him to determine it wasn't ordinary residue. Whether animal or human fat, it was suspicious enough. Is that so? Let's follow him and see. Try not to let him notice. Koryu said quietly. Byakuya and Koryu began tailing the man in black, maintaining a distance that wouldn't easily give them away. They hadn't followed for long before the man turned into a narrow alley. That made him even more suspicious. Byakuya and Koryu immediately moved to follow. Byakuya was in front. Just as he was about to turn into the alley, 3 black Rinkaku tentacles suddenly lashed toward him. The 3 Rinkaku tips converged into a single point, aimed directly at his forehead. In that instant, Byakuya's 3 Tomo Sharingan activated reflexively. But Koryu was behind him and couldn't see it. Though the ambush was completely unexpected, the attack was still too slow for his 3 Tomo Sharingan. The incoming Rinkaku seemed to move in slow motion, the result of his Sharingan's perception granting him prediction. Simply put, by reading his opponent's movements, he could predict their next trajectory. It appeared as though he could see several seconds into the future, making the opponent's actions seem slowed. Byakuya immediately sidestepped, dodging the Kagun attack. Now he could confirm the man in black was definitely a ghoul, and this Rinkaku clearly matched the A-rated ghoul Hyena's profile. Byakuya tentatively identified this as his mission target. Amaha. Koryu reacted quickly, immediately activating the suitcase. 2 quinque briefcases ejected from within. He threw one to Byakuya while his other hand was already drawing his own quinque. Byakuya caught his briefcase, his 3 Tomo Sharingan already deactivated. It didn't want Koryu to see it. The B-rated quinque thorn deployed from the briefcase, transforming into a Tachi. Byakuya's gaze locked onto the man in black, who had at some point donned a hyena-shaped mask. Hyena frowned when he saw his ambush had failed. He'd already suspected these 2 tailing him were doves, but he hadn't expected even this move to be dodged. He immediately realized these weren't ordinary investigators. Without certainty of victory, he needed to retreat. Hyena tried to retract his Kagun and flee, but Byakuya wouldn't give him that chance. The 3 Rinkaku tentacles were still converged at a single point, having just passed the left side of Byakuya's head. Byakuya reversed his grip on the Tachi and thrust leftward, piercing through all 3 tentacles at once. Now Hyena couldn't retract them even if he wanted to. Rinkaku was inherently fragile. Combined with the quinque's sufficient killing power, penetrating the Kagun was effortless as long as enough force was applied and Byakuya was plenty strong. But he didn't stop there. He violently twisted the Tachi's angle and drove it into the ground, pinning all three of Hyena's tentacles down completely. Damn it! Hyena realized he was in deep trouble, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't free his Kagun. While he panicked, Byakuya had already released the pinned thorn and closed the distance. A high roundhouse kick connected with Hyena's head. Byakuya's strength was considerable, but it only shifted Hyena's head position. At most it briefly darkened his vision and made him dizzy. All physical defense was simply too strong. But Byakuya had more than one quinque. His Hiriko 176 had always been kept in his inner pocket, and now it proved useful. While Hyena was staggered, Byakuya immediately drew the dagger quinque, circled behind him, and destroyed the Kakuhao at the base of his Kagun. Just then, Koryui closed in as well. He wielded an A+ rated Kaukaku quinque called Hanging Ice, shaped like a long spear but with hidden mechanisms. The hanging ice in his hand suddenly transformed, its spear form fragmenting into numerous razor-sharp, flexible blades that severed Hyena's head. Even with ghoul regeneration, ordinary ghouls couldn't survive decapitation, especially since Byakuya had already critically damaged Hyena's Kakuhao. At most an A-rated ghoul, Hyena couldn't withstand consecutive lethal blows. The decapitation ended him completely. Ding! Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. Ding! Host completed first CCG assigned mission. Reward, 10 fusion points. Excellent work. Your reactions weren't at all what you'd expect from a rookie. This mission really was no challenge for you. Koryui praised Byakuya readily. Conveniently, his Kagun was fully deployed, meeting the requirements for quinque fabrication. In a few days, you'll be able to upgrade to an A-rated quinque. Byakuya only nodded slightly, saying nothing more. His mind wasn't on getting a better quinque, it was on the Fuyaki family's situation. He didn't know their current circumstances. If Fuyaki Asake hadn't been killed by Yamori yet, that would be the best scenario. Mission complete. Other investigators will handle the scene cleanup. Want to head back now? Koryui asked for Byakuya's preference. It's still early. I'd like to walk around Ward 19 first. Byakuya said. Works for me. I'll head to the branch to file the report. Watch yourself. Koryui nodded. 55, Chapter 55, Jason Yamori. Soon, investigators arrived to process the scene. They were all investigator assistants, essentially personnel without combat capability, handling miscellaneous tasks. Rank 2 investigators barely had enough strength to fight B-rated ghouls. Rank 3 investigators could only handle C-rated ghouls that couldn't manifest Kagun. As for investigator assistants, they could only do odd jobs. Associate Special Class Koryui. And this person is. These assistants only recognized Koryui, not Byakuya. They would transport Hyena's corpse to the CCG research tower in Ward 1 and clean up all traces of blood and other evidence at the scene. Koryui exchanged a few words with Byakuya before leaving to file his report. Byakuya appeared to be wandering the streets, but he was actually searching for the Fuyaki family's location. He only knew they ran a clinic, not its exact address. Asking pedestrians might yield answers. Since he was no longer on active duty, Byakuya didn't bother hiding his quinque briefcase in the larger suitcase. He carried it openly. Anyone could tell at a glance he was a CCG investigator. This made it easier to question civilians. He quickly learned the clinic's location. The Fuyaki clinic was fairly well known in this area. Dr. Fuyaki was kind to patients, diligent, and had an excellent reputation. Fuyaki Asake was indeed a rare example of a genuinely kind ghoul. He'd be killed because Yamori discovered he was collaborating with CCG investigators. Byakuya immediately headed for the clinic. As he approached, he deliberately slowed his pace and observed his surroundings. If things were proceeding as expected, Mado and Amon were likely staking out the clinic, waiting for Yamori. Specifically, Mado and Amon had come to Ward 19 to capture Yamori. After all, he was an S-rated ghoul. Sending Mado and Amon for this mission made sense. But at this point, the CCG didn't know Yamori had become a half-Kakuja through cannibalism. He was actually beyond S-rated, now at least S+ or borderline SS strength. In the original story, Mado had miscalculated Yamori's power during this mission. Not only were his quinques ineffective against Yamori, one was even damaged. If Yamori hadn't stuck to his 9-to-5 schedule and simply left when it was time to clock out, ignoring both Mado and Amon, Mado would have died right there. Just as I thought. Byakuya spotted where Mado and Amon were hiding. If even Yamori could find them, and Byakuya already knew what to look for, how could he miss them? But Byakuya pretended not to notice. Still carrying his quinque briefcase openly, he walked straight into the Fuyaki clinic. From their hiding spot, Mado and Amon had also spotted Byakuya. That's Investigator Amaha. What's he doing here? Amon was immediately alarmed. He was also anxious. If Yamori arrived and spotted an investigator here, their ambush would be ruined. Mado said nothing, just watching Byakuya with a hint of confusion. What do we do? He'll alert Yamori. Amon whispered urgently to Mado. Easy, Amon. He has bloodstains on him, probably wounded from a recent ghoul fight. I don't know why he came here instead of CCG support staff, but Yamori shouldn't be scared off by one injured investigator. Mado remained calm, analyzing the situation. I see I still lack composure. Amon nodded. He recognized his own shortcoming and committed it to memory. When Byakuya walked into the clinic carrying his quinque briefcase, Fuyaki Asaka froze. He immediately recognized the distinctive CCG quinque case, but this wasn't Mado or Amon, it was a completely unfamiliar young man. Worry crept over him. Would something go wrong? According to his arrangement with Mado, when Yamori came for him, Mado would ambush from hiding. Besides Asaka, there was only one human patient in the clinic. Hinamai and Ryuko weren't here, they'd probably already fled to Ward 20. Because Yamori had been harassing Asaka, Hinamai and Ryuko had no choice but to leave Ward 19. Asaki had apparently been an Aojira Tree member, some kind of technical specialist, which was why Yamori had come looking for him. Byakuya entered without saying anything, simply sitting in a waiting chair as if he were just another patient in line. He set his quinque briefcase casually by his feet. Only a few minutes passed before Yamori appeared. A tall, blond man with a prominent nose and a fierce face. The CCG had designated him Jason, though he was also known as Yamori. Yamori glanced at Byakuya and the human patient as he entered. Despite noticing Byakuya was an investigator, he acted as if he hadn't seen anything, instead walking toward the patient currently being treated. The patient was an inconvenience he wanted to eliminate. Byakuya obviously wasn't going to let that happen. In one smooth motion, he drew and threw the Hiriko 176 that had been in his inner pocket. The dagger flew at Yamori with speed and precision. But Yamori was a half-Kakuja class ghoul. His reflexes were certainly formidable. He tilted his head aside, but one ear was still nicked by the dagger, which then embedded itself in the wall behind him. Yamori frowned. He'd actually been wounded and this investigator had dared attack him. I was in a pretty good mood today. Then you had to go and ruin it, kid. Yamori kept one hand in his pocket while the other twisted his index finger to a grotesque angle with an audible crack. A twisted grin spread across his face. Clearly, Byakuya had angered him. Asaka's heart sank, cold sweat beating on his forehead. That young investigator had just ruined everything. According to his arrangement with Mado, the hidden ambush was supposed to spring when Yamori came for him. Now, 56, Chapter 56, Confronting the S-rated Jason. Ding. Host's first confrontation with S-rated ghoul Jason. Reward received, 10 fusion points. Byakuya rose from his chair without a trace of expression, the quinque briefcase in his hand unfolding into a grey tachi. He had every intention of stopping Yamori. There wasn't a hint of fear on his face, otherwise he wouldn't have come here in the first place. The current timeline was working in his favor. Asaka Fuyaki hadn't been killed by Yamori yet. The human patient nearby reacted fairly quickly, though his choice wasn't exactly rational. Rather than hiding somewhere inside the clinic, he bolted straight for the door. That meant running right past Yamori. But Yamori completely ignored the man, letting him flee outside without a second glance. Right now, all he wanted was to tear this brat apart. Everyone else was irrelevant. Pity he's not a ghoul, Yamori thought. Otherwise he could have properly entertained him. After all, a ghoul's unique regenerative abilities meant he could enjoy the pleasure of endless torture. Ha! Yamori let out a thunderous roar as he explosively closed the distance. No Kagun. He seemed intent on crushing Byakuya with pure physical strength alone. Against an ordinary human, this would be child's play. Their bodies couldn't possibly match a normal ghoul's, let alone one at Yamori's level. But Byakuya was no ordinary human. Yamori closed in on him in the blink of an eye, swinging his thick fist at Byakuya's head. Byakuya had already tracked the movement. His pupils were locked precisely on the trajectory of the incoming blow. He tilted his head slightly, dodging the punch with ease. It looked like the fist had nearly smashed his skull in, but that was merely an illusion created by his precise evasion. Simultaneously, Byakuya twisted his wrist and drove the tachi into Yamori's abdomen in a reverse grip. Pain flared through Yamori's gut, and for a moment he couldn't believe it. He hadn't expected to be wounded so suddenly. Still, a minor injury like this meant nothing to him. If anything, it only fueled his rage. Yamori ignored the quinque buried in his stomach and reached out with both hands to lock around Byakuya's throat. But he was still a step too slow. Byakuya decisively wrenched Thorn from Yamori's abdomen. The shark tooth serrations along the blade tore through flesh a second time as it withdrew. Then he swiftly sidestepped Yamori's grasping hands. If Yamori thought he could crush Byakuya with hand-to-hand combat alone, without even releasing his Kagun, he was sorely mistaken. Meanwhile, Asaka Fuyaki remained seated nearby, not daring to move. Watching the young investigator hold his own against Yamori actually gaining the upper hand, he found it almost unbelievable. But he knew this wasn't Yamori's true strength. The man hadn't even released his Kagun yet. He couldn't help but worry for the young investigator. Where were Mado-san and Amon-san? They should have been nearby by now. Why hadn't they come to support him? After failing to even graze his opponent's clothing and sustaining yet another wound, Yamori's face twisted with rage and humiliation. He finally released his Kagun in fury. Two purple Rinkaku tentacles erupted from the Kakuhao at his waist, their surfaces bristling with sharp spines. Of course, Yamori possessed more than just this one Kakuhao. He had 3 in total, the other 2 acquired through cannibalism. Together, they gave him the power of a half Kakuja. But he still wasn't taking the Akiya seriously. He'd only deployed his original Kakuhao. Still underestimating me, I see. A faint smile touched the Akiya's lips. Those 2 Rinkaku tentacles moved far faster than Yamurai's body could, and Rinkaku boasted the highest offensive power among all Kagun types. They lashed toward Byakuya with explosive ferocity. Now Byakuya was actually being pressed. He blocked one tentacle with his tachi while weaving his body to dodge the other. He managed to evade, but not perfectly. His clothes had been torn open. Byakuya attempted to damage Yamurai's Kagun with thorn, but a B-rated quinque simply wasn't strong enough. In both power and durability, it was vastly inferior to Yamurai's Kagun. To put it in perspective, if Yamurai's Kagun were crafted into a quinque, it would be the S-rated Jason, a completely different class from a B-rated weapon. Not only did he fail to harm the Kagun, but the impact numbed his hands. Fortunately, Thorn hadn't shattered. From here on, he'd have to avoid direct clashes between Thorn and the Kagun. A few more exchanges like that and his quinque would break. A savage grin spread across Yamurai's face as his assault grew more ferocious. Though Byakuya could no longer fight with the same ease as before, he wasn't being overwhelmed either. Unless Yamori lost his temper and transformed into his half-Kakuja form, but Byakuya still had cards to play too. Quite a few, in fact. He simply didn't want to use them yet. Just as Byakuya and Yamori were locked in their intense battle, Kurio Mado and Kautaro Amon finally appeared, quinques in hand. Mado wielded an umbrella-shaped quinque, while Amon carried Dejima 1/2, a metal rod-like Kaukaku. What? Yamori quickly realized he'd walked into an ambush. His first instinct was to retreat immediately. He was already fighting evenly with this kid. If 2 more investigators joined the siege, he'd eventually be overwhelmed. Sure, he could transform into his half-Kakuja form, but doing so would cost him his sanity. He was here on a mission. He couldn't afford to take unnecessary risks over wounded pride. Yamori broke free from his engagement with Byakuya and charged toward Mado and Amon, who were blocking his escape route. Both investigators tried to intercept him, but that was wishful thinking. Even as Mado's umbrella-shaped quinque opened to envelop Yamori, the ghoul simply forced it apart with brute Kagun strength, shattering the weapon instantly. Then he kicked Amon's rod-shaped quinque, sending the investigator stumbling back several steps. They could only watch as Yamori escaped. Byakuya remained expressionless, standing in place with no intention of pursuing. He knew there was no point. They couldn't catch Yamori. And if they pushed him into transforming into a half-Kakuja, it wouldn't benefit anyone. 57, Chapter 57, an exceptionally powerful rookie. Amon was about to give chase when he realized Jason had already vanished from sight. Damn it, he got away. He punched the air in frustration. It's fine, Amon. We couldn't have caught Jason anyway. Mado remained composed. His quinque had been destroyed by Jason, proof that the ghoul's strength exceeded their expectations. It was just a random quinque he'd brought along. Broken was broken. He had plenty of others in his collection. He'd simply underestimated Jason's power. Yes, sir. Amon nodded. We should actually thank Investigator Amaha for helping us gauge that ghoul's strength. Otherwise, we might have been in real danger. Mado turned to look at Byakuya. This young man was still a rookie, yet his strength was remarkably impressive, able to fight an S-rated ghoul like Jason head-on without falling behind. There were a few others in the CCG who were similarly inexplicably powerful. Could this kid have come from the same place as those people? Indeed. Thank you, Investigator Amaha. Amon also turned to address Byakuya. He couldn't help but feel admiration. The other man was just a rookie, yet had performed far better than Amon himself. It was nothing. Byakuya replied evenly. Mado-san, Amon-san, what do we do now? Asaki Fuyaki spoke up, his face etched with worry. They hadn't managed to capture Yamori. The ghoul had surely figured out that Asaki had collaborated with CCG investigators. Retaliation was inevitable. Among ghouls, especially Aojira Tree colleagues, Yamori was typically called by his alias. Yes, what indeed? Mado pondered for a moment before his expression twisted into a cold sneer. What to do, I couldn't say. All I know is that you're no longer useful. Wah. Asaki's eyes went wide as the meaning sank in. They were going to dispose of him. Amon remained silent, though clearly something weighed on his mind. Mado-san had used Dr. Fuyaki. And over the past few days of interaction, Amon hadn't gotten the impression that this ghoul was particularly malicious. Quite the opposite, he'd been remarkably kind to humans. But Mado-san had always taught him using the ghoul countermeasures law. Once a target was confirmed as a ghoul, they lost all legal protection. In Mado-san's eyes, no ghoul had any reason to live. They all deserved to die. Even if Amon felt some reluctance, he would follow Mado-san's will. He couldn't bring himself to object. Amon. Mado called out. His own quinque had been destroyed by Jason, so he needed Amon to carry out the execution. Generally speaking, an investigator without a quinque was virtually defenseless against a ghoul. The only exception was Kishao Arima, who had once driven off a ghoul with nothing but an ordinary umbrella. But his physical capabilities were on an entirely different level from normal humans or even half-humans. Yes, sir. Amon steeled himself, all hesitation gone. He would obey Mado's command. He gripped Dejima one half and advanced toward Asaka. This isn't what we agreed on. Panic flooded Asaka's face. His instinct was to run, but there was nowhere to go. 3 investigators stood before him. He had no escape. All he could do was cower in place, drowning in regret. If only he hadn't approached them for cooperation. He'd believed CCG investigators could be trusted. Instead, not only had they failed to eliminate the threat of Yamori, but now he was going to die here too. And the worst part, had a wife and daughter. Both Yamori and Mado knew about them. He could accept his own death, but he couldn't bear the thought of his wife and daughter being killed too. Trust. With a ghoul. Disgusting. Mado's sneer deepened. As he spoke, one eye went wide while the other narrowed, his gaze filled with pure loathing. He'd never considered Asaki a person. Ghouls weren't people to begin with, just vermin that deserved to die. Trust was meaningless. Already, Mado was mentally planning his next quinque. He'd use this ghoul's Kagun and Kakuhao. Then he'd use that quinque to hunt down the wife and daughter. Let the whole family have a nice little reunion. The thought was deeply satisfying. No, please, no. Asaka's desperate screams filled the clinic. But just as Amon raised his quinque to strike. Wait. The voice came from behind. From Byakuya. What? Amon froze mid-swing, caught off guard. Mado also turned to look at Byakuya, his eyes questioning. Jason hasn't been captured yet. This ghoul still has value. Jason will definitely come back for revenge. Killing him now would be a waste. Byakuya spoke with casual indifference. That ghoul escaped pretty quickly this time, but I won't give him another chance. Mado fell silent for a moment. Amon thought Byakuya made a valid point and hesitated, but he wasn't in a position to decide. He looked to Mado. Fine, we'll do it your way. If you can catch Jason, that would be ideal. Mado appeared to relent. But inwardly, he was already beginning to suspect that Byakuya might be trying to protect this ghoul. His instincts were exceptionally sharp, just as in the original story, where he'd suspected Kaneki of being a ghoul from their very first meeting. If Kaneki hadn't possessed Rise's bloodline, allowing him to pass through the RC detection gates undetected, things would have gone very differently. Asaka's legs nearly gave out beneath him. He realized his entire body was drenched in cold sweat, but he couldn't relax yet. His execution had only been postponed. Compared to Mado, Amon was rather naive. Because Investigator Amaha was genuinely skilled, Amon saw nothing suspicious in his words. Since he had the ability to catch Jason, it was worth attempting. Besides, Investigator Amaha's expressionless demeanor made him seem perfectly rational, the type who'd be just as ruthless toward ghouls as Mado-san. 58, Chapter 58, Do You Hate Me? Ding. Host successfully prevented Yamori and Kurio Mado from killing Asaka Fuegake. Reward received, 50 fusion points. Note, if Asaka Fuegake dies within a short time frame, 50 fusion points will be reclaimed. System reward acquired. Byakuya was satisfied. The condition requiring Asaka to stay alive wasn't too troublesome for him to manage. A moment later, another notification chimed. Ding. Host has triggered a quest. Divine selection activated. Option 1, back off now and avoid future complications. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, protect Ryuko Fuegaki and Hinamai Fuegake. Reward, 50 fusion points. Let's go, Amon. We should head back. I need to get a new quinque. Mado collected the broken pieces of his quinque and stored them in their case. Even useless fragments held collector's value for him. Amon nodded and followed Mado out of the clinic. But they hadn't gone far when Mado suddenly turned back without a word. Confused, Amon followed. They stopped beside the clinic's outer wall. Rather than peek inside directly, Mado pressed his ear to the wall, listening. His instincts told him Byakuya might be trying to shelter the ghoul. If he simply listened through the wall, he'd know the truth soon enough. To Mado's apparent disappointment, all he could hear was someone being beaten and crying out in pain. The voice was unmistakably Asaka's. Byakuya's cold, hostile tone punctuated the sounds. You're going to cooperate with us from now on, understand? Worthless trash like you, this is the only value you have left. To make absolutely certain, Mado walked around to the entrance and stepped inside. There was Byakuya, expression ice cold, pinning Asaka down and beating him. When Byakuya noticed Mado enter, he stopped immediately, his expression shifting just as quickly. I just came back for something I left behind. Carry on. Mado collected a few barely noticeable quinque fragments from the floor. Clearly, he deliberately left them as a pretext to return. Byakuya said nothing, waiting until Mado and Amon had departed again before resuming. This time, they didn't come back. Mado-san, just now. Amon's tone carried a note of confusion. I thought Investigator Amaha was trying to protect that ghoul. Seems I was overthinking it. Quite an excellent rookie we have. Mado's voice was casual. Yes. Far more capable than I was starting out. More capable than I am now, honestly. Amon nodded seriously. Meanwhile, Byakuya didn't stop until he was certain they were truly gone. Asaka's face was beaten black and blue, even his nose was broken, blood streaming freely. Asaka sat slumped on the floor, groaning softly. Byakuya settled into a nearby chair as if nothing had happened, habitually crossing one leg over the other. With your regeneration, you'll heal up soon enough. Byakuya's tone was light. Do you hate me? Asaka blinked, momentarily stunned. Then understanding dawned. And no, if anything, I'm deeply grateful. He was already on his knees now. He pressed his forehead to the floor in a full bow. He'd figured it out. The sudden, wordless beating had been to save his Lifea performance for Mado and Amon's benefit. And the injuries he'd sustained, for a ghoul, they were superficial at best. Minor wounds that would heal on their own in no time. Compared to being killed outright by Mado and Amon, this was infinitely preferable. This young investigator was his savior. A bow of gratitude was the least he could offer. There's no need for that. At least it saves me the trouble of explaining. Byakuya helped Asaka to his feet. Everything had gone exactly as Asaka guessed. The beating was meant to dispel Mado's suspicions. Byakuya knew how sharp Mado's instincts were. Fooling him wouldn't be easy, so he'd staged the whole thing deliberately. Sure enough, Mado hadn't actually left. If he hadn't done this, Mado would have noticed his leniency toward Asaka. Consider this your compensation for cooperating with the CCG. Now find somewhere to hide. Don't let Yamori actually find you. Byakuya made things clear. Yes, I will. Asaka nodded vigorously. Without another word, Byakuya left. He'd done what he could. Anything more would be excessive. If this guy still managed to get himself killed despite everything, then clearly something was wrong with his head. In that case, Byakuya would rather have the 50 fusion points reclaimed than deal with the hassle. Asaka wasn't that foolish. He intended to find the most isolated hiding spot possible and wait for this whole situation to blow over before reuniting with his wife and daughter. Later that day, Byakuya returned to the CCG branch office in Ward 19. Kori Ui had already finished his own debriefing and heard about Byakuya's encounter from Mado. I heard from First Class Mado that you ran into Jason, and that you held your own quite well. Is that true? Ui asked as soon as Byakuya walked in. It is. Byakuya nodded slightly. You continue to impress me. Jason is an S-rated ghoul, and his rating probably hasn't been updated in ages. The fact that you could fight him to a standstill. Ui's voice carried genuine admiration. It wasn't that impressive. He wasn't using his full strength. Byakuya said modestly. Neither had he, of course. Regardless, you went head-to-head with an S-rated ghoul. No rank 2 investigator has ever accomplished that before. Even first-class Mado has never praised a rookie so highly. Ui didn't hold back his commendation. Actually, Arima-san thinks highly of you too. Haro Ihei has been paying particular attention because of it. 59, Chapter 59 Ryuko Fuegaki and Hinamai Fuegaki. The mission to eliminate the A-rated ghoul, Hyena, is complete. There won't be any new assignments for a while, so take some time to rest. Ui addressed Byakuya. Fighting both the A-rated Hyena and the S-rated Jason back-to-back event, a veteran first-class investigator might struggle to handle that. Understood. Byakuya nodded. As for his own plans, he saw no need to share them with Ui. With no immediate assignments, Byakuya parted ways with Ui and returned alone to Ward 20. But even here, he had matters to attend to. During this period, Yamurai's mission was to capture Rise alive. That meant he'd likely be operating in Ward 20 for the foreseeable future. It was hardly a secret that the binge eater was based here. Anyone who bothered to ask around could find out. Yamori posed no real threat to Rise. But for Ryuko and Hinamai Fuegaki, he was extremely dangerous. There was no telling whether Yamori might target them to get back at Asaka. Byakuya headed home first. Finding Rise absent, he assumed she was at Antioku. Or she might have encountered Yamori, but that guy couldn't do anything to her. No need to worry. Unless something unexpected had happened. At Antioku, Rise was indeed there. I knew you'd be here. Byakuya sat down beside her. Weren't you investigating something in Ward 19? Back already? Rise seemed mildly surprised. Yeah, things went smoothly. Would have been even faster if someone hadn't gotten in the way. Byakuya paused. By the way, do you know anyone called Jason or Yamori? The man had developed a split personality after being tortured by Tokage. Jason was a second persona that emerged as a survival mechanism. Still, Byakuya preferred calling him Yamori. Rise thought for a moment. Sounds vaguely familiar. Just some boring guy. He tried to catch me once. I ran into him in Ward 19. He'll probably be active around Ward 20 from now on. Be careful. I will, though he's not worth my attention. Rise smiled as she spoke. Before long, she was following Byakuya out of the CAF. But just as they reached the door, a mother and daughter entered from the other direction. Both had brown hair and brown eyes. Their features were similar and quite pretty. Byakuya recognized them immediately, Ryuko and Hinamai Fuegaki. As Byakuya and Rise passed by, Hinamai instinctively shrank behind her mother to avoid the strangers. Then she froze. She'd caught a very familiar scent from that young man. This is father's scent. Hinamai was certain she hadn't made a mistake. This was definitely the smell of her father. This human, is human, right? Has he been in contact with father? Hinamai had been desperately worried about her father. Suddenly detecting his scent on a stranger naturally made her intensely curious. Even so, she didn't dare show it openly. She only allowed herself to watch the human covertly. Once Byakuya and Rise had left, Hinamai tugged gently at Ryuko's sleeve and whispered, "Mama, that person just now. I know, he carries your father's scent, but what worries me is..." Ryuko had noticed as well, though her reaction hadn't been as obvious as Hinamai's. "If he's a ghoul investigator, we could be in danger." Their attention had been entirely fixed on Byakuya. Neither had noticed that Rise walking beside him was also a ghoul. Otherwise, Ryuko probably wouldn't have suspected him of being an investigator, though he actually was one. "I see. I wonder how father is doing." Hinamai's expression fell with worry. Since taking refuge in Ward 20, they'd lost all contact with Asaka. He'd cut ties deliberately, to keep any trouble he'd attracted from reaching Ryuko and Hinamai. Ryuko's heart grew heavy as well. "Ryuko-san, Hinamai-chan's manager is waiting for you upstairs." Tuka approached with a friendly smile. "Oh okay, thank you, Oni-chan." Hinamai was more familiar with Tuka and slightly less shy around her. Ryuko also nodded and bowed in thanks. The mother and daughter headed up to the second floor to receive their goods from manager Yoshimura. What they called picking up goods was actually Ryuko and Hinamai's regular collection of human carrion from Yoshimura at Antioku. Neither of them could hunt on their own. It wasn't a matter of strength. Ryuko could manifest a Kagun, which by CCG standards made her at least B-rated. C-rated ghouls who couldn't release Kagun were the ones who truly struggled to feed. The real issue was that both Ryuko and Hinamai were too kind-hearted. They couldn't bring themselves to harm humans. Living in Ward 20 now, they depended entirely on Yoshimura and Tuka's care. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Rise had just stepped outside Antioku. "That little girl seemed very interested in you," Rise remarked. "She's a ghoul, by the way. I told you I ran into Yamori in Ward 19. He was at a clinic." Byakuya spoke evenly. "That mother and daughter are probably related to the clinic's doctor. The daughter's features look a bit like his." "True. Some of the scents on you overlap with theirs. So that doctor must be a ghoul too and most likely their family member." Rise nodded slightly. Though neither she nor Byakuya had looked directly at the pair, Rise had already catalogued their scents in detail. "Yes. I'm planning to eliminate Yamori. He's bound to target them eventually." Byakuya's expression remained neutral. Eliminating an S-rated ghoul would earn him a considerable amount of fusion points, plus an S-rated quinque as a bonus. In his eyes, Yamori was already marked for death. Chapter 60, fulfilling his promise to Rise. After picking up their goods, Ryuko and Hinamai didn't leave right away. Hinamai was still preoccupied with what had just happened. She asked Tuka in one of the second-floor rooms, "Tuka Onichan, that young man who left with a really pretty lady, do you know him?" "The pretty lady with glasses and purple hair." Tuka confirmed. "Yes." Hinamai nodded. "I know of them, but I wouldn't say I actually know the guy." "Why do you ask, Hinamai-chan?" Tuka looked curious. "Because, that man had father's scent on him. I really want to know how father is doing." Hinamai's head drooped as she explained. "I see." Now Tuka was curious too. Wasn't Hinamai-chan's father still in Ward 19? When had Byakuya gone to Ward 19? And why had he been in contact with Hinamai's father? "Sorry, I don't really know him either. I'm not sure what's going on." Tuka's voice carried a note of apology. "That's okay." Hinamai quickly assured her. She couldn't possibly accept Tuka Onichan's apology, not after everything Tuka had done for them. But now, finding out about her father would have to wait. Back with Byakuya and Rise. "So you're planning to use that mother and daughter as bait to draw out Yamori?" Rise asked. "I wouldn't call it using them. I don't intend to harm them. If anything, I'm protecting them. Once Yamori learns they're related to that doctor, he definitely won't let them go." Byakuya said. "Do what you want. I'm not interested in that sort of thing, but if you need help, I can take care of Yamori for you." Rise's tone was casual. "That won't be necessary." Byakuya shook his head slightly. "I'm a ghoul investigator now. Other investigators are also looking into Yamori. If they discovered your existence, that would only complicate things." "Fine. By the way, you haven't forgotten about a certain something, have you?" Rise's voice took on a mysterious lilt. Though her words were vague, Byakuya understood immediately. "You mean the promise to let you have a taste?" "Of course I haven't forgotten. It should be in 2 more days, right?" 2 more days. I can barely wait as it is." Impatience crept into Rise's tone. "That won't work. Not even a single day early." Byakuya was firm. "So mean." Rise's voice turned sulky. "When the time comes, I won't hold back at all." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Byakuya hadn't done anything particularly noteworthy during that time, mostly just walking around town, keeping an eye out for Yamori. Ward 20 was neither large nor small. He hadn't spotted him. But today, there was something that needed doing. The promise he'd made to Rise was due. Rise had specifically dragged him to her room for this. The room was fairly Spartan. Her vanity had almost no cosmetics, only some lip balm that barely qualified. It was clean, though, with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Since Rise had moved in, Byakuya hadn't entered this room. "Couldn't we just do this in the living room? Why come all the way to your room? How could we be casual about this?" Rise was insistent. Just do as I say. You promised. Alright. Byakuya dropped the subject. He'd control the situation himself. If Rise went too far, he wouldn't simply allow it. Just then, Rise firmly pushed Byakuya onto the bed. She positioned herself above him. Her face was flushed, making it look like they were about to do something far more intimate. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You asked why. Obviously, it's because this makes it feel better." Just as Byakuya thought she might bite off his ear, her face drifted lower. She settled fully onto him, her arms sliding beneath his armpits to wrap tightly around his back. Then she bit down gently on his trapezius muscle between his shoulder and neck. She didn't use force right away. Instead, she increased the pressure gradually, as if giving him time to prepare mentally. When the pressure finally became painful, Rise had reached the limit of her restraint. Even breaking the skin released flavors that had never graced her tongue before, an explosion of taste that her taste buds couldn't bear another millisecond without experiencing fully. She bit down harder and tore away a piece of flesh, pulling him closer at the same time. Her embrace was almost suffocating, though the softness pressed against his chest offered a very different sensation. The distraction dulled some of the pain, and the pain itself would only last a moment. With the Hashirama cells in his body, the wound would regenerate completely in no time. Rise maintained her position, having taken only a single bite. She chewed slowly, savoring it for a long while before finally swallowing with utter satisfaction. She knew his regenerative abilities were exceptional. The gruesome wound she'd created didn't concern her. How strange. You taste even more delicious than before. Wonder colored her voice. Only about 2 weeks had passed. She definitely hadn't forgotten what he'd tasted like last time. Last time had already been shocking enough. But now she could clearly tell this was even better. A body this exquisite. Rise felt herself becoming utterly addicted. 61, Chapter 61, A second encounter with Yamori. Probably because I've been training really diligently lately. Byakuya said this with a completely straight face, spouting nonsense. Is that so? Your body is truly strange. If I were a scientist, I'd want to dissect you just to see what your internal structure looks like. Rise smiled faintly. Alright, I've fulfilled my promise. Can you get off me now? Byakuya spoke up. What's the hurry? Let me clean up the remaining blood first. Rise still showed no intention of releasing him. She proceeded to lick away the blood around the wound. Biting off a chunk of flesh naturally caused quite a bit of bleeding. But Byakuya's wound was already healing, stopping the blood flow. The regeneration was almost visible to the naked eye. Rise could see his wound repairing itself in real time. The regeneration speed was comparable to an ordinary ghoul's. If Byakuya's flesh and blood weren't genuinely delicious, she'd find it hard to believe a human could possess such regenerative abilities. Even just licking the blood around his wound left an unforgettable taste. Only after every last trace of blood was gone did Rise finally release him. A short while later, Byakuya's wound had nearly finished healing. So starting tomorrow, are you going out hunting humans again? Byakuya asked Rise from where he sat on the bed. I've been considering it. It's dangerous, sure, but that's just my style. Rise smiled lightly. Byakuya was somewhat speechless. Apparently Rise was still rather willful and rebellious, wanting to go gallivanting around even at a time like this. Honestly, he didn't want to keep using his own body as leverage to restrain her. Getting bitten hurt quite a bit, and the whole thing felt like self-harm. The corner of Rise's lips curved upward. But if you can still satisfy my needs, I'll behave and listen to you. Obviously, her previous statement was just set up. This was her real intention. Stop messing around. I'm not a masochist. I don't want you taking bites out of me whenever you feel like it. Byakuya refused. The system didn't react this time either. Even if it had offered rewards, he might not have agreed unless the payout was substantial. At least 100 or 200 fusion points before he'd even consider it. Then how about this, just let me drink a tiny bit of blood occasionally. Rise lowered her demands. Byakuya's blood was equally delicious and could satisfy her hunger. Eating his flesh wasn't strictly necessary. If she couldn't get full, Antiochus still had plenty of human corpses. But for Rise, the issue had never been about getting full. It was about satisfying her appetite. Fine, but only when I'm willing. Byakuya reluctantly agreed. The next day. Over the past several days, Byakuya and Rise had been visiting Antiochus regularly. They often saw Ryuko and Hinamai Fuyaki there. Byakuya could feel Hinamai's gaze lingering on him for extended periods, presumably because he still carried Asaka's scent. But he couldn't exactly approach a girl he'd never met and start explaining things, so he pretended not to notice. Each day he simply came here to read and drink coffee. There wasn't much else to do for entertainment, didn't really have other hobbies. When it was time, he'd leave and head home. Right around then, Tuka also got off work early. She was accompanying Ryuko and Hinamai somewhere. Just as they were about to walk out the door, Hinamai glanced back and her eyes met Byakuya's. She hastily looked away in a panic. Byakuya smiled with slight exasperation. If Hinamai had been bold enough to approach him directly, he would have been happy to answer her questions. Afterward, Byakuya and Rise gathered their things and left Antiochus. But halfway home, Byakuya suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Yamori, the same one he'd encountered not long ago. Yamurai's build and features were far too distinctive. Byakuya noticed him immediately. You saw him too, right? That's the Yamori you mentioned before. Rise spoke up. Yeah, head home first. I have something to take care of. Alright, be careful. With that, Rise departed. She wasn't particularly worried about Byakuya. Even she hadn't been able to get the better of him back then, so someone like Yamori was far from a threat. Byakuya immediately headed toward Yamurai's direction, but the man was quite far away and had already turned into a narrow alley. Meanwhile, Yamori had ducked into this alley because he'd caught a familiar scent. You've really made me search high and low. Finally found you. Looking at the three women before him, a cold sneer spread across Yamurai's face. That Asaki Fuyaki collaborated with CCG investigators. Made me lose face big time. The three people in front of him were naturally Ryuko Fuyaki, Hinamai Fuyaki, and Tuka Kirishima. These past days, Yamori had been operating in Ward 20, searching for Rise the Binge Eater while also hunting for Asaka's wife and daughter. He'd never seen Asaka's family before, but the young woman and little girl in front of him carried Asaka's scent. That was confirmation enough. As for the other girl in the work uniform, he'd just kill her too while he was at it. Who are you? Sensing hostile intent and detecting a ghoul scent, Tuka immediately grew wary. She didn't recognize him at all. She'd never seen him in Ward 20 before. Ryuko's face went deathly pale. She'd never met Yamori, but she knew her husband had sent her and Hinamai to Ward 20 specifically because Yamori had been targeting him. The man before her had mentioned her husband by name and was clearly a ghoul. This was almost certainly that Yamori. She'd heard from her husband that Yamori was terrifyingly powerful executive-level member of Aojira Tree and his methods against fellow ghouls were exceptionally cruel. Even Hinamai, who didn't fully understand the situation, was frightened by Yamurai's savage appearance and hid behind her mother. 62, Chapter 62, The Mysterious Masked Man. Yamori completely ignored Tuka's question. Come to think of it, I've never tried torturing a mother and daughter at the same time before. Should be quite an experience. His tone was casual. He'd stated his intentions right from the start. He was utterly confident in his own strength. This mother-daughter pair had no hope of escape. He'd drag them back by force if necessary. Don't you dare hurt my daughter. Ryuko stepped forward, her expression darkening. She was afraid too, but she absolutely wouldn't let Hinamai come to harm. But then Tuka raised an arm to stop Ryuko. Ryuko-san, take Hinamai and go. She could sense that this ghoul wasn't ordinary. Her own strength wasn't lacking either. She wanted to stay and buy time for them to escape. Go, now. Seeing Ryuko hesitate, Tuka urged her again. After much internal conflict, Ryuko decided to get Hinamai to safety first, then come back to help Tuka fight Yamori. She grabbed Hinamai's hand and ran. Humph, think you can escape? Yamori snorted coldly and shot after them at incredible speed. Tuka moved to intercept, immediately releasing her kagun. A single wing-like yukaku emerged from her left side. It was a maple-red color with hints of purple, like a burning flame, beautiful in its own unique way. Tuka's yukaku should have been a symmetrical pair of wings, but her right wing was incomplete. Only her left could function normally, significantly reducing her overall power. This was likely because Tuka hadn't eaten fresh human flesh in too long. Since joining Antioku, she'd been subsisting solely on human carrion like Yoshimura. Carrion was completely different from fresh human flesh. The RC cells in decaying meat lost their vitality over time. If a ghoul didn't regularly consume fresh human flesh, they couldn't maintain their RC cell levels. Tuka and Yoshimura would only grow weaker as time passed. Yet neither of them was willing to hunt and harm innocent humans. Tuka fired her yukaku shards at Yamori, a barrage of purple-red blades. Yamori smirked contemptuously and blocked them with his own kagun. While Rinkaku was typically more fragile, his RC cell count vastly exceeded Tuka's. A kagun's strength fluctuated with its user's RC levels. Even though Tuka's yukaku was fast and accurate, it couldn't inflict any meaningful damage. While blocking her attacks, Yamori closed the distance in an instant. A casual sweep of his kagun sent Tuka flying, and she flew directly toward Ryuko and Hinamai. Tuka. Ryuko couldn't ignore this. She released Hinamai's hand to catch Tuka. Ryuko-san, you have to run. Tuka's voice was urgent. That single exchange had shown her just how powerful this man was. She couldn't even stall for time. Stop dreaming. All of you are staying. Yamori was too fast. The moment Tuka managed to steady herself, he was already in front of her again. He intended to incapacitate all three, then take them back for a leisurely session of torture. His massive fist slammed into Tuka. She stumbled back several steps, her yukaku wrapped protectively around herself, throbbing with numbness and pain from absorbing the blow. In both raw power and kagun strength, Yamori utterly overwhelmed her. Then Yamori turned toward Ryuko and Hinamai. Hinamai trembled with fear while Ryuko instinctively released her kagun to protect her daughter. Her kagun was a kaukakwa, massive moth-wing shape, almost like butterfly wings. Her eyes transformed into crimson kakugan, her expression shifting from fearful to fierce and furious. But Ryuko's strength couldn't possibly match a half-kakuja like Yamori. He pierced through her kaukaku with trivial ease. The defensive kagun type known for its hardness seemed fragile as paper before him. Whoosh! Just as Yamori crushed Ryuko's defense and reached for Hinamai, something struck the back of his head. It only left a shallow mark. Didn't even break his skin. Clang. Metal clattered against the ground. Yamori paused and glanced back to find an ordinary dagger. Not even a quinque. It could barely tickle him. Still, he wanted to see who had the audacity to attack him. When he looked up, a figure had appeared behind him. All he saw was a white mask with a strange pattern and a pair of crimson eyes that resembled Kakugan. You. Before Yamori could finish, a fist crashed into his face. The punch shattered his nose. Byakuya felt his own fist go slightly numb. This guy's bones were seriously tough. He hadn't brought his quinque. The dagger he'd thrown was just a common one he'd picked up somewhere. Even if he'd brought Thorn, he wouldn't have used it. Kurio Mado and Kotaro Amon might be in Ward 20 right now. If Mado witnessed what happened here, it would cause no end of trouble. So he donned the white mask, gaining a 10% enhancement to all abilities, and fought Yamori using a combat style completely unknown to the CCG. The suddenness of everything left Tuka and Ryuko momentarily stunned. They had no idea who had appeared to help them. The mask suggested he was a ghoul like them. In this world, most ghouls wore masks during combat to prevent humans, especially CCG investigators, from seeing their faces. Otherwise, continuing to live in human society would become extremely difficult. Hinamai, however, noticed something else about the mysterious masked man. His clothes looked similar to what that young man at the CAF always wore. 63, Chapter 63, Half-Kakuja Transformation. Ryuko-san, Hinamai-chan, let's go. Tuka was the first to react. She didn't have time to wonder about the masked man's identity. Getting them to safety was the priority. But Ryuko's first instinct was to help. She didn't want to leave their rescuer to face such a powerful enemy alone. But she quickly realized she was too weak to make any difference, and Hinamai was still here. She had to ensure Hinamai's safety first. Without further hesitation, Ryuko grabbed Hinamai's hand and fled with Tuka. Neither Ryuko nor Tuka realized who the masked man was as they left. Unlike Hinamai, they hadn't been secretly watching Byakuya at the CAF. They hadn't noticed what clothes he wore, so they didn't pick up on the connection. Meanwhile, Yamori's aggression had completely shifted to Byakuya. He couldn't care less about the fleeing women anymore. All he wanted was to tear apart whoever had dared attack him. Arg! Yamori roared and sent both Rinkaku tentacles lashing at Byakuya. But Byakuya could react to Yamori's attacks even without activating his Sharingan. With his 3-Tomo Sharingan now active, Yamori's Kagun might as well have been moving in slow motion. Dodging was effortless. Snake Ram Monkey Boar Horse Tiger Fire style, Great Fireball technique. While evading, Byakuya formed hand seals in a blur and unleashed a great fireball. At such close range, the massive fireball erupting from his mouth blasted Yamori into the air. The temperature of the great fireball was effective against B-rated ghouls, but against a half-Kakuja like Yamori who was at minimum S-rate it wasn't particularly threatening. At most, the flames caused Yamori searing pain, but his regeneration outpaced the burns. While Yamori was still airborne, Byakuya used the body flicker technique to teleport above him. An axe kick slammed down onto Yamori's head, sending him crashing to the ground like a downed aircraft. Byakuya's tremendous force cratered the earth beneath Yamori. But this level of power still wasn't quite enough for hand-to-hand combat against an S-rated ghoul. Yamori sprang up immediately, using his 2 Kagun tentacles to strike at Byakuya while he was still momentarily suspended in midair. Byakuya used body flicker again to evade. This time he appeared behind Yamori, toying with him like a monkey, and kicked him flying into a wall. After suffering repeated humiliations, Yamori finally snapped. Driven by rage and shame, he unleashed his trump card. His form began to change. Dark crimson Kagun enveloped half his body, extending from his head down to his right arm. The massive claw formation on his right hand looked devastatingly powerful. Aside from those rare geniuses born with 2 or even 5 Kakuhou, ordinary ghouls typically had only 1. Yamori possessed 3, the other 2 obtained through cannibalism. This was why he could achieve Kakuja transformation. Without cannibalism, even ghouls born with multiple Kagun types couldn't directly become half-Kakuja. The only exception was the Washiyu clan, who were natural-born Kakuja, though the original story never really showcased that setting. Aha, aha. In his half-Kakuja form, Yamori's mind began to fracture. He gasped heavily as if struggling to breathe, his expression twisting into something feral. His burst speed more than doubled. He lunged at Byakuya like a rabid beast. Ding! Host has used 383 fusion points. Fusion progress plus 383. Current fusion progress, LV2, 470/500. Byakuya's expression didn't change. He calmly spent the points before engaging. He'd been saving them precisely for moments like this. The boost to his fusion progress brought significant improvements across the board, even without advancing to LV3. Against Yamori's half-Kakuja form, C-rank ninjutsu probably wouldn't cut it anymore. Rat Ox Dog Horse Monkey Boar Tiger Fire style, Great Fire Destruction. Byakuya decisively used the B-rank technique Great Fire Destruction. While retreating rapidly, he expelled a fireball far larger than the Great Fireball technique with correspondingly greater power and destructive force. The meteor-like sphere of fire hurtled toward Yamori, giving him no room to dodge or retreat. Flames engulfed Yamurai's body and spread across the ground. Byakuya had deliberately avoided the surrounding building. She didn't want civilian casualties. These weren't ordinary flames. While not eternal like Amaterasu, they couldn't be easily extinguished and would only burn more intensely over time. Yamori could only scream, whether from agony or impotent rage. He had no way to deal with the flames continuously searing his body. Like a demon possessed, he pounded the ground, cratering it further. Yet even in his madness, he immediately locked onto Byakuya and charged again, his entire body wreathed in fire. Fire style, hiding in ash technique. Byakuya used another B-rank technique. Chakra gathered in his throat. From his mouth came a cloud of searing ash mixed with superheated flames. Upon contact with Yamori, it erupted outward. The technique dealt additional thermal damage and disrupted Yamurai's vision entirely. The widespread flames and scorching ash left him flailing blindly like a headless fly. The severe burns finally shattered what little sanity he had left. Regeneration had its limits too. Constantly burning and constantly regenerating drained RC cells until none remained. Yamurai's defeat was inevitable now. There was no coming back from this. Byakuya landed lightly on a rooftop above, gazing down at the writhing, tormented Yamori with an expressionless face. He would wait here. When the moment was right, he'd deliver the killing blow. No bystanders had dared approach. The commotion made it obvious that CCG investigators were likely fighting a ghoul. Getting close would be suicidal. Yamurai's bestial howls had frightened everyone in the vicinity into keeping their distance. Before long, Yamori was utterly exhausted, mostly because his own thrashing had depleted his stamina. The continuous burning left him on death's door, his body a horrific sight as he collapsed face down. The torment seemed to trigger memories of his past torture at Tokei's hands. Tears streamed from his eyes as he mumbled deliriously, Mom, don't, leave me alone. 64, Chapter 64, S-rated Jason has been eliminated. Ding. Host has defeated S-rated ghoul Yamori. Reward received, 30 fusion points. Ding. Host's first victory over a half-kakuja. Bonus reward, 20 fusion points. 2 system notifications chimed in rapid succession. Yamori had lost all capacity to resist. Even if Byakuya left him alone now, the relentless flames would eventually burn him to death. Just as Byakuya was about to continue watching, another notification arrived. Ding. Host has triggered a quest. Divine selection activated. Option 1, kill Yamori completely. Afterward, receive S+, rated quinque 13th Jason. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, spare Yamurai's life and have him imprisoned in Cochlea to continue suffering. Reward, 20 fusion points. Option 3, spare his life and subjugate him. Risk of betrayal exists. Reward, 50 fusion points. While option 3 offered substantial points, Byakuya didn't consider it worthwhile. The risk of betrayal meant keeping a ticking time bomb nearby. Hard pass. By comparison, obtaining an S+, rated quinque directly was clearly the best choice. It would be incomparably stronger than his current B-rated weapon. Byakuya leaped down from the rooftop, landing smoothly in front of Yamori. Yamori mustered his last reserves of strength to raise his head and watched as his opponent slowly removed his mask, revealing that unforgettable face. Those 3 Tomo Sharingan eyes hadn't deactivated yet. Yamurai's eyes went wide, his pupils trembling. His half-kakuja form had already dissipated due to his injuries. His mind had cleared somewhat. A brief moment of lucidity before death. He never imagined his opponent was that human investigator from before. Until this very moment, he'd assumed the masked man was a ghoul. After all, the man had fire abilities, and certain special ghouls possessing fire attributes wasn't unheard of. Tatara from Aojira Tree was a prime example. Now Yamori couldn't make sense of it. Was this person human or ghoul? Not that it mattered anymore. His life had reached its end. Even in death, Yamurai's eyes remained wide open, bloodshot veins visible. Whether from unwillingness to die here or shock at Byakuya's true identity, no one would ever know. Ding. Host has completed option 1. Reward received, 1 fusion point. Byakuya didn't care what Yamori had been thinking. He cleaned up the scene, dispersing the lingering flames. Burn marks still scarred the ground, but he could spin some excuse. No one would suspect a human could produce fire abilities. And no one would question whether he was human. Otherwise, the CCG's RC detection gates would become a joke. Afterward, Byakuya called the CCG branch office in Ward 20. Hello, this is Rank 2 Investigator Amaha Byakuya. I encountered the S-rated ghoul, Jason, in Ward 20 and have successfully eliminated him. The location is. He provided the exact coordinates. No other investigators had witnessed this fight, and no civilians had dared to spectate. He could report directly to the CCG without needing to hide anything. This way, he'd also receive an S+ rated quinque. Quite the bonus. As for Tuka and the Fuyaki mother and daughter, there was nothing to worry about. They couldn't confirm he was the one who killed Yamori. They wouldn't bother going to the CCG to verify, and the CCG wouldn't publicize his achievement anyway. Oh, yes. We'll dispatch personnel immediately. The moment the assistant heard S-rated ghoul, all casualness vanished from his voice. The CCG's distribution of forces across wards depended on threat levels. Since Ward 20 had been relatively peaceful for years, the CCG had gradually reduced its presence there, leaving mostly investigator assistants and rank 3 investigators with only a skeleton crew of higher-ranked personnel. So for Ward 20's branch, an S-rated ghoul appearing was a major incident. Take the S-rated binge-eater who'd recently surfaced. They still hadn't dared send anyone to apprehend her, waiting instead for support from other branches or main office in Ward 1. Now an investigator had eliminated an S-rated ghoul right here in Ward 20. This was explosive news for the branch, especially since that investigator was only rank 2. After hanging up, the assistant immediately announced to the office, "Quick, get everyone." Investigator Amaha eliminated the S-rated ghoul, Jason, in Ward 20. He might be seriously wounded. Mobilize as many support personnel as possible. Of course, this was pure speculation. Byakuya hadn't mentioned anything about injuries. Investigator Amaha? Who's that? And are you joking? The S-rated Jason was eliminated by a rank 2 investigator. Yeah, is this real? Someone's not pranking us. Real or not, we need to send people to check. If this investigator Amaha actually did it and he's seriously hurt, any delay on our part that leads to his death, none of us could bear that responsibility. The office erupted into activity. If someone could truly eliminate an S-rated ghoul, they had at minimum first-class investigator potential. Realistically, the combat ability of an associate special class. If such a talent died because of their negligence, they wouldn't just be finished career-wise. They'd carry the guilt forever. After all, every powerful investigator represented humanity's hope against ghouls. Who joined the CCG for such dangerous work if not to eliminate ghouls and protect humanity? Soon, a group of investigator assistants and rank 3 investigators arrived in full gear. They saw Yamurai's unrecognizable corpse on the ground and Byakuya leaning casually against a wall, completely unharmed. Their jaws dropped. They'd been told Investigator Amaha was seriously wounded. That was how the message had been relayed. Yet here he was without a scratch. Seriously, bro. A rank 2 investigator eliminated an S-rated ghoul without a single injury? 65, Chapter 65, it can't be him. They stood frozen for a moment before remembering they had work to do. They immediately moved to confirm the corpse's identity. Cross-referencing against Jason's elimination order, they examined the body. Though Yamurai's entire body had been scorched beyond recognition, his general facial features and released Kagun still allowed identification. This was indeed Jason, the S-rated elimination target. It's definitely Jason. Confirming his identity, the investigators collectively drew sharp breaths. In fact, following Mado and Amon's failed pursuit, the CCG had already upgraded Yamurai's threat rating from S to S+. Otherwise, first-class Mado and rank 1 Amon wouldn't have struggled so much against a mere S-rated ghoul. Mado was widely recognized within the CCG as having associate special class level comprehensive ability. He simply chose not to accept promotion to that rank. S+ was straightforward to understand between S and SS. Even after discovering Jason was a half-Kakuja, the CCG hadn't raised his threat level to SS. First, he was already dead, so updating his rating seemed pointless. Second, compared to other heinous ghouls, Jason hadn't actually committed particularly egregious crimes against humans. Yamori generally didn't attack humans. As an Aojira Tree executive, he didn't need to hunt for himself. He preferred capturing ghouls for his playroom torture sessions. Humans died too quickly under torture, so he had little interest in them. If Yamori hadn't escaped prison, his original rating had been on injured the interrogator Tokage during his breakout from Cochlea in Ward 23, his threat level would never have jumped so dramatically. A rank 2 investigator eliminating an S+ ghoul like Jason and emerging completely unscathed utterly defied everything these investigators thought they knew. The medical support staff especially had no idea what to do. They'd come prepared for emergency treatment, only to find Investigator Amaha perfectly fine. Investigator Amaha, are you really alright? If you're injured anywhere, please tell us immediately. One of the support personnel spoke up. I'm fine, really. Byakuya replied. Since he'd said so himself, they truly had nothing to do. Then I'll leave this to you. I have other matters to attend to. Byakuya had no intention of wasting time here. Processing the scene would take a while anyway. He had nothing else to do here, so he headed home. A short while earlier, Tuka had brought Ryuko and Hinamai straight back to Antioku. It was the only place she considered safe. What happened? Why do you all look so panicked? Kaya Irimi immediately asked. We were attacked by a ghoul who came at us without warning. He was incredibly strong. If someone hadn't appeared out of nowhere to save us, we probably wouldn't have made it back. Tuka was still somewhat shaken. That's terrible. Who was this attacker? Enji Koma, standing near Irimi, asked. Tuka shook her head. I don't know, but Ryuko-san seems to recognize him. Ryuko then explained about Yamori and Aojira Tree, the very reason she and Hinamai had come to Ward 20 seeking refuge. Perhaps you should stay here at Antioku for the time being. Yoshimura suggested. He graciously welcomed the Fuegaku mother and daughter. In the original story, after Ryuko was killed by investigators, Yoshimura had planned to send Hinamai to Ward 24. That was because the situation had escalated to the point of threatening Ward 20's peace. With Ryuko dead and Hinami's identity exposed, Mado would have hunted her relentlessly. Yoshimura had worried that more investigators would flood into Ward 20, so he'd considered sacrificing Hinami. It was only Tuka's fierce opposition that prevented Hinami from being sent to Ward 24, a brutal place where Hinami would struggle to survive. Looking at Yoshimura's treatment of his own daughter, of Kaneki, and of Hinami, his fundamental nature was to make sacrifices or flee in order to survive. First, he'd fled V's pursuit by abandoning his wife and daughter. Later, he'd contemplated sacrificing both Hinami and Kaneki. But eventually he did change. In the end, he stopped running, placed his hopes in Kaneki, and accepted death. Tuka Onichan, that person earlier. I think I might know him. Hinami spoke up suddenly. Which person? The one in the white mask? Tuka asked immediately. Yes. I recognized the clothes he was wearing, and his scent seemed familiar too. Hinami continued, it was that young man named Amaha Byakuya. The clothes and scent were very similar. Despite the chaotic, dangerous situation, she'd noticed the mysterious masked man's clothing. She'd deliberately tried to catch his scent. Even though the circumstances only allowed her to detect a faint trace, she determined it was most likely that young man. You mean Amaha Byakuya? That's impossible. Tuka's immediate reaction was disbelief. She'd always thought Byakuya was just an ordinary human college student. She'd been close enough to smell him before definitely human. But the mysterious masked man had crimson eyes. And he wore a mask something almost exclusively associated with ghouls. In terms of identity alone, Byakuya and that masked man had nothing in common. But I really think it was him. Hinami sounded certain. What concerned her most was that this young man had saved them. Could he be her father's friend? Was that why he carried her father's scent? Alright, regardless of whether it was him, I need to go back. That person saved us. I can't just abandon him. Tuka said. She could also verify whether Hinami's intuition was correct. For now, she still refused to believe it. 66, Chapter 66, Who was that person? Let Yamo-san accompany you. It's not safe alone. Yoshimura said with concern. With Renji Yamo by her side, Tuka would have nothing to fear from Yamori. Yamo was SS-rated with lightning attribute Kagun like Hikari Kirishima. Even without being a half-Kakuja, his strength surpassed Yamori's. Even the SS-rated half-Kakuja Yuta could only fight Yamo to a draw. Yamo, being Tuka's uncle, accompanied her back to the alley where they'd encountered Yamori. But when they arrived, a group of CCG doves had already gathered. The entrance was cordoned off with warning tape. An investigator stopped them. Sorry, a dangerous incident just occurred here. Civilians, please stay back. A dangerous incident? Was there a ghoul? Tuka put on a frightened expression. Yes, a very dangerous one. But don't worry, he's already been eliminated by one of our investigators. We're just processing the scene now. This investigator seemed happy enough to chat with a cute girl. This information wasn't confidential anyway. Really? Who was the investigator? How old? Is he handsome? Tuka played the part of a starstruck fangirl perfectly. Obviously, she was fishing for information. Through her sense of smell, she could detect the lingering blood scent including Yamori's distinct scent. The eliminated ghoul was almost certainly him. But who had defeated even killed Yamori? According to Ryuko, Yamori was an Aojira Tree executive with terrifying strength. Tuka had experienced this firsthand. The one who helped them escape had clearly been a ghoul. So how had a CCG investigator suddenly eliminated Yamori? Unless that investigator was a ghoul. That should be impossible within the CCG. Yet Hinami had insisted it was Byakuya who saved them. Tuka's thoughts grew increasingly tangled. She could only hope to get answers through conversation. But however eager this investigator was to chat with a pretty girl, he wouldn't compromise on principles. He smiled as he replied, that's not something I can share. Privacy, you know. Anyway, if you need to pass through here, please take a detour. Alright. Tuka feigned disappointment, then returned to Antioku with Yamo to report what they'd found. So a CCG investigator eliminated Yamori? But that person earlier was clearly a ghoul like us, wasn't he? Ryuko was astonished. Maybe whoever helped us wounded Yamori first but got injured himself and left, then an investigator who heard the commotion finished him off. Koma speculated. That's possible. But either way, I'm curious about who that masked man was. The more unclear things became, the more Tuka wanted to know. When that young man comes by again, I'll just ask him directly. Hinami spoke up. She was pushing herself to be brave because she wanted to know about her father. Before, she hadn't approached Byakuya because she knew nothing about him and was too shy. Now that he'd saved them, she felt certain he wasn't a bad person, possibly her father's friend. That gave her courage to make contact. I suppose that's all we can do for now. Tuka nodded. With Yamori eliminated in Ward 20 by an investigator, Aojira Tree might seek revenge. Ward 20 could become quite chaotic soon, possibly a battleground between Aojira and the CCG. Everyone needs to be extra careful. Irimi warned. Yeah. Tuka's expression darkened. The atmosphere grew heavy. After all, everyone at Antioku had worked for years to make Ward 20 the most peaceful district. Yamori's sudden arrival had shattered that peace and might trigger a cascade of terrible consequences. Ryuko and Hinamai felt guilty. If they hadn't come to Ward 20 seeking refuge, Yamori wouldn't have followed. But truthfully, it wasn't their fault. Yamori's primary mission was capturing Rise. Hunting them down was merely incidental. He'd been marked for death regardless. Look at you all. What's done is done, no use dwelling on it. Besides, Aojira won't necessarily go to war with the CCG. Let's just focus on what we need to do. Fuegaku-san and Hinamai-chan joining us is a good thing. We've gained 2 more helping hands. Koma had noticed the mother and daughter's guilt and moved to lighten the mood. While they weren't willing to hunt humans, they could help around the CAF and collect human corpses. They'd definitely be useful. Irene smiled. He's right. No need to be pessimistic. Ryuko and Hinamai felt somewhat better. They'd work hard to help Antioku. Meanwhile, Byakuya had returned home. Normally, he should have gone to the CCG branch to claim credit, but it seemed unnecessary. He was technically on leave anyway. He could go to main office in Ward 1 once his break ended and pick up his S+ rated quinque then. I'm home. He'd gotten used to saying she wasn't living alone anymore. Welcome back, darling. Would you like dinner first? A bath? Or perhaps, you'd like to enjoy me first? Rise emerged from the living room. Byakuya had grown accustomed to her random teasing, but something about that line seemed off. 67, Chapter 67, Advancing to Mangekyo Sharingan. Byakuya and Rise were now seated in the living room. How did it go? You went after Yamori, right? Rise asked. Eliminated him. Officially, as an investigator. Byakuya's tone was calm. Rise acknowledged, then suddenly yanked off his shirt. Doesn't look like you're injured. Though with your healing, minor wounds would have already closed anyway. She seemed intent on removing his pants too, but Byakuya caught her mischievous hands. He coughed lightly. Even if you're joking, don't take it too far. Who's joking? I'm just checking on your physical condition. Rise smiled innocently. As if. Anyway, with Yamori eliminated, Aojira Tree might take action. Be more careful going forward. Byakuya steered the conversation back on track. Multiple factions were watching Rise. Aojira Tree, the Washiyu clan, and Nimura Furutaho was technically affiliated with the clowns. Aojira's one-eyed owl, Ito Yoshimura, might even have her sights on Antioku. Yamori had been merely a warm-up. The real troubles were yet to come. The next day, Antioku, Byakuya and Rise visited as usual for reading. Ryuko and Hinamai were there as well. Ding. Host has completed option 2. Reward received, 50 fusion points. This was the earlier divine selection quest to protect Ryuko and Hinamai. With their safety confirmed, the system released the reward. But Byakuya had barely sat down when he felt Hinamai's gaze on him even more intense than usual. Not just Hinamai. Ryuko and Tuka also seemed to be watching him. They've probably figured out the masked man was me. He wasn't surprised. He'd only worn a mask yesterday without changing clothes. He'd worn the same outfit at the CAF. Anyone paying attention could have made the connection. Byakuya acted as if nothing had happened and quietly began allocating his points. Fusion progress, LV2, 470/500. Fusion points, 101, cumulative, 681. Opening the system panel, he could see his fusion progress was ready to advance to LV3. No point in hoarding now. Better to push his progress up first. He was curious whether reaching LV3 would evolve his Sharingan to Mangekyo. The odds seemed high unless the system was deliberately throttling him. Ding. Host has used 30 fusion points. Fusion progress plus 30. Current fusion progress, LV3 0/2500. New abilities, including upgrades Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama Cells LV3, Taijutsu LV3, Suzanu, A-Rank Ninjutsu Fire Style, Dragon Flame Caterwall, Transcription Seal, Wood Style, Deep Forest Emergence. Just as Byakuya expected, same formula as before, but with several new abilities. Everything except Genjutsu had been provided. This made him wonder. His 3-tomo Sharingan should have included inherent Genjutsu capabilities, yet he couldn't use any. The system was probably responsible. Though there was a logical explanation, neither humans nor ghouls in this world possessed chakra. Most Genjutsu worked by disrupting the target's chakra flow. Conversely, breaking free from Genjutsu required disrupting one's own chakra to escape the caster's control. With no chakra in this world, most Genjutsu simply wouldn't function. The system seemed to read his thoughts and responded immediately. Ding. Except for Infinite Tsukuyomi, host cannot use any Genjutsu. Fair enough. But would Infinite Tsukuyomi even work in this world? Byakuya conversed mentally with the system. Ding. Host will receive a modified version of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Specific details are currently classified. New information will be unlocked periodically. Understood. Byakuya acknowledged, now curious about what this modified Infinite Tsukuyomi would entail. The original Infinite Tsukuyomi would be essentially meaningless here. He had no desire to turn masses of humans and ghouls into white Zetsu, nor did he need them. The modified version presumably had some purpose, or the system wouldn't bother dangling it as a mystery. He'd just have to wait and see. While Byakuya was absorbed in examining the system, Hinamai fidgeted restlessly. She'd resolved yesterday to boldly approach him with questions, but now that the moment had arrived, her shy nature made her hesitate again. Tuka noticed Hinami's state and decided to help her out. She walked directly over to Byakuya. "Excuse me, sir. Could you come with me for a moment? Someone would like to speak with you." Very direct. Byakuya snapped back from his system contemplation and nodded. "Sure." Rise merely glanced at Tuka without comment, her eyes returning to her book. Tuka led Byakuya to the second floor. Hinami realized Tuka was helping her and knew this was her chance. She grabbed her mother's hand and headed upstairs too. In the second-floor lounge, Byakuya sat on a sofa while Tuka poured him fresh coffee. "So who wanted to see me?" Byakuya asked, feigning ignorance. "They should arrive shortly. But first, there's something I need to confirm." Tuka's expression grew serious. She deliberately moved closer to Byakuya, carefully sniffing the air around him. Since his clothes might mask some scents, she leaned toward his collarbone area, where scents were typically stronger. 68 Chapter 68 I am indeed an investigator. Tuka bent down and sniffed near Byakuya's neck. With no ulterior thoughts in her mind, she felt no embarrassment. Byakuya wasn't entirely sure what she was doing, trying to determine if he was human or ghoul. Tuka closed her eyes and analyzed what she detected. Apart from Rise's scent, there was no obvious ghoul smell. This was unmistakably human. Now she was even more convinced the masked man couldn't have been Byakuya. She distinctly remembered those red eyes. Though in retrospect, they'd seemed somehow different from Kakugan, but she knew ordinary humans didn't have eyes like that. Just then, Ryuko and Hinami entered the lounge. From their angle, Byakuya's face happened to be blocked by Tuka's. At first glance, it looked like they were. Hinami was young, but she wasn't ignorant. The scene immediately gave her the wrong idea. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt." Like a startled rabbit, Hinami fled the room. Her cute little face had turned pink. She'd been shocked. Tuka Onichan had said she barely knew this young man, so why were they doing something so intimate right away? "Please, continue. I won't disturb you." Ryuko smiled awkwardly and prepared to withdraw. Tuka instantly realized the misunderstanding. "No, you've got the wrong idea." It took considerable effort for Tuka to quietly explain things to Ryuko and Hinami outside the room. Byakuya sat alone in the lounge, calmly sipping his coffee. Though Tuka had deliberately kept her voice down, he could guess well enough. They'd called him up here because of yesterday's incident. They probably wanted to confirm his identity. After a while, Tuka, Ryuko, and Hinami returned. Tuka had regained her composure. "The ones who wanted to see you are these two." The three of them sat across from Byakuya. Byakuya regarded Ryuko and Hinami with a questioning look. Hinami spoke first. "It was you who saved us yesterday, wasn't it? First, thank you so much." She paused before continuing. "Also, even though I don't know you, you must know my father, right?" Ding. Host has triggered a quest. Divine selection activated. Option 1, play dumb. Act confused and claim not to understand. Reward, 5 fusion points. Option 2, admit the masked man was you, but claim you withdrew mid-fight. Someone else eliminated Yamori. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 3, admit it was you and reveal your CCG investigator identity. Reward, 50 fusion points. Facing Hinami's question and the system's options, Byakuya's mind raced. Admitting it was him shouldn't cause problems. Everyone who'd witnessed his fighting abilities except the now-deceased Yamori was gone. As for the Sharingan they'd glimpsed, he could spin some excuse. As for revealing his investigator identity, he'd already thought of an approach. "Yes, that was me. As for your father, is his name Asaki Fuyaki?" Byakuya smiled gently. He chose not to hide. As long as there were no serious consequences, transparency was fine. Hinami's face lit up with joy. It really had been this young man, and he did know her father. "Yes." She nodded eagerly. "You must be my father's friend, right?" Her reasoning was simple, he'd saved them yesterday. But then Tuka couldn't hold back. But that person yesterday clearly had. She nearly blurted out that he'd been a ghoul, but caught herself just in time. She couldn't casually mention such things in front of outsiders. She quickly covered her mouth. "You mean the eyes, right? I was on an investigation mission at the time. For convenience, I wore colored contacts. They looked like Kakugan but were completely different, specifically designed to deceive targets." Byakuya's explanation was delivered with perfect nonchalance. The mask served the same purpose. His straight-faced improvisation was flawless. "Oh, is that so?" Tuka didn't immediately catch the key word in his statement. A moment later, realization hit. "Wait, you said you were on an investigation mission, are you?" That terminology was specific to ghoul investigators. Was he a CCG investigator? "If you're asking whether I'm an investigator, then yes. I'm with the CCG." Byakuya answered plainly. "So, little miss, I am not your father's friend." Ding. Host has completed option 3. Reward received, 50 fusion points. Ryuko and Hinami's expressions changed instantly. He was a ghoul investigator who'd had contact with their husband/father. Did that mean he'd already? And during the fight with Yamori, both Ryuko and Tuka had released their Kagun. He'd clearly seen they were ghoulsend, now he knew their identities. For Tuka and the Fuegakais alike, this was terrible news. Any ghoul whose identity was discovered by investigators was typically hunted relentlessly. Tuka even briefly considered silencing him permanently. She absolutely didn't want Antiochus' peaceful existence destroyed. If she let this investigator leave alive, the consequences could be catastrophic. But she quickly calmed down. In her agitation, she'd nearly forgotten this man had the strength to eliminate Yamori. 69, Chapter 69. You know who the binge eater is, right? Please don't panic. While I'm not friends with Dr. Fuegake, I haven't harmed him either. Byakuya smiled reassuringly. He provided me with intelligence on Yamori. And since he hasn't been involved in any human predation incidents, I have no intention of doing anything to him. As for saving you yesterday, consider it a favor I did in passing. This framing didn't make it seem like he was harboring ghouls. The CCG had no rule mandating ghoul elimination, only prohibitions against protecting them, and ghouls had no legal protections. His explanation was reasonable. At worst, it conflicted with Mado's worldview. Mado believed no ghoul deserved to exist. Ryuko and Hinamai both exhaled in relief. If what he said was true, Asaka was still safe. And he apparently had no intention of harming them either. Otherwise, why save them yesterday? Tuka, meanwhile, was relieved she hadn't acted rashly. This man was clearly stronger than Yamura, far stronger than her. Whether or not she could silence him, any attempt would inevitably draw CCG attention. Facing both Aojira Tree and the CCG would spell the end of Antiochu. Is my father still okay? Hinamai couldn't help asking. He's safe. Byakuya replied. The system hadn't reclaimed his 50 fusion points, meaning Asaka was still alive. That's wonderful. Hinamai felt much more at ease. It's hard to believe. You're a ghoul investigator, yet you're so lenient toward my husband and us. Ryuko sighed. Not every investigator has extreme prejudice against ghouls, though people like me are certainly rare. Byakuya said. Of course, this didn't mean he thought investigators who hated ghouls were wrong. Simple logic, you're human. How would you feel about a species that views you as food? Ghouls only escaped genocide because they looked virtually identical to humans. If they were some other creature that frequently attacked humans in large numbers, they'd have been wiped out long ago. Perspective mattered too. The original story followed Kaneki's viewpoint as a one-eyed ghoul, constantly surrounded by ghouls. Readers naturally adopted his perspective, subconsciously softening their disgust toward ghouls. If the original story had followed Kaneki on a hot-blooded path to becoming a top investigator instead, audience attitudes toward ghouls would have been quite different. Having transmigrated here, Byakuya possessed a god's eye view. Ordinary humans in this world couldn't possibly view ghouls the way he did. Most felt only revulsion, and that was perfectly natural. Even someone like Mado could only be called extreme. Given his history, his hatred was understandable. Watching his beloved wife be gnawed beyond recognition by a Ghoul would despise them. You saw my true form back then. Even knowing I'm a ghoul, you're not going to move against me. Tuka asked grimly. Byakuya shook his head. Because I have my own principles. Tuka fell silent. Even so, she didn't dare trust him completely. Antiochu's true nature absolutely couldn't be revealed. Her ghoul identity was exposed, yes, but Antiochu itself hadn't been. She could pretend she just worked here, that other staff didn't know she was a ghoul. Let's leave it at that. I'll pretend I don't know anything about you. But other investigators won't be as accommodating. With that, Byakuya stood to head downstairs. But then Tuka couldn't resist asking, since you're an investigator, you must know who the binge eater is, right? She'd been curious about his relationship with Rise for a while. She'd wondered why Rise hadn't made a move on this human yet. Turned out this seemingly ordinary college student was actually a highly capable investigator. She could understand Rise not daring to attack such a powerful investigator. But she couldn't understand why Rise spent every day attached to him, looking so intimate. Given what she knew of Rise's personality, it was baffling. Could that woman actually have fallen for a human and an investigator at that? Binge eater? What do you mean? Byakuya reacted instantly, his acting skills on full display. His expression showed only blank confusion. If he admitted knowing Rise was the binge eater, he'd essentially be announcing he was protecting her. In situations like this, excellent acting avoided countless complications. Never mind. He probably didn't know. Tuka believed his performance. She hadn't detected even a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. There was simply no reason to doubt him. Besides, Tuka suddenly felt she understood Rise's behavior. That woman had probably marked Byakuya as prey, then discovered he was an investigator and hadn't dared strike. So she'd been using her feminine wiles to slowly ensnare him, planning to eventually. This fit perfectly with that woman's vile personality, toying with her prey before devouring them. Tuka actually felt a bit sorry for Byakuya now. She generally held hostility and disgust toward humans, especially investigators. But this man had genuinely saved them yesterday. She could distinguish right from wrong. It was like how she disliked humans in general, yet was best friends with the very human Yoriko Kosaka. Who knew how long Rise would keep toying with him before cruelly, mercilessly driving him to despair? The thought felt truly cruel. Tuka briefly considered warning him about Rise's true nature. 70, Chapter 70, The White Single Wing Badge. So you know who the binge eater is. Byakuya followed up. She's not my assigned target, but if the opportunity arises, I won't let her go. About that, I'm not really sure either. I only know she's been causing chaos in Ward 20 lately. We ghouls here don't like her. Tuka had been hesitating, but Byakuya's quick counter-question pushed her toward caution. But she's been unusually quiet these past few days. No more reports of her hunting humans indiscriminately. I assumed you investigators had her in your sights. She'd still given a hint, though, that the binge eater had become strangely docile recently. What Tuka didn't realize was that Byakuya had known Rise was the binge eater from the very beginning. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll head back down. Byakuya returned to his seat. When he sat back down, Rise continued reading without looking up. What did they want with you upstairs? Nothing much. Just about yesterday's Yamori incident. They happened to be attacked by him, and eliminating him also meant saving them. Byakuya explained casually. I see. Rise said nothing more. Tuka came back down and resumed her duties as if nothing had happened. Hinamai seemed noticeably happier than before. The perpetual worry that usually shadowed Ryuko's face had lifted as well. All because they'd learned Asaka was safe. After Byakuya eliminated Jason, the investigator assistants processed the scene and immediately transferred the corpse to the CCG laboratory building in Ward 1. Though both the scene and Jason's body showed obvious burn marks, no one thought much of it. Fire attribute quinques were rare but not non-existent. Since no one knew what kind of quinque Byakuya possessed, there was nothing to question. A quinque was every investigator's closely guarded secret. When Amon had first partnered with Mado, Mado had been curious about what quinque young investigators received these days. Amon had firmly declined to show him. If quinque information leaked especially to Ghoul's investigator would be at severe disadvantage in combat. Upon arrival at the laboratory building, technicians began dissecting the corpse to create a quinque from Jason's Kakuhao and Kagun. Mado and Amon also came to the facility. They'd been assigned to capture Jason. They'd just failed, only for a junior rookie, no less to eliminate him. Anyone would be curious. By the time they arrived, the dissection was complete. Only Jason's Kakuhao and Kagun remained. This, Jason, had 3 Kakuhao. The intelligence was significantly off. Mado was surprised. They'd all believed DA's CCG intelligence indicated that Jason had only 1 Kakuhao. Normal ghouls typically had just 1. The technician nodded. Yes. 3 Kakuhao meets the criteria for a half Kakuja. Quite a discrepancy from the original profile. So Investigator Amaha can eliminate even a half Kakuja. That's even more impressive than I imagined. No wonder Associate Special Class UI thinks so highly of him. Mado remarked with admiration. Incredible. Hard to believe he's still just a rank 2. Amon felt even more respect. Now that Yamori has been eliminated, we should transfer to another ward. This ghoul organization called Aojira Tree has been gaining momentum. Ward 11 fell to them just days ago. Despite discussing a CCG setback, Mado's expression was unusually excited. Prepare yourself, Amon. The enemies ahead will be unprecedented. He knew the SSS-rated owl led Aojira Tree and that owl was the same ghoul who'd killed his wife years ago. Everything he'd done was for revenge. The terror and helplessness he'd felt facing the owl had birthed his obsession with power. He believed a quinque was an investigator's greatest strength. That was why he was so devoted, even obsessed with collecting them. Yes, sir. Amon nodded solemnly, showing no fear. Leave time ended. Ward 1. CCG main office. Byakuya arrived to receive his commendation and collect the quinque made from Yamori's remains. Beyond verbal praise, he received a badge designed around the CCG's dove emblem. This was the White Single Wing Badge, awarded to investigators who successfully eliminated an S-rated ghoul. Beyond the single wing, there was also the White Double Wing Badge and White Dragon Wing Badge, corresponding to SS-rated and SSS-rated eliminations respectively. This White Wing Badge system existed alongside the Osmondus Badge system, which was based on the total number of ghouls an investigator eliminated in 1 year. That system also had 3 tiers: Osmondus Badge, Silver Osmondus Badge, and Gold Osmondus Badge. After the ceremony, Kori Ui was waiting outside. Hard to believe you actually eliminated the S-rated Jason. The last rank 2 investigator to earn the White Single Wing Badge was Arima-san. Ui marveled. And the autopsy revealed Jason wasn't just S-rate, he was a half Kakuja. I'm starting to think you might be stronger than me. You're too kind, Ui-senpai. Byakuya's expression remained calm, showing no pride. Ui smiled. No need for modesty at a time like this. Also, your quinque, 13th Jason, is ready. Let's head to the laboratory building to see it. 71, Chapter 71, an S+, rated quinque with 3 forms. On the way to the CCG laboratory building, Byakuya chatted with Kori Ui about other matters. By the way, do you remember those twin sisters from your internship? Kori suddenly brought up Kurona and Nashiro Yasuhisa. I do. What about them? Byakuya's curiosity was piqued. They haven't reported to the CCG since the internship ended. A day or 2 late would be one thing, but it's been quite a while now, and we still haven't received any response from them. I see. Hearing this, Byakuya immediately understood what must have happened. The Yasuhisa twins wouldn't have gone silent without reason. Based on the original timeline, this was around when they would have been transformed into artificial half-ghouls by Dr. Kanu. But the question was, Rise was no longer his experimental subject, so had Kanu found another donor? Or perhaps Furuta had helped him find a replacement? Byakuya considered this entirely possible. He hadn't seen Furuta make any moves against Rise lately. Maybe he really had found a substitute. After all, Furuta's ultimate goal was to create a dragon. Theoretically, any experimental subject with Washiyu bloodline had the potential. Perhaps after weighing the pros and cons, he'd given up on Rise. If that was the case, it meant Kurona and Nashiro still hadn't escaped their fate of being transformed into one-eyed ghouls. He hadn't anticipated Furuta finding a replacement so quickly. It seems you don't know their situation either. Let's set that aside for now. Kori continued, you eliminated a half-Kakuja, Jason, this time. With your strength, you could easily be promoted to rank 1 or even higher. But promotions aren't based on strength alone. You need to follow the proper steps, written exams, interviews, accumulated achievements, all that bureaucratic stuff. Rules are rules. Just as Kori said, eliminating Jason didn't mean Byakuya could immediately become a rank 1 investigator. Take the original timeline, for example. Although Suzui's kill of Jason was somewhat opportunistic, he'd still had to wait 6 months after that before being promoted from rank 3 to rank 2. However, exceptional performance in large-scale operations like the Antioku raid could accelerate the promotion process. It's fine. I'm not in any hurry about that. Good. That puts my mind at ease. I was worried you might feel it was unfair. Kori nodded. Before long, the two arrived at the CCG laboratory building. Last time, Byakuya had dealt with an ordinary researcher, but this time he was greeted by the chief researcher, Chigyu Kawaratsu. The man before him wore a white lab coat and sported a distinctive green mushroom-cut hairstyle, with a small patch of stubble that looked like he'd missed a spot shaving. This was Chigyu Kawaratsu, not only the CCG laboratory building's chief researcher but also a researcher for Germany's GFG. His primary responsibility here was manufacturing quinques, and Jason, the important one this time, was his creation. This is Dr. Chigyu, our most authoritative chief researcher, Kori introduced. Byakuya nodded slightly and greeted the man. Dr. Chigyu. Chigyu showed no pretension whatsoever. One hand casually stuffed in his pocket, he addressed Byakuya cordially. Investigator Amaha, you're here. The new quinque is inside. Follow me. Byakuya followed him in while Kori instinctively remained outside. This involved CCG's quinque confidentiality protocols. Following Chigyu into a laboratory, the doctor opened a sealed storage compartment directly. Inside lay a longsword-shaped quinque, its body a deep crimson interspersed with traces of purple. Byakuya was momentarily surprised. This differed from the 13th Jason in his memory, which had been side-shaped completely different in form from what lay before him. This is my most satisfying masterpiece recently. Try it out and see how it feels. Alright. Byakuya picked it up directly. It felt heavy in his hands, though with his strength, wielding it was effortless. Chigyu explained, since Jason had 3 kakuhao, I experimented with incorporating all 3 into a single quinque. As a result, this weapon possesses the capabilities of Rinkaku, Kaukaku, and Yukaku Kagun. The current longsword form is the Rinkaku configuration. Try switching forms. I'll give it a shot. Hearing the doctor's explanation, Byakuya suddenly understood why this 13th Jason differed from his memory. In the original timeline, by the time Suzuya killed Yamori, Kaneki had already eaten 2 of his kakuhao. That meant only 1 kakuhao and its corresponding kagun were available for quinque manufacturing. Unlike now, when Byakuya had killed Yamori with all 3 kakuhao perfectly preserved, resulting in a dramatically different finished product. Under Dr. Chigyu's guidance, Byakuya quickly learned to switch between the 3 forms. He'd already transformed the quinque from longsword to shield form. In shield mode, the grip remained on the sword handle. As the shield center was the original blade, the sword body had expanded into a shield, with axe blade-shaped edges on both sides. Good. Now try the 3rd form Yukaku mode. Byakuya switched again. The shield in his hands transformed back into a longsword, but the blade tip split open, becoming something like a gun barrel. This is the Yukaku form. It can fire blade-like kagun projectiles, just like Yukaku. Chigyu explained, that's about it. You can research it further on your own. How does it feel? Satisfied. Very satisfied. Thank you, Dr. Chigyu. Glad to hear it. We'll just need to record your fingerprints, and then you can take this quinque with you. After Byakuya completed the biometric binding with 13th Jason, he transformed the quinque back into its briefcase form. Finally, what would you like to name it? Let's call it 13th Jason. Byakuya saw no reason to change the name. The meaning was simple, Jason from Ward 13. This S+ rated quinque with 3 forms instantly elevated his combat capabilities significantly. 72, Chapter 72, Acting Spoiled. Byakuya walked out of the laboratory carrying the briefcase. Looks like everything's settled. Kori had been waiting at the entrance. Normally we'd proceed to our next mission, but right now the CCG is preoccupied with Aojira Tree's forceful occupation of Ward 11. A large-scale raid against them will be launched soon. According to orders from above, we'll be among the primary combat personnel. Until then, we're to hold off on regular missions and stay in peak condition. This is actually a good opportunity for you to complete your Rank 1 Investigator interview and written exam. Barring any surprises, with your achievement of eliminating a half-kakuja, passing the exam and interview should guarantee your promotion. Cory outlined the upcoming situation. Alright, I'll prepare for the promotion then. With Cory's help, Byakuya obtained the study materials needed for the Rank 1 Investigator written exam. Going through these materials would essentially guarantee passing the written portion. As for the interview, that would depend on his performance in the moment. Afterward, Byakuya returned to Ward 20 with the materials and his quinque. Ward 20, Antioku. When the coffee shop closed for the night, no other customers remained. Unusually, the staff hadn't gone home yet. Instead, they'd gathered on the second floor to discuss certain matters. That human boy named Emaha Byakuya, he's really the investigator who eliminated Yamori. Tuka-chan wouldn't joke about something like this. I never saw that kid carrying a quinque around. Never thought he'd actually be an investigator. Still, being so young and able to defeat Yamori, that's genuinely impressive. They'd already learned of Byakuya's identity as a CCG investigator from Tuka. That guy's been pretty civil toward Ryuko-san, Hinamai-chan, and me, but we should still do our best to keep him from discovering Antioku's true nature. Tuka spoke up. Agreed. If the CCG found out I was once the famous Devil Ape, they definitely wouldn't let me off. Koma Enji joked with a hint of bravado. Irene didn't bother acknowledging his boast. Looks like we'll need to be more careful from now on. He comes to the shop so often we can't let him notice anything. Speaking of Byakuya's frequent visits, Irene suddenly thought of something. Come to think of it, doesn't Kamishiro Rise seem to have a pretty good relationship with that kid? What's that about? According to what he said, he doesn't know who the binge eater is. Meaning he probably thinks Rise is just an ordinary human girl. Tuka explained. Kamishiro-san has been getting close to an investigator for this long without being exposed. Irene was astonished. Seems like ordinary humans don't satisfy her anymore. She's switched her hunting target to something more thrilling. Howl investigators. Koma speculated. Yoshimura listened silently without speaking. Among those at Antioku, he undoubtedly understood the current situation best. Yoshimura had probably realized that Antioku's peaceful days were about to end. As for Yamo, he wasn't at the coffee shop, he was handling other matters. Meanwhile, Byakuya was in his room studying the exam materials. Making sure no one would disturb him, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he wasn't using it for anything critical, just memorizing the exam materials. With the Mangekyo Sharingan active, he could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything perfectly. His memorization efficiency was now maxed out, pure cheating. Even Byakuya himself hadn't expected that his first use of the Mangekyo Sharingan would be for studying. In less than one evening, he'd committed all the material firmly to memory. Just as he was about to rest, he heard a knock at the door. His Mangekyo Sharingan deactivated as he opened the door. There stood Rise, apparently fresh from bathing. Water droplets still clung to her skin, and she wore only a thin nightgown, her undergarments faintly visible beneath the fabric. It's about time for that thing again, isn't it? A blush crept across Rise's face, as if she were embarrassed to be asking. Byakuya immediately guessed what she meant. If I remember correctly, it's only been a few days since last time. But I want it. Rise went straight to pouting. And it didn't sound forced or awkward at all, rather, it made Byakuya's scalp tingle. You're really fine. One sip. That's it. Her pouting got him to compromise, though only slightly. The thing in question was drinking his blood. Rise's appetite was simply too great. He had only been a few days. Yay, I love you the most, darling. Your love is pretty cheap. Byakuya couldn't help but quip. Rise then flopped directly onto his bed, patting the mattress to invite him over. Byakuya took his time tidying the materials on his desk first, then went to her. He lay on his side, back facing her. Rise embraced him from behind, pressing close against his back. Her fangs found the same spot as before, the trapezius muscle between neck and shoulder. This time she bit cleanly, controlling the pressure perfectly, just enough to draw blood. She didn't bite any deeper, instead greedily beginning to drink. Since Byakuya's physical condition had improved significantly since last time, the pain was much reduced. Her bite barely registered as uncomfortable. But he wasn't about to indulge her. He'd said one sip, and he wouldn't allow a second. Alright, that's one. He patted her head gently. Only then did Rise reluctantly release him. Byakuya didn't need to treat the wound, it was already healing. After a while, he noticed something was off. Rise seemed to have settled in on his bed with no intention of leaving. 73, Chapter 73, Rise's sharp tongue and dark side. Now that we're done, go back to your own room to sleep. Seeing that Rise had no intention of getting off the bed, Byakuya reminded her directly. But he got no response. Finding this strange, he turned to look and found Rise with her eyes closed, apparently asleep. He didn't believe she could fall asleep that quickly. Stop pretending. If you want to sleep, go back to your own room. Rise showed no reaction whatsoever, remaining perfectly still. After all, you can never wake someone who's pretending to sleep. I refuse to believe I can't do anything about you. Byakuya wasn't about to let this slide, but he certainly wouldn't use force. Instead, his hands reached toward Rise's underarms. The sleeping Rise immediately reacted. She tried to hold back her laughter but quickly failed, letting out a sound caught between suppressed giggles and gasps. Her body trembled slightly. Unable to bear it, she grabbed both his wrists. So you were faking it. Can't keep up the act now, can you? Byakuya smiled faintly. I never realized you could be so mean. Rise shot him a resentful look. If you hadn't been pretending to sleep and refusing to leave, I wouldn't have resorted to this. She had no choice but to return to her own room. She didn't want him to do that to her again. As she left, Byakuya suddenly realized that Rise was quite ticklish. Perhaps this was a weakness worth exploiting? The next day, Byakuya went directly to the CCG main office in Ward 1 for his Rank 1 Investigator written exam and interview. The written exam, needless to say, was a breeze. He passed with near-perfect scores. The only deduction came from an essay section where perfect marks were virtually impossible. You passed the written exam flawlessly. You're the most formidable newcomer I've ever seen. The examiner couldn't help but marvel. He'd heard about this rookie eliminating a half-kakuja, but hadn't expected such outstanding performance on the written portion as well. A passing score of 60 on an exam where this candidate had scored 99, losing only 1 point on the final essay. Byakuya nodded slightly without saying much. The interview came next. A first-class investigator he didn't recognize conducted the interview, which concluded within minutes. After all, this was just a Rank 1 promotion interview, hardly meant to be grueling. Overall, Byakuya felt the written exam would be more challenging for most investigators. Many had begun specialized training at the academy from a young age, which meant their general education and study skills tended to be mediocre. That very day, Byakuya's status changed. From Rank 2 investigator to Rank 1 investigator. And that wasn't all, he'd also triggered the system's reward mechanism. Ding! Host promoted to Rank 1 investigator. Reward, 20 fusion points. If things continued this way, future promotions to first class, associate special class, and even special class investigator would bring more fusion points. Byakuya's reputation was gradually spreading within the CCG. Compared to his initial obscurity, he'd now achieved modest fame. While Byakuya was taking his exams, Rise was at Antioku reading a book. Tuka and the others noticed she'd come alone. Byakuya wasn't with her. They decided this was their chance to ask her some questions. Irene approached to invite her. Kamishiro-san, might we have a word? Oh, what can I do for you? Rise asked with a smile. There's something we'd like to ask you about. Rise didn't refuse, following Irene to the second floor. Downstairs, Yoshimura, Koma, Yamo, and the newly added Ryuko could handle the customers. Irene and Tuka conducted the conversation with Rise upstairs. What we want to know, Aojira, aware that the human named Amaha Byakuya is actually a ghoul investigator, aren't you? Tuka asked directly. In her mind, Rise definitely knew Byakuya was an investigator, so she didn't beat around the bush. Rise's expression showed no surprise. Byakuya had already told her he'd revealed his identity. That's right. I do know. Rise admitted with an unchanged smile. Tuka's pupils contracted slightly. So you really have been getting close to him on purpose. I didn't expect ordinary humans couldn't satisfy you. Enamoria VE actually set your sights on a ghoul investigator. This confirmed her earlier suspicions. So what if I have? Are you going to feel sympathy for a ghoul investigator? That would be laughable, childish, like kids who don't understand anything. Rise mocked her casually. She rarely showed this side of herself around Byakuya, but she'd always had a sharp tongue and a dark streak. Tsukiyama had been thoroughly triggered by her once before. Knowing full well the truth was different, she deliberately played along with Tuka's misunderstanding to toy with her. Tuka's brow furrowed with displeasure. But rather than snapping back, she said, I just don't want you bringing more trouble to Ward 20. If you really eat that investigator, the CCG will definitely send more investigators as reinforcements. The mess you create would fall on us to deal with. Tuka-chan, aren't you overstepping a bit? Rise's tone grew colder, her smile taking on a chilling edge. Whether I like him or want to eat him, whether I stay in Ward 20 or anywhere else, that's my freedom. Whether she was genuinely annoyed or still toying with Tuka was anyone's guess. This pushed Tuka over the edge. She shot up from her seat, her face cold. You're the one who shouldn't push it. Tuka, calm down a bit. Irene tried to intervene, but Rise only escalated further. Not only did she show no intention of apologizing, she rose to leave, tossing out one last contemptuous yet amused remark. I don't have time to play your boring little house games. My darling is waiting for me at home. 74, Chapter 74, Teaching Hinamai to Read. Tuka was furious, too angry to notice certain details in Rise's words. Even if she had noticed, she wouldn't have taken them seriously given how direct Rise had been. Tuka was now completely convinced that Rise was merely toying with the investigator's feelings. By the time Rise went back downstairs, Tuka was still seething from her mockery and provocation. Alright, that's just how she is. Regardless, we got the answers we needed. Irene tried to soothe her. Tuka calmed down fairly quickly. You're right, that woman isn't worth my anger. Originally, she'd harbored strong distaste for all Ghoul investigators, but Rise's behavior had actually made her feel somewhat sympathetic toward Byakuya. Back home, when Byakuya returned, Rise told him about the day's amusing events. That's quite the dark sense of humor, knowing they'd misunderstand and playing along to mess with them. Byakuya was somewhat exasperated. You went for some promotion exam today, right? How did it go? Rise asked. Passed without issues. I'm a rank 1 investigator now, though it doesn't mean much, just sounds better when you say it. Not bad. It would actually be a good thing if you could make special class at the CCG. Rise nodded. Special class was the highest rank below the CCG chairman, which meant far greater authority than lower ranks like rank 2 or rank 1. Moreover, the CCG's upper echelons were the Washiyo clan infiltrating enemy headquarters, essentially. Easy for you to say. Would it really be that hard? Honestly, those special class investigators don't seem like much. Except for Arima, you could completely replace any of them with your strength. Rise said offhandedly. In her eyes, those special class investigators were hardly impressive. Only Arima posed any real threat. That requires opportunities to demonstrate it. The upcoming Aojira Tree raid might be just such an opportunity. Aojira Tree, they're a Ghoul organization that's been eyeing me too. Perfect timing for your CCG to wipe them out. Rise hadn't paid them much attention before, but after Yamori attacked her, she'd become somewhat wary of that Ghoul group. Byakuya shook his head slightly. Aojira Tree won't be that easy to eliminate. They have an SSS-rated, one-eyed owl among them, plus quite a few S and SS-rated ghouls. Speaking of which, I'm curious, could you beat that one-eyed owl? The SSS rating didn't intimidate Rise. She smiled lightly as she asked. Who knows? I haven't faced that one directly yet. Byakuya said. But I'm fairly confident in my own strength. At his current level, he couldn't guarantee he could easily destroy the SSS-rated one-eyed owl or the Washiyo clan, but self-preservation was definitely within his capabilities. The Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities were enough to keep him from losing, but since it wasn't yet the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, each use carried a significant cost. Even with Hashirama cells offsetting some of the side effects, he couldn't abuse it recklessly. Take Obito, for example. He had relatively complete Hashirama cells and only used single-eye Kamui. The side effects were far less severe than using both Mangekyo eyes, not to mention Byakuya's Hashirama cells weren't complete. I believe in you. But do be careful when the time comes, otherwise. I'd lose such a perfect food source, wouldn't I? Rise directly compared Byakuya to food. But whether she was speaking truthfully or not, who could say? Sure, sure. Byakuya responded with a light smile. Despite having revealed his identity as a Ghoul investigator, Byakuya continued visiting Antioku as if nothing had happened. It didn't stop him from enjoying coffee and reading there. Tuka had taken note of this. By rights, investigators on duty always carried their quinque, a briefcase. But she'd never seen Byakuya bring one. He really did seem to just come here for coffee and books. But thinking about Rise, Tuka figured Byakuya was probably so bewitched by that woman that he came here daily to date her. She'd overlooked one thing though. Rise had said, "My darling is waiting for me at home," clearly indicating they were living together. But in that heated moment, already convinced Rise was treating Byakuya as prey, Tuka hadn't given those words much thought. For now, Tuka chose to assume Byakuya wasn't here investigating Antioku. Having arrived earlier than usual today, the shop had few customers, and Rise hadn't come with him. He noticed Hinamai sitting alone with a book, but she kept flipping pages back and forth, seemingly unable to understand the text. Byakuya recalled that Hinamai couldn't read. Given their circumstances, few ghouls could attend school like humans. It was risky. One slip revealing their ghoul identity could get them captured. He walked over and glanced at her book, one of Sentakatsuki's works, then asked, "Would you like me to read the words for you?" Hinamai looked up at him in surprise, clearly not expecting him to offer such help. After all, he was a Ghoul investigator, and she was a ghoul. But seeing his gentle smile, Hinamai nodded. Okay. She pulled the chair beside her closer, setting it next to her own. Byakuya sat down next to her and took the book. First, the title, Dear Kafka. It's also Sentakatsuki-sensei's debut novel. Starting from the first page, he read aloud for her, occasionally slowing down to teach her simpler characters. Ding. Host taught Hinamai Fuegaku 1 character. Reward, 1 fusion point. Byakuya was pleasantly surprised to discover this also earned fusion points. 75, Chapter 75, Lulicon. While working, Tuka noticed that Byakuya had somehow ended up sitting with Hinamai, teaching her to read. This surprised her. She knew Byakuya was decent toward Ryuko-san and Hinami, not like other investigators with their universally hostile attitudes toward ghouls, but being this kind exceeded her expectations. Besides Tuka, Ryuko was also working as a server. Seeing Hinamai getting along so well with the young investigator, she smiled warmly. Ding. Host taught Hinamai Fuegaku 100 characters. Reward, 10 fusion points. After considerable time, Hinamai had learned 100 characters. He couldn't just teach superficially, she needed to actually retain them. Reading progressed slowly while teaching, as they worked through the material together. Just then, Rise arrived at the coffee shop. When she pushed open the door and saw Byakuya and Hinamai reading side by side, an enigmatic smile crossed her previously expressionless face. She walked over and sat at their table, right beside Byakuya. Propping her delicate chin on one hand, she silently observed them. Byakuya naturally noticed her arrival. He glanced over, and seeing that she seemed content to just watch, he returned to teaching Hinamai. Lulakan. Rise suddenly spoke. What? Byakuya didn't immediately process this. I never realized before, so you're a Lulakan. Rise repeated. No, how am I a Lulakan? Byakuya was baffled. Hinamai wore a look of innocent confusion, clearly not understanding what Rise meant. Don't you know what you've done? Rise smiled as she asked. I'm just teaching her to read. Is that so? Yes. Since Rise didn't pursue it further, Byakuya continued what he'd been doing. She watched quietly for a while, gradually realizing it really was as he'd said. She dropped the subject. When lunchtime came, Byakuya checked the time. That's enough for today. I'm going to get lunch. You can review what I taught you earlier so you don't forget. Okay. Hinamai nodded obediently. But as Byakuya stood to leave, she spoke up. Aniai-chan. I'm Hinamai. Fuyaki Hinamai. Her voice was slightly timid, perhaps from shyness, or perhaps because of his investigator identity. I know, Hinamai-chan. Byakuya smiled. Rise had remained silent, only speaking once they were outside. That, Hinamai-chan, just now sounded pretty gentle, didn't it? Alright, give it a rest. Byakuya was mildly exasperated. Over the following days, Byakuya continued teaching Hinamai to read. Gradually, she became able to understand most of the text in books. She also developed a love for some Takatsuki's works. Takatsuki-sensei is amazing, writing so many wonderful books. I wonder what kind of person she is. Hinamai mused with curiosity. I've met Takatsuki-sensei. Honestly, she doesn't look much different from you, Hinamai-chan. Really? Hinamai found this hard to believe. Does that mean Takatsuki-sensei is about my age? Her first thought was about age, hence her disbelief. No, she's definitely older. She just looks about your size. In terms of height, both Hinamai and Ito were around 150 centimeters. Oh, that scared me. I thought Takatsuki-sensei was this young and already writing such amazing works. Actually, about that. Byakuya thought for a moment. It's been almost 10 years since Takatsuki-sensei published Dear Kafka. 10 years ago, she really might have been around your age. That's incredible. I still can't recognize so many characters. Hinamai sighed. It's fine. You're a fast learner. Soon you'll know most of them. Byakuya encouraged her. Hinamai nodded happily. Thank you, Aniai-chan. Just then, Tuka approached with 2 cups of coffee, setting them on Byakuya's table. His current cup was almost empty, but there was one problem: he hadn't ordered a second. Did you bring the wrong order? I don't think I ordered another cup. I decided to bring it myself. Is that a problem? Tuka's tone was neutral. This one's on me. No charge. Seeing how happy Hinamai was, she felt she should thank Byakuya somehow. Of course, it's not a problem. Byakuya gladly accepted. Tuka said nothing more, moving to attend to new customers. By the way, Aniai-chan, you said you met Takatsuki-sensei. Where was that? Hinamai asked with evident interest. There was a fan meet and greet before. There should be similar events in the future. I'll take you along next time so you can meet Takatsuki-sensei too. Yes. Hinamai agreed eagerly. As time passed, Ward 11 grew increasingly chaotic. Aojira Tree's ghouls had not only occupied Ward 11, destroying the original ghoul factions there, forcing survivors to either die or submit, but had also begun attacking the CCG branch station there. More and more investigators in Ward 11 were being killed by Aojira Tree. Tensions escalated dramatically. The CCG main office naturally took this seriously, mobilizing 3 special class investigators among many others for a strategy meeting regarding Ward 11. 76, Chapter 76, Tsukiyama Shiya. Meriditsuki, Kuroiwa Iwao, Shinohara Yukinorai. These 3 special class investigators would be leading the strategy meeting against Aojira Tree in Ward 11. This wasn't as simple as immediately deploying investigators to reinforce Ward 11. Meetings needed to be held first, even press conferences. Only after establishing a concrete battle plan would the CCG launch formal operations in Ward 11. As the CCG shifted focus to Ward 11, investigators were transferred from their original posts en masse. But they couldn't leave other areas too undermanned, so the Ward 1 main office spent these days frequently reassigning investigators. Only a few wards were overlooked, especially Ward 20. Since the Binge Eater had mysteriously become docile lately and Jason had already been eliminated by Byakuya, the associate special class investigator Hauji and his rank 2 partner Takaizawa, originally assigned to Ward 20, were temporarily reassigned elsewhere. The situation in Ward 11 was chaotic, affecting other areas as well. Aojira Tree's actions had alarmed not only humans but also ghouls. Most of the time, ghouls were the passive party. Few dared to actively attack CCG investigators. Antioku in Ward 20 was also closely watching developments in Ward 11. Yoshimura and Yamo were planning to visit Ward 11 to assess the situation firsthand. Today, an uninvited guest arrived at Antioku. The man wore a red suit and black leather shoes, with purple hair and handsome, refined features. This was Tsukiyama Shia. Ding-a-ling. The door chime rang as Tsukiyama pushed the door open. Upon entering Antioku, he spread his arms wide and inhaled deeply, eyes closed in apparent ecstasy. Magnific. Then he smiled at the servers before him, as if reuniting with old friends. It's been too long, everyone. This place is still so reassuring. But Tuka's brow furrowed, clearly unwelcoming. Her tone was cold. Tsukiyama. What do you want? This Tsukiyama was equally notorious in Ward 20 as a major troublemaker who'd caused them no fewer headaches than she had. Unlike Rise, who'd been relatively well-behaved lately, Tsukiyama remained as self-indulgent as ever, hunting humans at will. While Antioku didn't encourage Ward 20 ghouls to hunt humans, they didn't actively prevent it either. They simply established rules like a maximum of 1 hunt per month. So even though Rise and Tsukiyama had caused various incidents in Ward 20, Antioku hadn't taken action against them. Kirishima-san is as cold as ever. But that's part of your charm. Tsukiyama smiled lightly. Disgusting. You and your pretentious act. Tuka made no attempt to hide her revulsion. But Tsukiyama's skin was remarkably thick. Unfazed, he strolled further into the shop. Are these lovely ladies also new staff members? He'd noticed Ryuko and Hinamai. Hinamai found this strange man somewhat creepy. Seeing him approach, she grew frightened. Hinamai was already quite shy around strangers. Worried that Tsukiyama, who never knew when to stop, might scare her, Tuka blocked his path. Hey, you're not just disgusting, you're interfering with our work. Leave. Kirishima-san is so cold. Tsukiyama sighed slightly. He genuinely just wanted to meet the new staff members. As a gourmet, he had no interest in ghouls. He dropped by Antioku occasionally if nothing caught his interest, he wouldn't linger. But just as Tsukiyama was about to leave, the Akia and Rise arrived. Even through the closed door, he caught an unusual scent. Natwo scents. Tsukiyama not only faintly detected an extraordinary fragrance but also Rise's scent. His pupils contracted sharply. Though Rise's past actions still rankled him, what intrigued him more was who she'd brought and why they carried such an aroma. Aren't you leaving? Seeing Tsukiyama frozen in place, Tuka prodded. Tsukiyama was in no mood to respond. His attention was fixed on the front door. The next moment, the Akia and Rise pushed through together. Rise had caught Tsukiyama's scent outside, so her expression showed no surprise. Instead, she spoke with amusement. If it isn't the supremely boring Tsukiyama-kun. This wasn't their first encounter. When Rise first arrived in Ward 20, the renowned binge eater had received an invitation from Tsukiyama to join his exclusive gourmet club, connected to the so-called Ghoul restaurant. Tsukiyama had been quite sincere at the time, but Rise not only showed disinterest, she'd thoroughly mocked him. She'd dismissed his high-class cuisine as insufficient and scorned his pretending to be upper-class while being a ghoul as pathetic and boring. Tsukiyama, who treated cuisine as his religion, had been instantly triggered, but he hadn't dared confront Rise directly. Now, Rise's supremely boring Tsukiyama-kun had triggered him again, his features twisting. But then he caught that scent. Having closed the distance to the Akia, the aroma was now far richer than before. Tsukiyama's expression changed faster than flipping pages. The twisted grimace instantly transformed into a radiant smile. He'd identified the incredible fragrance as emanating from the young man beside Rise. He didn't want to show such an undashed gentlemanly side in front of him. This was unmistakably human, yet entirely unlike any ordinary human scent. He'd never encountered such an astonishing aroma. But Rise had already seen through him. Her smile remained, though a flash of coldness passed through her eyes. This boring idiot dared covet her food. 77, Chapter 77, Tsukiyama's Invitation. Kamishiro-san, is this young man a friend of yours? I don't believe we've met. Tsukiyama acted as if nothing had happened, as though he and Rise were old acquaintances. Not a friend. He's my man. Any problems with that, Tsukiyama-kun? Rise replied with a smile. Rather than immediately shutting Tsukiyama down, she wanted to toy with him a bit. Of course not. Tsukiyama's face was all smiles, but internally he was cursing Rise. He'd already identified the young man beside Rise as human, so naturally he didn't believe her nonsense. In his view, Rise just wanted to monopolize this delicious morsel, an absolutely shameless act. Moreover, Rise's reputation was firmly established. The title binge eater said it all. Keeping such delicious prey at her side to say she wasn't treating the Akia as a target would convince no one. Including Tuka, Irimi, and Koma. None of them believed Rise's words. Even the Akia himself remained somewhat guarded around Rise. Who could guarantee she wouldn't suddenly lose control? I'm Tsukiyama Shia. Here's my card. Perhaps we could share a drink here sometime. Tsukiyama directly produced a business card and offered it to the Akia. Ding. Host activating quest. Divine selection initiated. Option 1. Refused Tsukiyama's card. He'll still find ways to approach you. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2. Accept the card. Find an opportunity to capture Tsukiyama. Reward, 20 fusion points. Option 3, accept the card and find a way to enter the Ghoul restaurant venue. Reward, 50 fusion points. Byakuya accepted the card with an impassive expression. I'm Amaha Byakuya. Until next time then, Amaha-kun. Tsukiyama even threw a flirtatious wink before leaving the coffee shop. Tuka watched him go with dead fish eyes. She was certain Tsukiyama had no idea Byakuya was actually a Ghoul investigator. She had no intention of warning him. If this troublesome pest got caught by an investigator, he'd deserve it. She could also tell that Tsukiyama's earlier behavior indicated he'd set his sights on Byakuya. She understood why whenever she got close to Byakuya, she could smell his scent too. It was far more tempting to ghouls than ordinary humans. No wonder Rise was willing to risk crossing the CCG to target him. But unlike Rise and Tsukiyama with their obsessive appetites, Tuka could control her hunger. She harbored no such thoughts about Byakuya. Byakuya and Rise then found a seat. Rise whispered in his ear, "Did you notice that guy's true nature?" "I did. A ghoul, right?" Byakuya said, "Most of this coffee shop's customers are ghouls anyway, and he knew you. Those two facts alone confirm his identity." He examined Tsukiyama's card. It was really just a card, only Tsukiyama's name and contact information, no specific identity details. Like the fact that Tsukiyama was heir to the Tsukiyama group. The next day, Tsukiyama returned to Antioku. He was already growing impatient. Seeing Tsukiyama again, Tuka felt annoyed. But this pest didn't usually come so frequently. Obviously, he was here for Byakuya. Though she found him repulsive, she still didn't want to interfere. After all, Byakuya had eliminated even Yamori. Tsukiyama shouldn't be a concern. This time, Tsukiyama didn't bother greeting Tuka and the others. He headed straight for Byakuya. "Amaha-kun, we meet again." He sat directly across from Byakuya. "I'm rather fond of making friends. Sometimes I might seem a bit forward, I hope you don't mind." "Not at all." Byakuya shook his head. "That's a relief." Tsukiyama's visible relief was obviously performed. "By the way, Kamishiro-san mentioned yesterday that you're her man. I'm curious whether that means what I think it does." "Well, I'm not entirely sure myself." Byakuya smiled somewhat awkwardly. He deliberately played dumb. "Oh my, that was thoughtless of me asking such a private question." Tsukiyama's tone held a note of apology. Internally, he'd drawn his conclusions. He was now even more certain this human youth was Rise's prey. Perfect timing. Rise wasn't here today. If he stole the food right from under her nose, that would be the most satisfying revenge. Moreover, the young man before him was unlike anything he'd ever tasted. Even setting aside revenge, he had to have this haute cuisine for himself. Though Rise's strength made him wary, he wasn't worried about retaliation after all. He had the Tsukiyama family behind him. "Actually, I'm hosting a grand banquet soon. There'll be many beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen. Would you be interested in attending, Amaha-kun?" Tsukiyama extended the invitation. "Also, if you're curious about Kamishiro-san, I could share some things about her privately. We're old acquaintances, after all." He dangled Rise Kamishiro as bait, assuming Byakuya was thoroughly infatuated and wrapped around her finger. He knew Rise's preferred hunting method was seducing men, so his guess seemed reasonable. If this kid was obsessed with Rise, this hook should work. "Sure. I'd like to learn more about Rise-san." Byakuya's face took on an innocent, naive expression like a young man completely ensnared by Rise. 78 Chapter 78 Tuka's concern. Yes. This was it. Tsukiyama was internally elated. The expression on Byakuya's face was clearly that of someone utterly bewitched by Rise. That woman was truly despicable, playing with people's emotions like this. He would grant Amaha-kun release. Thrilled at his imminent success, Tsukiyama was getting excited. Still, he did his best to suppress his excitement, fearing he might tip his hand and arouse suspicion. "Then it's settled. The banquet is tonight. I'll come back around evening to collect you." For now, he needed to prepare the Ghoul restaurant. After Tsukiyama left, Byakuya remained seated, reading and drinking coffee as usual, seemingly unsuspicious of anything. Tuka had been watching the entire time. Though she hadn't heard their conversation clearly, knowing Tsukiyama's usual methods, she could guess what he was planning. She was particularly struck by how untroubled Byakuya appeared. If Byakuya had no guard up at all, Tsukiyama might actually succeed. Though she found the guy annoying, Tuka couldn't simply ignore this. She and Ryuko-san and Hinamai all owed Byakuya their lives. After internal debate, she decided to intervene. She approached him and said quietly, "Do you know what kind of person that Tsukiyama is?" "He's Rai-san's friend." Even in front of Tuka, Byakuya continued his act. The Ghoul restaurant was his current priority. "Idiot." Tuka immediately responded. "Kamishiro-san and that guy barely know each other. You believe everything he says." "Is that so? Well, it's still nice to learn even a little about Rai-san. That's why you're an idiot. You're a Ghoul investigator, probably one of the CCG's elite. Didn't you notice Tsukiyama is a Ghoul?" Tuka's tolerance for stupidity was reaching its limit. She directly revealed Tsukiyama's true identity. He was going to attack Byakuya eventually anyway. This just meant Byakuya finding out sooner rather than later. I feel like you've gotten dumber lately. You weren't like this when you eliminated Yamori. Tuka had this strange feeling. Back then, when he'd revealed his investigator identity, he'd left a strong impression on her. Could it be, you've really been bewitched stupid by that woman? It suddenly occurred to her that Byakuya had mentioned Tsukiyama would share information about Rise. So he'd accepted Tsukiyama's invitation for Rise's sake. This was just. Tuka pressed her palm to her forehead. Though he was a strong investigator, he was still a teenage boy going through puberty. So easily wrapped around that bad woman's finger. Sigh. Is that woman really so great? Never mind. Do what you want. I've said what I needed to said and blame me for not warning you when you regret it. With that, she was done caring about his business. She felt inexplicably disappointed in Byakuya. He'd seemed so reliable when he saved them from Yamori, even a little cool. Now he was completely lost to Rise. Thank you for the warning, Kirishima-san. But don't worry about Maya did mention I'm a ghoul investigator, after all. Byakuya suddenly spoke with a light smile, as if everything was under control. Hearing this tone, Tuka turned back. Seeing his composed smile as though everything was going according to plan was completely different from a boy whose brain had been scrambled by a woman. Good to know. Tuka understood then. She let out a soft tch. What was this guy? And she'd actually been worried about him. Turned out he was deliberately walking into Tsukiyama's trap. Still, Tuka remained convinced that when it came to Rise, Byakuya was already caught. Otherwise, so much time had passed. Byakuya and Rise visited the shop together almost daily like some little couple. If Byakuya knew Rise's true identity, there was no reason to delay this long. She couldn't reconcile such domestic games with Ghoul Investigator. At evening, Tsukiyama arrived as promised. He'd changed into a new suit, apparently valuing this new friend highly. Tuka had already been reassured by Byakuya. She didn't even glance at Tsukiyama as he led Byakuya away, treating him like thin air. Tsukiyama didn't care about such things. He was long used to Tuka's attitude. What mattered was that he was about to enjoy the incredible delicacy that was Byakuya. And stolen right from Riz's most satisfying form of revenge. He and Rise were both gourmet and binge eater respectively, both valuing food above all else. Neither cared much for physical conflict. While Tsukiyama was internally gloating, Byakuya's lips curved slightly upward. He'd accepted this invitation for his own benefit. Beyond system rewards, he could also randomly pick off some unfortunate souls at the Ghoul restaurant to pad his achievements. After all, plenty of ghouls attended including Ghoul High Society. 79, Chapter 79, Ghoul Restaurant. Ward 7, Ghoul Restaurant. More precisely, an exclusive members-only restaurant for ghouls. In Tsukiyama's words, it became a banquet. Byakuya and Tsukiyama had arrived at the venue inside a luxurious hotel. This was actually a Tsukiyama Group property, repurposed by Tsukiyama for the Ghoul restaurant. Tsukiyama Group's president, Tsukiyama Mirumo, was a relatively law-abiding ghoul who doted on his only son. He basically indulged whatever Tsukiyama wanted. Please, Amaha-kun. Tsukiyama opened the entrance door for Byakuya. This wasn't yet the main venue. A dedicated attendant will see to you. I have some matters to handle first if you'll excuse me. He disappeared into the hotel. Ding. Host completed option 3, accept the card and enter the Ghoul restaurant venue. Reward, 50 fusion points. A female attendant wearing a white mask, likely one of the Tsukiyama family's servants hiding her ghoul identity, led Byakuya to another area. He carried a backpack, but no one paid it any attention including Tsukiyama. After all, he was a university student at Kamiai. Carrying a backpack wasn't unusual. But the backpack contained only one thing, the 13th Jason briefcase. With this S+ rated quinque, even against SS rated ghouls, he wouldn't need to use his Mangekyo Sharingan or lethal jutsu. Those abilities attracted too much attention, best avoided when possible. Byakuya was first taken to a bath, required to wash up, apparently a banquet rule. Knowing full well what this meant, he said nothing and entered the bathroom. The attendant had prepared a black suit for him. After bathing, he changed into the suit, storing his original clothes in the backpack atop the briefcase. He was then led to an opulent reception room. Besides himself, 2 others were present. A middle-aged man who looked like a white-collar worker, and a rather heavy-set middle-aged woman. Ah, hello. The middle-aged man noticed Byakuya entering and greeted him immediately. It was just 2 of us waiting, a bit unsettling. Good to see another young man join us. Hello. Byakuya responded expressionlessly. These 2 ordinary humans had also been lured to the Ghoul restaurant by various means. They still had no idea what awaited them. I'm an editor at Shoei Publishing for Tokyo Gourmet Magazine. The name's Kobachi. Even here, the white-collar worker handed Byakuya a business card as was customary. Byakuya chatted with Kobachi while the middle-aged woman remained mostly silent. After a while, another attendant arrived, pushing a cart with cookies and 3 cups of coffee. Pre-dinner refreshments. Please enjoy while you wait. These cookies are a bit dry and flavorless, but maybe that's what makes them feel upscale. Kobachi critiqued while eating. Byakuya eyed the coffee but didn't drink. Who knew if those cookies or coffee were laced with human flesh? After considerable time, the attendant finally returned. sorry for the wait. Please follow me now. Byakuya was led to a spacious, eerie room empty except for a dining table, 3 chairs, and a large crate of unknown contents. The attendant then locked the heavy security door behind them. Ooh, not bad. Quite interesting. Kobachi stroked his chin. Despite the increasingly bizarre atmosphere, this guy was still thinking about upscale experiences. Only later did the middle-aged woman notice the door wouldn't open and such a heavy security door was clearly abnormal. What does locking the door mean? We can't get out now. She still hadn't imagined worse scenarios. Kobachi was even more oblivious, sitting there anticipating the fine cuisine to come, completely conned by this members-only restaurant. Sorry for the wait, everyone. Dinner is now ready. Just then, a voice echoed from ceiling speakers. Here it comes. Kobachi thought food was about to arrive. Instead, the next announcement made him freeze. Tonight's dinner consists of these 3 individuals. As the voice finished, the ceiling began parting sideways, revealing audience members in various masks peering down at Byakuya's group from all around. The first man is an editor for Tokyo Gourmet magazine. Though he works at a desk, he exercises regularly. His firm, healthy muscles should be quite chewy. He probably never imagined he'd become part of tonight's dinner. Introduced by Mr. Tr. Kobachi was stunned, his brain unable to process what was happening. The second woman is a plump sow. She refused to bathe, so there may be residual oil, but rest assured, she'll be thoroughly cleaned. Introduced by Mr. PG. The middle-aged woman reacted faster, immediately screaming at the audience, Suta. Mr. PG Suta wore a clown mask, but beneath it was actually Furuta. He'd deliberately styled his hair messily so no one would recognize him except Byakuya. Hi, Ami-chan. Furuta waved at the middle-aged woman cheerfully. You tricked me. What about our marriage promise? And what is tonight's dinner? The woman named Ami roared. Oops, sorry everyone. I shouldn't have dated a pig. Furuta apologized to the surrounding audience. As Ami screamed louder, the MC was already introducing the final dish. Finally, tonight's main course. An incomparably exquisite delicacy, the target of Ward 20's binge eater herself. Introduced by Mr. MM. When Byakuya's introduction came, he'd already reached for his backpack, expression unchanged. /////. If you're reading this, please leave a review for this novel. It costs you nothing and it really helps me. Smiley face. We only have 8 so far. 80, Chapter 80, The Scrapper. Byakuya slowly removed his backpack, holding it by the straps. A student. But young flesh is more tender. Just my type. The binge eater. I've heard of her. Enormous appetite, but she's not particularly picky, is she? Her targets aren't necessarily delicious. Forget the binge eater. This is from Mr. MM. You might doubt her, but you can't doubt Mr. MM. Oh, sure. Sure's offerings are always excellent. While the distinguished guests murmured among themselves, the man called Mr. rose from his seat. He wore a crescent moon mask covering most of his face, leaving only the right half exposed. Ladies and gentlemen, come. Please enjoy the ultimate cuisine. I stake my name on it. This is absolutely the most exquisite delicacy you've ever tasted. Tsukiyama declared confidently. While guests applauded and cheered, the clown-masked Furuta showed little reaction. His gaze remained fixed on Byakuya below. This kid showing up here was mildly surprising. He knew one thing: Byakuya was already a CCG investigator who had eliminated Yamori. After all, Furuta was Washiya. Learning CCG matters was no challenge. That backpack almost certainly contained a quinque. Though Furuta had no intention of confronting Byakuya directly, he wasn't leaving. He wanted to watch the show. What do we do now? Kobachi's legs gave out in terror. Ami was too frightened to keep screaming. Now, let tonight's dinner show begin. As the MC's announcement ended, a door in the side wall slowly rose. Tonight's scrapper has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, the dismemberment show is about to begin. Amid the announcement and audience cheers, a massive, incredibly muscular man emerged shirtless, head wrapped in cloth, carrying specialized butchering tools. Please, be gentle. The scrapper's voice was childlike, incongruous with his fearsome appearance. Itadaka Mesa. The scrapper slowly approached the 3, quite politely. Haha, I see. This must be performance art, right? I encountered similar dining experiences while researching in France, enjoying cuisine while experiencing heart-pounding thrills. Even now, Kobachi fantasized this was all a joke. The distinguished guests above looked at him like he was an idiot. Byakuya was rather exasperated with this guy too. Just as the scrapper drew close, Ami, having realized this was no act, suddenly lunged forward, kicking hard at Byakuya's back. Obviously, she hoped to use him as a distraction while she escaped. But Byakuya had anticipated this. He sidestepped, grabbed Ami's collar, and with tremendous force, hurled her at the scrapper. Given Byakuya's strength combined with Ami's considerable mass, even though the scrapper was at least twice her size, he was knocked down by the flying impact. With you, it hurts. Mama, it hurts. The scrapper whined like a child. The commotion above fell silent. This was unexpected. A human who could resist the scrapper like this? Ami scrambled to her feet to flee, but after a few steps, her legs suddenly went numb and she collapsed. What's happening? Ami was baffled. Byakuya immediately understood the coffee had been poisoned. It was taking effect now, and Kobachi was also paralyzed on the ground. Good thing he hadn't touched that coffee. He couldn't recall all the original details like the poisoned coffee, but his instincts had saved him. Byakuya now pulled the quinque briefcase from his backpack. Seeing that familiar-looking case, several ghouls reacted. That's a dove weapon. He's a dove. Mr. What's the meaning of this? You brought us a dove. Are there other doves who've infiltrated the ghoul restaurant? The briefcase's appearance triggered panic. Tsukiyama hadn't expected Byakuya to be an investigator, but he forced himself to remain calm. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't worry. This is my surprise for you as the delicious ghoul investigator, even finer cuisine. This building was his territory. He was certain no other investigators had infiltrated. As for Byakuya, as he looked, he probably wasn't a serious threat. Tsukiyama's eyes beneath his mask grew cold. He truly hadn't expected Rise to be involved with an investigator, but fortunately this was just a greenhorn. Tonight's banquet shouldn't be ruined. With Tsukiyama's reassurance, the other ghouls relaxed. The true feast now begins. Byakuya spoke quietly as he unlocked the briefcase's biometric seal. The sword form, 13th Jason, materialized. He'd already scanned the ghouls above. Besides Furuta, he spotted no one particularly dangerous like the SS-rated Big Madam from the original timeline, who wasn't present. Baby, fight. Do well and Mama will reward you handsomely at home. A woman in the gallery wearing sunglasses and heavy makeup called out loudly. This was Madame A, owner of tonight's scrapper. But just then, two figures appeared behind Madame A. Kurona and Nashiro Yasuhisa signed to protect her, as she was Dr. Kanu's assistant who helped raise his specimens. And at this moment, they spotted Byakuya below, alone and surrounded. // If you're reading this, please leave a review for this novel. It costs you nothing and it really helps me. Smiley face. We only have 8 so far. 81, Chapter 81, reuniting with Kurona and Nashiro. By this point, Kurona and Nashiro Yasuhisa had already undergone Dr. Kanu's experiments. Currently, they were the only 2 successful specimens under his control. In other words, they had become artificial half-ghoul-sonide ghouls. Under orders from their father Kanu, they served as Madame A's personal bodyguards. They each wore masks with black and white stripes. Kurona's mask had only a right eye hole with vertical stripes, while Nashiro's was the opposite, with only a left eye hole and horizontal stripes. The single eye holes corresponded to their Kokugan. Kurona's was in her right eye, Nashiro's in her left. Neither had expected to encounter Byakuya at a place like the Ghoul restaurant. The moment they spotted him, both sisters' pupils trembled. They were torn. They had to protect Madame A, and going to rescue Byakuya would mean disobeying father's orders and offending the Madame organization, causing enormous trouble for him. Madame was one of the most prominent upper-class ghoul factions, possessing staggering financial resources. Both the Ghoul restaurant and the auction were founded and operated by Madame. While they remained frozen in indecision, Byakuya had already made his move against the scrapper. The scrapper had risen at Madame A's command and charged ferociously toward Byakuya. Byakuya surged forward, thrusting the sword form Jason straight through the scrapper's abdomen. That single strike essentially ended the fight. Ma. The scrapper collapsed, crying out in agony. An S+ rated quinque's lethality was nothing like ordinary weapons. The scrapper's internal organs had been virtually shredded by that one thrust. Baby! Madame A screamed from above, but her voice cut off the next instant. Byakuya had already shifted from the Rinkaku sword form to Yukaku mode. The blade tip transformed into a barrel, and countless blade-like bullets shot forth. Byakuya fired casually, not targeting anyone specific, just randomly selecting some lucky audience members as his trophies. He couldn't possibly capture every ghoul present. Too much effort for too little reward. Nearly everyone here was ghoul nobility, not necessarily strong, but backed by powerful factions. Setting aside whether he could even manage it without using jutsu or his Mangekyo Sharingan, even if he could round up every ghoul here, the consequences would be problematic. First, he'd face retaliation from multiple factions. Second, he'd attract the Washiyo clan's attention. The Washuas were ultimately a ghoul family. The Tsukiyama family and other ghoul factions simply weren't as well hidden as the Washuas, but fundamentally they operated the same way. The Washuas surely had private dealings with other upper-class ghoul factions. If Byakuya offended all these factions at once, and his non-half-human self performed too impressively, his situation would become dire. Ding! Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. Ding! Host defeated a B-rated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. As countless blades crippled or killed several ghouls, most of the others scattered in panic. The scene descended into chaos. Kurona and Nashiro immediately moved to cover Madame A's retreat. Young master, we must go. A masked female servant urged Tsukiyama. The Tsukiyama family couldn't openly oppose CCG investigators. Even with their connections to the Washiyo clan, the CCG wasn't entirely under Washiyo control. The vast majority of CCG investigators were human. Among special class investigators, only Arima was under Washiyu control. The Washuas had to maintain appearances before human investigators, otherwise they couldn't have hidden their identity this long. The Washiyu clan had to side with humans, at least publicly. Tsukiyama covered his masked face with one hand. Though deeply reluctant, he withdrew from the Ghoul restaurant with the servant. As for Furuta, he'd vanished without a trace at some point. If Byakuya had one specific target, it was Madame A. He knew she was Dr. Kanu's assistant. He was curious about Kanu's current situation, so capturing her seemed worthwhile. He'd also noticed Kurona and Nashiro protecting Madame A. Even with their masks on, he could easily recognize them. Byakuya leaped upward from below, landing directly on the viewing platform. The sisters' retreat speed while covering Madame A was far too slow compared to his. He caught up in an instant. Kurona and Nashiro turned to block him, but seeing Byakuya made them hesitate. That brief moment of hesitation was potentially fatal. Byakuya flashed before them instantly, both hands simultaneously removing their masks. Both sisters instinctively covered their faces with their hands. They didn't want Byakuya to see. Kurona-san, Nashiro-san. So it really is you two, making this kind of mistake again. Byakuya spoke calmly. He didn't do anything to them. Instead, he casually tossed aside the masks and turned to attack Madame A. In desperation, Madame A released her Kagun, her fierce Kakugan visible even through her sunglasses. But she was far too weak against Byakuya. Her Kakuhao and Kagun were severed in an instant by the sword form Jason. Gah! Critically wounded, Madame A lost all ability to resist, collapsing to her knees and coughing up blood. Ding! Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. The S+ rated quinque's benefits were immense. Even without jutsu, dealing with A-rated ghouls was as easy as slicing vegetables. Even now, Kurona and Nashiro hadn't forgotten father's orders. They desperately wanted to rescue Madame A from Byakuya. Byakuya's gaze shifted to them. You're no match for me. Are you sure you still want to fight? 82, Chapter 82. Don't blame me. Kurona and Nashiro understood their position. The strength Byakuya had just displayed was beyond what they could handle. They hadn't expected that even as one-eyed ghouls, the gap between themselves and Byakuya would remain so vast. Still, they steeled themselves to fight. These were father's orders. Even knowing they couldn't win, they refused to give up. Seeing them waver between hesitation and determination, Byakuya knew they wouldn't be easily reasoned with. He could at least observe what their Kagun looked like. Release Madame A. We only want to take her, we don't want to fight you. Kurona deliberately adopted a cold expression as she spoke. She's my capture target. Why would I just release her? Byakuya shook his head slightly. Then don't blame us. As her words fell, Kurona charged at Byakuya, Nashiro moving almost simultaneously. Kurona's left eye and Nashiro's right eye transformed into crimson Kakugan, and from their waists emerged 4 red Rinkaku tentacles, each nearly identical to Rai's. Rais had been at Byakuya's side almost constantly, so these couldn't be hers. That meant some Washiyu clan ghoul must have become the experimental donor. Kagun had hereditary characteristics among ghouls, just as Yoshimura had passed his Yukaku Kakuhao and highly similar Kagun to Ito. Though Ito's Kakuja form now resembled a monster, her early Kakuja form had looked nearly identical to Yoshimura's non-killing owl. Even though Yoshimura had deliberately altered his Kakuja form to match his daughter's earlier appearance to protect her, such perfect mimicry wouldn't be possible without a genetic connection. All Washuas were pure-blooded Gulshaft humans were relegated to branch families. Theoretically, all Washiyu Kagun would be similar. Ding! Host activating quest. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, forcibly take Madame A, ignoring Kurona and Nashiro. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, capture Kurona and Nashiro, imprison them in Cochlea, and expose Kanu's plans. Reward, 50 fusion points. Option 3, help Kurona and Nashiro escape their current predicament of being deceived by Kanu. Reward, 100 fusion points. Byakuya chose without hesitation option 3. He'd always intended to help the sisters see Kanu's true face before they committed too many crimes under his direction. Not that Kanu's face was evil, exactly. He was extremely rational, willing to sacrifice anything to achieve his goals. He'd never truly considered the sisters as daughters and didn't care whether they lived or died. I should be the one saying, don't blame me. Byakuya spoke quietly, then moved to end the fight quickly. He shifted Jason to shield form. The massive shield easily blocked the sisters' Kagun without leaving a single mark. Washiyu Kagun were top tier, especially Rinkaku with its high attack power. But the sisters' control over their Kagun was still too poor, nowhere near their full potential. Like how Kaneki couldn't use his Kagun at first in the original timeline. It wasn't until Yamurai's mentorship, that brutal torture, that Kaneki awakened and instantly reached S+ levels or higher, conservatively SS-. Byakuya simply switched back to sword form and thrust forward, severing the fragile Rinkaku tentacles. The blade also wounded Nashiro's Kakuhao. Kakuhao damage was extremely dangerous for any ghoul with only one. Regeneration failed, Kagun couldn't be released, essentially a sitting duck. For Nashiro, who hadn't yet mastered her body, this was life-threatening. The severity depended on the extent of damage. Above 70% meant no recovery was possible, unless you were a half-kakuja or kakuja with multiple kakuhou who could sacrifice one. Nashiro. Seeing Nashiro critically wounded, Kurona threw all other thoughts aside. All she wanted was to save her sister. Byakuya stopped there. He would never push the sisters to their deaths. Injuring Nashiro was unavoidable, because without doing so, they wouldn't face reality. Byakuya sighed internally. He approached the sisters and left a business card with his contact information. If you trust me, you can ask for my help anytime. With those words, he walked away from the sisters. He knew clearly the current Kurona and Nashiro wouldn't fully trust him. They still held unconditional faith in their father Kanu. Only when he ruthlessly abandoned them would they finally understand. That's why he'd been harsh with Nashiro. Even if he hadn't done this, when the CCG eventually raided Kanu's underground laboratory, the sisters would still be injured by Suzuya or other investigators. Suzuya would actually be the better outcome, at least he'd show some mercy. Other investigators might kill the sisters outright. At least compared to Suzuya's sadistic torture, Byakuya had been quick about it. His goal was to help the sisters break free sooner and use his abilities to prevent Nashiro's tragic death. Hearing Byakuya's words, Kurona simply held Nashiro without turning around or responding. Finding that Nashiro's condition, while terrible, wasn't fatal, and that Byakuya showed no intention of finishing them off, Kurona immediately fled with her sister. As for Madame A, Kurona couldn't care less. All that mattered now was Nashiro's safety. She had to get Nashiro back to father. He could definitely save her. But before leaving, Kurona's gaze flickered with uncertainty as she took the contact information Byakuya had left. 83, Chapter 83, Abandoned Kurona and Nashiro. Meanwhile, Byakuya called the CCG and briefly explained the situation, requesting backup. Investigator Amaha, are you saying you're alone at the Ghoul restaurant, in Ward 7? The assistant investigator on the other end sounded incredulous, confirming the details. The CCG had raided a Ghoul restaurant in another ward before. That operation had required numerous investigators because of the sheer number of ghouls gathered there. Suzuya had been rescued during that raid. Because of that previous incident, the ghouls here had fled decisively once they realized Byakuya was trouble. Yes. The specific location is. Byakuya provided the exact address. Understood. Please hold on, Investigator Amaha. Backup will arrive as quickly as possible. The CCG immediately dispatched investigators from the Ward 7 branch. Waiting for investigators from other wards would take too long. What they didn't know was that Byakuya had already demolished the Ghoul restaurant. Actually, the situation here is mostly under control. But I can't guarantee there aren't any remaining ghouls who might ambush you, so stay alert. Understood. The assistant investigator was astonished. Had Investigator Amaha single-handedly taken down the Ghoul restaurant? While waiting for them to process the scene, Byakuya checked for any stragglers who'd been too slow. He captured several more ghouls. Ding! Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. Ding! Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. About 10 minutes later, numerous investigators arrived from the Ward 7 branch. Armored vehicles surrounded the building, immediately establishing a perimeter. But the cordon was meaningless. Gnolls who could escape had already fled, and those who couldn't had been captured by Byakuya. When the investigators cautiously advanced, they found only one person leaning against a wall, apparently waiting for them. Though they'd never met Byakuya, the quinque briefcase at his feet identified him as Investigator Amaha. You must be Investigator Amaha. Apologies for our delayed arrival. The squad leader, a first-class investigator, addressed him. It's fine. I'll leave the cleanup to you. Byakuya spoke evenly. Understood. Are there any remaining ghouls in the building? The first class confirmed the building was too large to search quickly. Hard to say. There might be a few hiding somewhere. Be careful. Afterward, both ghoul corpses and the incapacitated ghouls Byakuya had subdued were taken back to the CCG. The building remained cordoned off until they completed their sweep. No remaining ghouls were found. When they tried investigating the building's owner, they hit a dead end and didn't pursue it further. After all, the CCG already knew the Ghoul restaurant was operated by Madame. After fleeing the building with the wounded Nashiro, Kurona headed straight home. Kanu's underground laboratory was beneath their family home. Kurona found Kanu, who was researching one-eyed ghoul experiments. Father, Nashiro's hurt. Please save her. Kurona's voice was frantic. But Kanu continued his work, only turning around after a moment to glance at them expressionlessly. He could tell at a glance that Nashiro was nearly beyond saving. Approximately 70% kakuhou damage. Recovery probability was extremely low, and it would waste considerable time. So he simply gave up on Nashiro. As for Kurona, she might resent him and leave because of this. But he didn't care. To him, Kurona and Nashiro had always been marginally successful specimens who fell short of his ideal. Their demonstrated abilities were too mediocre. The only specimens that satisfied Kanu were the awakened Kaneki, especially after manifesting his centipede half-kakuja form, and the similarly tortured Pineapple King Takaizawa. Half-baked specimens like Kurona and Nashiro were disposable. She's beyond saving. Kanu offered no explanation, simply returned to his work after dropping those words. But Nashiro's still breathing. Kurona couldn't understand why father would abandon Nashiro. If you think she can be saved, figure it out yourself. I have no time to waste on you. Kanu's tone was cold. Only then did Kurona realize her father didn't care about them at all. Kurona lowered her head in despair, then gritted her teeth and left the laboratory with the unconscious Nashiro. In a deserted area, she sat on the ground holding Nashiro, completely lost. She wanted to find a way to save Nashiro but had no ideas. And Nashiro looked like she couldn't hold on much longer. What should she do? In her desperate, helpless state, Kurona suddenly remembered the business card Byakuya had left with his contact information. It felt strange. Byakuya had been the one who injured Nashiro, yet now she had to ask him for help. But she remembered his final words whether she was willing to trust him. She and Nashiro had nowhere else to turn. There was no better option. After agonizing over it, Kurona took out her phone and dialed Byakuya's number. When he answered, she spoke urgently. Nashiro won't last much longer. I trust you, but, can you help? 84, Chapter 84, Rise meets Kurona. Where are you? I'm coming now. Byakuya wasted no words. Kurona gave him the location. Don't leave there. I'll arrive soon. He hung up and headed toward them at maximum speed. He certainly didn't want Nashiro to die because he was too slow. Soon, Byakuya reached the location Kurona had described. Overgrown with weeds, nearly deserted. Inside an abandoned building, he found Kurona holding Nashiro. Seeing the quinque briefcase in his hand, Kurona instinctively tightened her grip on Nashiro, clearly afraid. Byakuya noticed and set the briefcase aside before approaching. Let me check Nashiro's condition. He crouched before them. It's bad. She might not make it. Kurona spoke with pessimism. Maybe I should absorb Nashiro into my body to keep her alive. That won't work. Byakuya spoke directly. The original timeline had proven that much. He immediately used the Hiriko 176 he kept in his inner pocket to cut his palm, letting blood flow into Nashiro's mouth. Nashiro was unconscious and couldn't eat his flesh on her own. Yes, Byakuya planned to save Nashiro with his own blood and flesh. His body contained Hashirama cells. The restorative effect on ghouls would be completely different from ordinary humans. Nashiro wasn't completely beyond saving. Though her Kakuhou was 70% damaged, she could recover if regeneration kicked in. Blood wasn't as effective as flesh, but this was emergency treatment to sustain Nashiro's life until she woke up. Will this really work? Kurona was skeptical. But then she suddenly noticed Byakuya smelled incredible. She could barely resist the urge to bite him. But with Nashiro's condition still critical, she couldn't afford such thoughts. Of course it will. Come back to my place for now. Once Nashiro wakes up on her own, I can help her fully recover. Okay. Though this was Kurona's first time going to a guy's home, under these circumstances, she couldn't worry about that. Kurona and Nashiro were already wearing black and white robes respectively. Kurona pulled up her hood to obscure her face and helped the unconscious Nashiro do the same. Then she followed close behind Byakuya, carrying Nashiro. What surprised Kurona along the way was that Byakuya's physical capabilities exceeded even hers and Nashiro's as ghouls. He was clearly slowing down for her, otherwise she couldn't have kept up. During their earlier fight, she'd felt his overwhelming strength and assumed it came from his quinque. But now it seemed his physical abilities alone surpassed theirs. If Nashiro's situation weren't more urgent, Kurona would have demanded an explanation. Carrying Nashiro, Kurona followed Byakuya all the way to Ward 20. They moved covertly the entire way, avoiding ordinary people and especially the CCG. At his front door, Kurona suddenly noticed Nashiro's condition had significantly improved. Her breathing was no longer labored, and her expression looked peaceful rather than pained, as if she were merely asleep. Nashiro's out of danger. Kurona couldn't help exclaiming. Byakuya also felt relieved. I told you she'd gradually improve. Now we just need to wait for her to wake up. This didn't mean Nashiro was fully healed. Her condition had stabilized, but her damaged Kakuhou hadn't recovered, still a serious problem. Kurona nodded happily. She followed Byakuya inside, automatically saying, pardon the intrusion. But someone was already home. Rise. Expecting only Byakuya, Rise heard another woman's voice and came out to investigate. The next moment, Rise and the Nashiro carrying Kurona came face to face. Rise rarely wore glasses at home. She wasn't nearsighted. Before, glasses had been part of her bookish girl act to lure prey. A faint light flickered in Rise's eyes, and a subtle smile appeared. Darling, what exactly is this situation? Why did you suddenly bring other girls home? Darling. Hearing that word, Kurona couldn't help but take notice. It's a long story. I'll explain everything later. Byakuya then addressed Kurona. Kurona-san, put Nashiro-san on the bed to rest. Rise could see the white-haired girl was injured, so she didn't press the matter. Byakuya had Kurona put Nashiro directly on his bed to wait for her to wake naturally. While waiting, he gave Rise a general explanation. So this Dr. Kanu experimented on these two girls to make half-ghouls, and the experimental donor was someone from the Washiyu clan. Rise immediately grew interested. She turned to Kurona. Show me your Kagun. She urgently needed to confirm this. If it was true, then Furida's earlier attack on her. Rise now connected Furida's inexplicable ambush had it been to turn her into such an experimental donor? Kurona hesitated. She didn't know Rise, and Byakuya hadn't introduced her. It's fine. Show her. Byakuya told Kurona. Okay. Kurona nodded and released her 4 dark crimson Rinkaku tentacles. Her left eye transformed into a Kakugan. 85, Chapter 85, 1 bite maximum. Seeing that Kurona possessed Kagun nearly identical to her own and was a one-eyed ghoul, Rise no longer doubted. Who became the experimental donor? Rise couldn't help asking. Probably another ghoul from your clan. Definitely someone with the same bloodline. Byakuya said. As for exactly who, he couldn't possibly guess. By the way, Byakuya asked Kurona, have you seen the person who provided the experimental donor for Dr. Kanu? He asked this to let Rise naturally learn who was behind everything. I saw him once. A guy wearing a clown mask. I don't know what he looks like, I only know he's called Mr. PG at the Ghoul restaurant. Kurona answered. A clown mask. Now Rise understood. She was virtually certain the person Kurona described was Furuta. Recalling what had happened to her, Rise finally understood why Furuta had ambushed her. If Byakuya hadn't saved her then, she would probably be that experimental donor now. The thought was chilling, but more than that, she felt fury. That bastard Furuta had tried to do that to her. Still, she quickly composed herself and spoke to Kurona as if nothing had happened. Let me show you my Kagun too. Her Kakugan and Kagun manifested. Seeing Kagun identical to her own, Kurona was astonished. This is. But she'd learned at the academy that related ghouls shared similar Kakuhao and Kagun. Could it be? Is the experimental donor a relative of yours? Kurona voiced her suspicion. You could say that, though I might not actually know them. Rise spoke lightly. Where is this Dr. Kanu? I want to investigate. Rise grew increasingly concerned this matter now involved her directly. She'd nearly become that experimental donor. Even if we knew his location, alerting him now would be unwise. Byakuya said. Especially if that clan found out about our actions, that would be extremely dangerous for us. That clan naturally meant the Washuas. With Kurona present, he didn't want to reveal things she shouldn't know, so he spoke in code with Rise. True. Rise understood the reasoning. Cough cough. Just then, Nashiro suddenly coughed from the bed, apparently waking at last. Kurona immediately went to her sister's side. Nashiro, are you awake? How do you feel? Hearing Kurona's voice, Nashiro slowly opened her eyes, though she didn't immediately notice the unfamiliar surroundings. Better, I think. Her voice was still weak, clearly drained. Then she noticed the strange environment, and Byakuya and an unknown woman sitting nearby. Especially seeing Byakuya, she instinctively grew wary. After all, he'd been the one who injured her. Why is he here? Where is this? Nashiro asked Kurona, eyes fixed cautiously on Byakuya. He's actually the one who helped us. He fed you his blood, that's why your condition improved. Kurona explained immediately, making sure Nashiro understood the truth. Blood. Nashiro looked at Byakuya questioningly. She had no idea what had happened while unconscious. I didn't actually want to hurt you before. Anyway, I gave you some of my blood. My body seems to have some miraculous effect on ghouls, and it stabilized your condition. Byakuya explained simply. But you're not completely out of danger yet. Your Kakuhao hasn't recovered. Try consuming my flesh next to see if you can fully heal. His meaning was clear, he wanted Nashiro to eat his flesh. Hearing this, Rise looked like she wanted to say something. She instinctively didn't want other ghouls tasting Byakuya. She already considered him her exclusive food. But ultimately she only said one thing, 1 bite maximum. Even she had only been allowed 1 bite, so she didn't want Byakuya treating Nashiro better than her. Kurona and Nashiro didn't quite understand why Rise suddenly said that. Fine, fine. 1 bite should be enough anyway. Byakuya smiled. Then he extended his arm to Nashiro. Go ahead. Nashiro hesitated only briefly before tucking her hair behind her ear and leaning toward Byakuya's offered arm. She and Kurona had already eaten human flesh under Kanu's manipulation to avoid going hungry. So she didn't show obvious resistance to Byakuya's arm, especially since his scent was inexplicably alluring. With such a delicacy before her, her instincts grew eager. The usually quiet, introverted Nashiro bit down harder than even the notoriously voracious Rise had when tasting Byakuya. She greedily chewed and swallowed. It was so delicious that she instinctively went for a second bite, only for Rise to press a hand against her forehead, snapping her back to awareness. Little girl, I said 1 bite maximum. Rise's smile held something eerily dangerous, her tone carrying clear warning. Between her narrowed eyelids, crimson Kakugan gleamed. 86, Chapter 86, the Yasuhisa sisters escaped their cage. I understand. Nashiro was somewhat startled by Rise's expression and tone. She came fully to her senses and forcibly suppressed her craving. At the same time, she was amazed. She'd never realized Byakuya's body was so delicious. But thinking about it, she understood. She hadn't been a ghoul before, it was only recently she'd transformed. Naturally, she couldn't have noticed Byakuya's secret before. Rest and lie down. You should fully recover soon. Byakuya reminded her. Okay. Nashiro obediently lay back down. She could clearly feel her Kakuhou slowly self-repairing. Her regeneration had shut down due to Kakuhou damage, yet Byakuya's blood and flesh seemed to act as an independent healing force within her body. This miraculous sensation left her unable to calm down. Byakuya's body seemed completely different from other humans. What was going on? Thank goodness. Nashiro's okay. Kurona sat at the bedside clutching Nashiro's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears involuntarily welled in her eyes. She'd been so terrified of losing Nashiro. Then Kurona remembered something. She looked at Byakuya, her gaze complicated. Thank you for this. Though Byakuya had injured Nashiro, she could distinguish right from wrong. If Byakuya hadn't held back, neither of them would have survived. So undeniably, Byakuya had not only shown mercy but also saved Nashiro after father abandoned her. Kurona suddenly realized she'd unconsciously still thought of Kanu as father. Did someone like that deserve to be called father? Don't mention it. We're classmates, and now colleagues too. Byakuya smiled. Colleagues? Kurona laughed bitterly. That's impossible now. She knew colleagues meant CCG investigator work, but she and Nashiro were now ghouls. They couldn't work at the CCG, they wouldn't even pass the RC detection gates. Why impossible? Once Nashiro recovers, I can take you both to report for duty at the CCG. No problem. Byakuya said casually. Idiot, Nashiro and I would be detected instantly by the RC gates. Kurona objected. Trust me, you won't. You'll see. Byakuya spoke with confidence. Fine. I'll see where your confidence comes from. After everything they'd been through together, Kurona had unconsciously developed considerable trust in Byakuya. By the way, Kurona, where's father? And is this Emma Hakuin's home? The bedridden Nashiro suddenly asked. Yes, this is his place. As for father. Kurona's tone turned cold. I don't think we should call him father anymore. Why? What happened? Nashiro had been unconscious the whole time, completely unaware. He abandoned us. Abandoned Nashiro. Said saving you would be a waste of time. He doesn't care if we live or die. Kurona had seen clearly now. He probably manipulated us into accepting the experiment too. Our real father might have been killed by him. Their biological father had died when they were very young, but they'd never known the exact cause. When Kanu had them undergo the experiment, he'd told them the truth about their father, that the CCG had killed him, making them resent the CCG and more willing to participate. Now that Kurona had lost all faith in Kanu, she assumed his earlier claims were also lies. I can't believe this. Nashiro found it hard to accept. Anyway, he's not our father anymore. We don't need to follow his orders. He's just trash who used us as tools. Kanu's cold indifference when abandoning Nashiro was burned into Kurona's memory. Having no choice but to accept reality, Nashiro closed her eyes, her feelings clearly complex. Ding. Host completed option 3, help the Yasuhisa sisters escape their predicament of being deceived by Kanu. Reward, 100 fusion points. The system notification confirmed it. Kurona and Nashiro no longer trusted Kanu. They'd escaped his cage. But Byakuya corrected one of their misunderstandings. Actually, your biological father wasn't killed by Kanu. That incident remains a mystery, but he genuinely wasn't involved. He didn't plan to tell them the full truth yet because it involved the CCG's dark side. He still wanted them to continue working at the CCG, and learning that darkness too soon wouldn't be good. I see. The past doesn't matter anymore. As long as Nashiro's okay. When they'd first heard from Kanu that the CCG killed their father, they'd been emotionally volatile. But after everything now, Nashiro's safety, Kanu's abandonment, Kurona was exhausted. All she cared about now was Nashiro's well-being. Come to think of it, you held back against me and Nashiro on purpose, didn't you? If you'd wanted to kill us, we couldn't have escaped. Kurona suddenly brought this up. We'd already become Ghoul enemies to you as an investigator. Why did you help us so much? From their encounter at the Ghoul restaurant until now, she hadn't sensed any rejection from Byakuya. He seemed more accepting of their Ghoul status than they were themselves. She wanted to know why he was so kind to them. Or rather, she wanted to hear a specific answer. 87, Chapter 87, Sweet Talking Girls. Kurona stared directly at Byakuya, awaiting his response. She knew what answer she hoped to hear. Unlike her usual easily embarrassed self, she seemed different now, but she couldn't maintain it for long. Meeting Byakuya's gaze while her mind raced with uncontrollable thoughts made Kurona's cheeks flush slightly as she looked away. Does there need to be a reason? I simply didn't want to see cute girls die in front of me. That would be too tragic. Byakuya answered without hesitation, speaking his genuine thoughts. That was truly how he felt. Seeing Nashiro's tragic death in the original story had left him with regret. So he'd changed what would have happened simple as that. Hearing cute girls, the bedridden Nashiro quietly pulled the blanket up to cover everything below her eyes, clearly not wanting something to be seen. When Kurona heard those words, her already slightly pink cheeks grew even redder. But she couldn't hide her face like Nashiro. With Byakuya looking right at her, she could only press on. So you're saying? Never mind. Forget it. She'd wanted to ask directly how Byakuya saw her and Nashiro, but embarrassment made her retreat. Just then, Rise spoke up. If I remember correctly, darling, you said something similar to me before. So have you always used this technique to sweet-talk girls? She still remembered what Byakuya had said after the steel beam incident, claiming he'd fallen for her at first sight, that he liked her, things like that. Not identical words, but essentially similar. No, I meant everything I said. Byakuya smiled helplessly. His love at first sight for Rise was real. She was the first beautiful girl he'd noticed when watching the original series. What he just told Kurona was also genuine. Before Rise could continue, Kurona spoke up with obvious curiosity. Why do you keep calling him darling? What's your relationship with him? Our relationship. Rise's lips curved as she leaned close to Byakuya's ear and asked softly, yes, darling, what exactly is our relationship? Byakuya was about to honestly say partnership, but Rise immediately covered his mouth, preventing him from finishing. Rise answered Kurona herself, the answer eyes weary lovers. That's impossible. He's an investigator, and you're a ghoul. Kurona didn't believe Rise. What's impossible about it? Who says a ghoul and an investigator can't fall in love? Why do you think I'm at his place? Rise spoke lightly. Kurona had no rebuttal. Rise had been here when they arrived, wearing house clothes as if this were her home, meaning this girl was living with Byakuya. Alright, enough joking. I actually consider this guy my emergency rations. Rise ended the topic. And he's my exclusive emergency rations. Speaking of which, food is also a problem. Kurona wasn't concerned about that comment. She had no designs on Byakuya's flesh. Nashiro and I can't eat normal food anymore, but honestly, we don't want to hunt humans. Before, their food problem had been solved by Canoe giving them failed specimens. Whether successful or failed, the specimens still tasted human-like Kaneki in the original timeline. But now that they'd left Canoe, they'd have to hunt humans themselves for food. That's actually easy to solve. Byakuya said. Ward 20 has a place called Antioku. The owner helps ghouls who can't hunt for themselves. Though they only provide carrion, it'll satisfy hunger, but you'll gradually grow weaker. It would be best if Kurona and Nashiro didn't have to hunt humans. Antioku could handle their food needs. Being able to eat is enough. Kurona said. She and Nashiro no longer cared about growing stronger. Before, they'd wanted father's praise and approval. Now that father had become a joke. Then there's no problem. Byakuya nodded. By the way, did you destroy the ghoul restaurant? Rise asked. More or less. Though most of the ghouls escaped. That boring guy had quite the nerve, coveting my food. Rise was referring to Tsukiyama, of course. If the opportunity arose, she felt she should teach him a lesson. She normally had no interest in cannibalism or feasting on her own kind, but Tsukiyama had touched her reverse scale this time. The key wasn't just that Tsukiyama had coveted Byakuya, he'd planned to share him with all those ghouls at the restaurant. That was the ultimate insult to Rise. He probably won't give up easily, but he's no threat to me. Byakuya spoke calmly. Given Tsukiyama's personality, he definitely wouldn't let this go. He'd probably keep pestering him shamelessly. Quite the nuisance. Though Kurona and Nashiro didn't know the full backstory, they could piece together from what they'd witnessed that Byakuya had deliberately let himself be lured to the ghoul restaurant by Mr. to destroy it. So following the conversation between Byakuya and Rise wasn't too confusing. Rise smiled faintly. Is that so? Perfect. Next time that guy shows up, let me play with him a bit. 88, Chapter 88, Chairman Washiyu Yoshitaki. Do what you want. Just don't go too far. Byakuya said. The reason was simple. Tsukiyama was the Tsukiyama family's young master. Don't worry. I know my limits. Rise replied calmly. She didn't plan to outright kill Tsukiyama or anything like that. She wanted to humiliate him in a different way. Next, Byakuya needed to visit CCG headquarters in Ward 1. The ghoul restaurant incident had just occurred, after all. Kurona stayed at his place to care for Nashiro, and Rise remained home as well. He figured Rise probably wouldn't clash with the Yasuhisa sisters. Probably. Investigator Amaha, among the ghouls you captured, the most noteworthy is Madame Our, Lady A. She's a member of that notorious, Madame, organization. There's a good chance we can extract valuable intelligence from her. The first-class investigator speaking to Byakuya continued. You single-handedly destroyed the ghoul restaurant, and captured a Madame member. This is a major achievement. The chairman wants to meet you. The chairman. Very well. I'll head there now. Byakuya thought to himself, so I've attracted the Washiyu clan's attention after all. Being alone at a place like the ghoul restaurant, facing a crowd of ghouls and capturing over a dozen, this wasn't something a newly promoted rank 1 investigator should be capable of. Fortunately, he deliberately held back, only taking a dozen or so for his record. The current CCG chairman, Washiyu Yoshitaki, was the Washiyu clan's heir apparent. Or rather, every CCG chairman would only ever be a Washiyu member. Byakuya proceeded to Chairman Yoshitaki's office. Chairman Washiyu. Byakuya greeted him respectfully. The middle-aged man with stubble before him was CCG's current chairman, Washiyu Yoshitaki. Investigator Amaha, you look quite young. I've heard about your accomplishments at the ghoul restaurant. Among this year's newcomers, your performance is in a league of its own. Yoshitaki began by praising Byakuya. "You're too kind, Chairman." Byakuya responded politely. Yoshitaki appeared completely normal, no different from an ordinary superior. Without his omniscient perspective, Byakuya couldn't have told Yoshitaki was a ghoul. "Barring any surprises, you should be promoted to first-class investigator after the Aojira Tree raid in Ward 11. You can prepare for the written exam and interview in advance, though given your near-perfect score last time, it shouldn't be difficult." Yoshitaki reminded him. "And during the raid, don't be reckless. Special class investigators Shinohara and Kuroiwa will be leading. Everyone else should act within their capabilities. You especially still have tremendous room to grow." Yoshitaki spoke as if he genuinely valued talent, and he did. Among the Washuas, Yoshitaki leaned more toward humanity's side. He genuinely worked for the CCG and hadn't done anything outrageous unless you counted eating fallen CCG investigators' corpses. The entire Washiyu family's food source came from grave digging, specifically, exhuming dead investigators' bodies. With high casualty rates during operations, there was always ample supply, which helped conceal the Washua's ghoul identity. For now, Byakuya hadn't displayed anything excessive, so Yoshitaki simply treated him like any young prodigy such as Koryu, hoping he wouldn't die early in a major operation like the Aojira raid. "Understood." Byakuya nodded. From Yoshitaki's demeanor, he could tell the Washuas hadn't targeted him yet. After leaving Yoshitaki's office, he soon ran into Koryu, who'd clearly come looking for him. "I didn't expect you to accomplish something big again during your break. That A-rated Hyena investigation mission almost seems like a waste of your time now." Kori sighed. "That's an exaggeration. I'd still welcome another A-rated ghoul mission." Byakuya spoke evenly. "It's not an exaggeration at all. Speaking of which, the chairman just summoned you. You'll probably be promoted to first class soon. We've only been partners for less than a month, and this promotion speed is truly remarkable." Kori said. "Once that happens, you'll be partnered with someone else as their superior. It might even be someone from your own cohort." "About that, I found Kurona and Nashiro Yasuhisa. They should be able to report for duty at CCG tomorrow. They said family matters delayed them." Byakuya seized the opportunity. "Also, how will their partnership be arranged? I assume the sisters don't want to be separated." "That's fine, as long as they're okay. I was worried something had happened to them." Kori smiled. "As for their partnership, that's up to the chairman. But you could apply request that a single superior lead both of them. Come to think of it, Special Class Investigator Akira currently has no partner. She'd be perfect with her abilities. Handling two newcomers simultaneously is no problem." Kori suddenly thought of Special Class Akira Mado. Being one of the Special Class Investigators, and the first and only female to hold that rank, Byakuya was familiar with Akira. If they partnered with a special class, Byakuya felt he should remind Kurona and Nashiro not to reveal their ghoul identities if possible. Without exposure, their ghoul physical abilities combined with quinque power would give them significant advantages within the CCG. Staying hidden wasn't difficult anyway, just don't manifest Kagun or Kakugan. No need to be overly cautious or paranoid. You should also look at potential new partners for yourself. As a superior, you'll typically have some choice in the matter. Kori brought the topic back to Byakuya. I'll consider it." Byakuya nodded. Truthfully, he didn't care much. The CCG could assign whoever they wanted. 89, Chapter 89, Kyoko Ora. Byakuya's Hashirama cells proved highly effective. Nashiro recovered quickly. However, she'd only bitten him once and swallowed directly, without the specialized cultivation Uchiha Madara had done. Plus, Byakuya's cells were a nerfed version to begin with, so they couldn't persist long-term in Nashiro's body. When Byakuya returned home that evening, Nashiro was no longer in bed but sitting in the living room. "Looks like Nashiro-san has mostly recovered?" Byakuya asked. Thanks to you, Amahakun." Nashiro smiled and nodded. But then she remembered she'd not only been at another guy's home but had lain in his bed for half a day. The thought made her cheeks warm and flush. "Then you two should stay here tonight," Byakuya told Kurona and Nashiro. That would mean. Kurona immediately thought cohabitation but didn't say it. "Okay, sorry for the imposition, Amahakun." Though Nashiro felt embarrassed too, she and Kurona had no better options. They had no money and didn't want to return to Kanu. "No imposition. There's a spare room," Byakuya said. He'd clean up an empty room for the sisters temporarily. Just like that, the household went from 2 to 4. The next day, Kurona and Nashiro accompanied Byakuya to CCG headquarters in Ward 1. "Will this really be okay? Nashiro and I are ghouls now." "One-eyed ghouls, sure, but still ghouls." Kurona still worried. "The RC detection gates will probably expose us instantly. That would implicate you too," Nashiro added. "Trust me, it'll be fine," Byakuya said. The sisters had no idea that the Kakuhou Kanu transplanted into them carried a special bloodline. This involved Washiyu's secrets that Kanu wouldn't dare reveal. His reassurance only slightly calmed them. At CCG headquarters, Kurona and Nashiro followed nervously behind Byakuya. Approaching the RC detection gates, both sisters' hearts raced. Anxious and with pounding hearts, they passed through the gates and, nothing happened. Both were stunned. By all logic, they should have triggered the gates. Yet just as Byakuya said, everything was fine. How is this possible? Kurona whispered to Byakuya. It's because you're one-eyed ghouls. Byakuya explained casually. That wasn't actually the reason. It was because Kurona and Nashiro were one-eyed ghouls with Washiyo bloodline. The RC gates had been secretly rewritten by the Washios to not detect their bloodline. But this involved forbidden Washiyo secrets. Not telling the sisters was for their safety. Once they grew stronger, he could tell them. If the Washios discovered they knew the truth, they'd hunt the sisters relentlessly. I see. Nashiro and I worried for nothing. Kurona nodded. She simply assumed half-ghouls couldn't be detected by RC gates. Both sisters relaxed. Afterward, they completed their long-delayed registration. Though they received a lecture, it was a light punishment. Next came partnership arrangements. Byakuya confirmed the sisters didn't want to be separated. Just as he was about to discuss this with Chairman Washiyu, Special Class Investigator Kyoko Ora found them first. The tall woman with an alluring figure and a beauty mark near her lips was Kyoko Ora, the CCG's only female Special Class Investigator. Her deep blue hair was tied up with a white band, giving off a cool, elegant aura. Her attractive face appeared younger than her actual age, and those legs were stunning. Judging by appearance, she looked mid-20s, but she was actually 36. Associate Special Class UI mentioned yesterday that two exceptional twin sisters needed partners. That must be you too. Kyoko Ora approached Byakuya. Special Class Kyoko Ora. Byakuya greeted her respectfully. Yes, this is Kurona Yasuhisa, and this is Nashiro Yasuhisa. Kurona and Nashiro also showed their respect. I've already cleared it with Chairman Washiya. If you're willing, you can become my partners immediately and you won't be separated. Kyoko Ora addressed the sisters directly. I'm willing. Me too. Kurona and Nashiro responded almost simultaneously. They could stay together and partner with a special class investigator. This was the best possible arrangement. Byakuya could also relax knowing the sisters were with Kyoko Ora. Besides, Kurona and Nashiro already possessed S-level ghoul capabilities. The Washiyo Kakuhou was inherently powerful, their baseline was set. Byakuya, we're going with special class Kyoko Ora now. Before leaving with Kyoko Ora, Nashiro turned to tell Byakuya. Kurona immediately noticed Nashiro's form of address, calling him directly by his first name, Byakuya. Kurona's pupils contracted sharply. She looked at Nashiro with astonishment. Had Nashiro already? 90, Chapter 90, Shamelessly Persistent Tsukiyama. Nashiro's personality had always been more introverted and shy than Kurona's. Yet now Nashiro could naturally call Byakuya by his first name. This couldn't go unnoticed. Nashiro's unusual behavior must mean something had happened. Though deeply curious, Kurona didn't say anything. Now she also wanted to address Byakuya the same way, but, bye, Byakuya-kun. See you later. Kurona couldn't be as natural as Nashiro. After stammering, she added, kun, to make it less embarrassing. As the twin who was almost always together with Kurona, Nashiro had also noticed something. In fact, she'd long known her sister liked Byakuya. But that didn't affect her changed attitude toward him. Addressing him by name showed how her feelings had shifted. Though Kyoko Ora said nothing, she was also a woman with sharp perception. She seemed to understand something. Before leaving, she spoke meaningfully to Byakuya. Don't worry. I won't let other men have the slightest chance. With her serious, cool expression delivering such words, Byakuya was momentarily confused. It took him a moment to understand her meaning, and he could only smile awkwardly. After Kyoko Ora took Kurona and Nashiro away, Byakuya left the CCG. Ward 20, Antioku. Only a few days had passed since the Ghoul restaurant incident, yet Tsukiyama had already appeared at Antioku again. Tuka and the others didn't know about the Ghoul restaurant situation. They assumed nothing had happened yet between Tsukiyama and Byakuya. Only Yamo, who frequently gathered intelligence outside, knew, but he wouldn't bother telling Tuka such things. Tuka still found Tsukiyama's presence annoying as usual. Tsukiyama's shamelessness remained unchanged. He simply sat there waiting stubbornly for Byakuya to arrive. He'd already planned how to explain the Ghoul restaurant incident, call it a prank, claim he hadn't expected things to escalate, that kind of excuse. Whether Byakuya believed him or not, he had to try. He would use any method necessary to taste the delicacy he sought. Meanwhile, Tsukiyama's ordered coffee had arrived. Tuka brought it over. Her expression was cold. Though she despised the guy, Tsukiyama was currently a customer, so she had to do her job. Thank you. Tsukiyama was polite and gentlemanly. Tuka knew this was just his pretentious act. She left with one cold remark, just don't get in the way. At the table next to Tsukiyama, Kaneki Ken sat reading. He'd also come looking for Byakuya. Kaneki asked the passing Irimi, excuse me, do you know if the guy named Amaha Byakuya is coming today? I'm not sure, but he usually comes every day. Irimi answered kindly. Okay, I'll wait a bit longer. Kaneki nodded and continued reading. Tsukiyama, right next to him, naturally overheard the exchange. Stroking his chin, Tsukiyama seemed to hatch another scheme. He stood and walked to Kanaki's table, sitting across from him with complete familiarity. Kaneki looked up at the stranger but said nothing, just lowered his head to continue reading. "Hello. I heard you mention Amahakun just now." Tsukiyama asked with a polite smile. "Amahakun? You mean Amahasan? You know him too?" Kaneki was too naive and took the bait immediately. At this point, he'd never encountered ghouls. His mental image of them was probably like little monsters from Ultraman, and he had no wariness toward strangers. This Kaneki was even easier to deceive than the original timeline version, who'd at least experienced becoming a one-eyed ghoul. "Yes, I'm Amahakun's friend. We hung out just a few days ago." Tsukiyama nodded. "What's your name? If you need Amahakun for something, you can tell me first. I'll pass it along." "I'm Kaneki Ken. Actually, the university is holding a book appreciation event soon. I wanted to invite Amahasan to attend." Kaneki answered everything honestly, hiding nothing. "Perfect. If you have things to do, you can head back first. I'm also waiting for Amahakun anyway. I'll relay your message when he arrives." Tsukiyama smiled. "Thank you so much." Kaneki was getting tired of waiting and began packing up to leave. He thought to himself what a nice person he'd just met. Seeing Kaneki stand to leave, Tsukiyama even waved goodbye. Having Kaneki leave first was ideal, that way Byakuya wouldn't suddenly arrive and expose his lies. At the same time, Kaneki had become a card up his sleeve. Kaneki was Byakuya's friend. Tsukiyama returned to his seat and happily sipped his coffee. Tuka had watched everything unfold. She didn't know what Tsukiyama was planning but knew it couldn't be anything good. This guy wouldn't randomly chat up a human for no reason. About half an hour later, Byakuya finally arrived with Rise beside him. Seeing Rise there, Tsukiyama inwardly clicked his tongue in frustration. But he proceeded with his plan anyway, approaching Byakuya with a sincere apology and explanation. He spun some tale about it being a prank, the scrapper being an actor, things getting out of hand, all delivered with exaggerated, earnest expressions and tone. Byakuya listened with a blank expression. He knew this guy was shameless, but this was still excessive. Beside him, Rise maintained a constant smile, saying nothing. Yet her gaze made Tsukiyama's skin crawl. 91, Chapter 91. "You think you can touch my man? Okay, I get it." Byakuya replied, somewhat exasperated. "So does that mean Amahakun has forgiven me?" Tsukiyama looked like he was about to burst into grateful tears. His theatrical expression only made Byakuya feel even more speechless. Still, he had to admit this routine would probably work wonders on Kaneki. For a transmigrator who knew everything, though, not so much. Before Byakuya could respond, Rise spoke up. "Tsukiyama-kun, why don't you take a guess at what this might be?" Rise produced a handkerchief, its fabric stained with traces of blood. Byakuya remembered that Rise had used this handkerchief to wipe the residual blood from his wound the last time she drunk from him. She was clearly planning to use it to toy with Tsukiyama. "This is..." Tsukiyama's eyes widened instantly. He'd already caught the intoxicating scent drifting through the air, unmistakably Byakuya's fragrance. But the aroma of flesh and blood was on an entirely different level from mere body scent. The handkerchief had Tsukiyama entranced in an instant. He instinctively reached for it, only for Rise to pull it back. "I only asked you to guess. I never said I'd give it to you." Rise spoke coolly. "So, can you tell what it is?" Tsukiyama's expression slowly became calm and cold. He'd realized Rise was deliberately toying with him. He was absolutely devastated, and knowing he was being toyed with didn't make it any better. He was still devastated. But Tsukiyama forced himself not to show it on his face. After all, Byakuya was right there. He could only curse Rise silently in his heart. "It's Amahakun's blood, isn't it?" Tsukiyama managed a strained smile. At the same time, something puzzled him. If Byakuya was a ghoul investigator, why was he walking around with a ghoul like Rise? Had he not discovered her true nature? Even if Byakuya didn't know Rise's real identity, surely Rise must know Byakuya's. Nothing about this made sense to Tsukiyama. What Tsukiyama could never imagine was that Byakuya and Rise not only knew each other's identities but spent time together every day. They were even living together. Correct. So, does Tsukiyama-kun want it? If you do, beg me sincerely later and I might consider giving it to you. Rise toyed with the handkerchief in her hand, looking thoroughly pleased. "I want it. Of course I want it." Tsukiyama answered almost without hesitation. To obtain what he desired, he was willing to temporarily lower his head to this woman. "Then follow me. There are too many people here, let's find somewhere else. Consider it giving you some face." Rise said this as if she were being considerate of Tsukiyama. Tsukiyama wasn't particularly on guard. More accurately, he was willing to take the risk for that handkerchief. Besides, he wasn't weak. He didn't need to be too afraid of any tricks Rise might pull. By now, Byakuya had a pretty good idea what Rise was planning. But he wasn't going to follow and watch the show. Instead, he found a seat and ordered 2 cups of coffee first. When Tuka came to collect Byakuya's order slip, she gave him a heads up. "Before you arrived, that Tsukiyama guy was chatting with your friend about you. Obviously trying to get close to him." "I understand. Thank you, Kirishima-san." Byakuya nodded slightly. Though Tuka hadn't named names, Byakuya only had one friend at this coffee shop, Kaneki. This was exactly the kind of thing Tsukiyama would do. If his guesses were right, Tsukiyama was planning to capture Kaneki as a last resort and use him as leverage. He definitely didn't want Kaneki getting caught up in danger because of him, so he'd need to handle this properly. Knowing Tsukiyama's personality, he probably wouldn't actually do anything terrible to Kaneki, but better safe than sorry. You don't need to thank me. I still haven't repaid what I owe you, Tuka said flatly before turning away. Meanwhile, Rise had led Tsukiyama to a deserted alley. Tsukiyama was beginning to sense something was off, but he steeled himself and followed anyway. Come now, Tsukiyama-kun. Show me your sincerity. Rise turned around, not yet revealing anything unusual. At her words, Tsukiyama immediately bent at the waist, bowing deeply to Rise, so deeply his torso was nearly perpendicular to his legs. Kamishiro-san, is this sincere enough? Rise said nothing. She slowly approached and extended the handkerchief toward Tsukiyama. But the moment Tsukiyama eagerly reached for it, crimson Rinkaku Kagun suddenly erupted from Rise's waist. One tentacle pierced straight through Tsukiyama's outstretched hand. Tsukiyama had been so focused on the handkerchief that his guard was lowered. Combined with Rise's incredible speed, he simply couldn't react in time. Despite rarely displaying her strength in the original series, Rise was actually far from weak. Four facts made this clear. First, Rise could toy with Yamori effortlessly. Second, the moment Kaneki awakened and gained control of Rise's Kagun, he completely dominated Yamori. Third, Rise's initial threat rating was S+, and even after becoming an experimental subject, the CCG still upgraded her to SS rated. Note, this is from the manga, which differs from the anime. And most importantly, all ghouls of the Washiyo bloodline were natural-born Kakujas. Given that premise, and the fact that Rise possessed the purest Washiyo bloodline, if even she couldn't achieve Kakuja form, then no other Washiyo ghoul would qualify either. Tsukiyama's reaction after being wounded was fairly quick. He hastily released his Kaukaku, the Kagun erupting from beneath his shoulder blade to form a sword-like shape. He immediately counterattacked, but Rise dodged effortlessly. 3 of Rise's Kagun tips pinned Tsukiyama to the wall behind him. The 4th was already piercing through one of his palms, leaving him momentarily immobilized. Rise's hand closed around Tsukiyama's throat. Her eerie smile stretched almost like the legendary, slit-mouthed woman, and combined with her fierce Kakugan, she was far more terrifying than any urban legend monster. Tsukiyama-kun, you think you can touch my man? 92 Chapter 92 Uniai-chan is a good person. At this moment, Tsukiyama's throat was being squeezed so tight he could barely breathe. His hands and legs were pinned to the wall by Rise's Kaguni. He couldn't even pry her fingers from his neck. Struggling, he tried to control his Kaukaku Kagun to counterattack independently. But Rise dodged with an almost impossible backward lean. Then Rise withdrew the 2 Kagun pinning Tsukiyama's legs, driving one into his abdomen while using the other to block his Kaukaku. Her Kagun churned inside Tsukiyama's stomach, accompanied by his agonized groans. After tormenting Tsukiyama for a good while, Rise finally relented. She hadn't intended to go too far. Once she felt she'd vented enough, she let him go. Tsukiyama lay prone on the ground, motionless. Rise casually tossed the handkerchief onto Tsukiyama's body before walking away, as if bestowing charity upon him. Of course she knew this would only inflame Tsukiyama's desire further. But that was exactly the effect she wanted, the agony of wanting something you could never have. After all, there was nothing Tsukiyama could do to either her or Byakuya. The gap in strength was simply too wide. Once Rise's footsteps had faded completely, Tsukiyama finally opened his eyes. He'd apparently been playing dead. He retrieved the handkerchief that had fallen on his back, then rolled over to lie face up. Ha ha ha, that really hurt just now. Tsukiyama laughed even as he coughed up blood. Despite being this badly wounded, he looked completely unbothered. After all, it wasn't a fatal injury. He'd regenerate soon enough. Looking at the handkerchief in his hand, Tsukiyama suddenly felt the beating he just endured was absolutely worth it. He immediately pressed the handkerchief to his face, inhaling its scent with wild abandon. His expression twisted into a crazed, rapturous grimace. At this moment, Tsukiyama had completely forgotten everything that had just happened. Rise, meanwhile, returned to Antioku as if nothing had occurred. Ever since the steel beam incident, Rise had basically stopped wearing glasses. There was no point anymore. She'd also changed out of her blood-stained clothes into a checkered dress with a white coat draped over it. She wasn't wearing stockings, leaving her long, pale legs on full display. Seeing that Rise had changed clothes, Byakuya knew exactly what had happened. How's that guy doing? Byakuya asked casually. Not quite dead. Rise replied flatly. Byakuya didn't press further. A while later, Hinamai approached carrying a notebook. Uniai-chan, when will I get to see Papa? It had been so long since she'd seen her father that Hinamai missed him terribly. The notebook she clutched was filled with drawings of her family. It should be safe by now, but Fuyaki-san is probably still hiding. I can take you to find him. Byakuya smiled as he spoke. Now that Yamori was dead, there was no one else in Aojira Tree who would target Asaka Fuyaki. As for Kurio Mado and Kotaro Amon, from what he knew, they'd already shifted their attention to the Aojira Tree situation in Ward 11. Mado's greatest hatred was reserved for Aojira's one-eyed owl. So reuniting the Fuyaki family now posed no real risk. Yes, thank you, Unai-chan. Hinamai's face lit up with joy. Then I'll leave Hinamai in your care, Amahakun. I'll stay here and help out at the coffee shop. Ryuko spoke up from nearby. After everything that had happened, Ryuko had come to trust Byakuya completely. She could leave her daughter in his hands without worry. If she couldn't trust Byakuya, there was no one else she could trust. Besides, if they encountered any danger, her presence would only be a burden to Byakuya. She felt there was no need for her to come along. Then I'll head home first. Rise spoke up. You didn't forget your key, did you? Byakuya reminded her. Of course not. Then Rise left for home. Tuka, who was clearing empty cups from a nearby table, overheard this exchange between Byakuya and Rise. Something felt strange, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. But then it hit her. After all, Tuka now knew both Byakuya's and Rise's true identities. She found it hard to imagine a kind-hearted investigator living together with a ghoul of such terrible personality. By now, Byakuya had brought Hinamai to Ward 19. They chatted about many things along the way. Then Hinamai remarked with a tone of wonder, Unai-chan is a ghoul investigator, but you seem completely different from other investigators. I understand what you mean. I just feel that neither Ryuko-san nor Hinamai-chan are bad people. The CCG has many rules, but people aren't bound by rules alone. Byakuya said. That's why I think Unai-chan is a good person. With that, Hinamai reached out and took Byakuya's hand. Seeing the innocent, pure smile on Hinamai's face, Byakuya couldn't harbor even the slightest improper thought. First, Byakuya brought Hinamai to Asaki Fuegaku's clinic, only to find it closed. It looked like it had been shuttered for quite some time. Asaki had probably been in hiding ever since the Yamori incident. By the way, Hinamai-chan, do you have contact information for Fuegaku-san? It's hard to find him if we're searching blind. Byakuya asked. I think I have it. Let me look. Hinamai flipped through the sketchbook she'd brought with her. As she turned the pages, Byakuya caught glimpses of the drawings inside. They were all cartoon characters. Though quite rough, they weren't bad at all, perfectly appropriate for someone Hinamai's age. Did you draw all of these, Hinamai-chan? They're very good. Byakuya offered some praise. Hinamai was still young and needed encouragement. Thank you, Unai-chan. Hinamai smiled happily. Soon she found the page with the contact information off string of numbers that should be Asaki's phone number. Byakuya immediately dialed the number. After a moment, the call connected. Hello, is this Fuegaku-san? Yes. That voice, could it be the investigator from before? That's right. Your daughter misses you, so I've brought her to see you. 93, Chapter 93, Uninvited Guests from Aojira Tree. My daughter, Hinamai, she's with you right now. Asaka's voice suddenly grew agitated. At the same time, his heart clenched with worry. The other party was a ghoul investigator, after all. Though this person had saved his life before, he still couldn't help feeling anxious. Yes, let me put her on. Byakuya handed the phone to Hinamai. Hinamai had never used a phone before, so she mimicked what Unai-chan had just done. Papa, where are you? Hinamai, are you alright? Papa is still hiding somewhere. Asaka felt reassured the moment he heard her voice. He could tell from her tone that everything was fine. Of course I'm fine. Unai-chan came with me to Ward 19. Hinamai said cheerfully. Unai-chan, are you talking about that investigator? Asaka couldn't help asking. Unai-chan is an investigator. Papa, come out quickly. Unai-chan and I are at the clinic right now. Hinamai said with a smile. Okay, wait there for me, I'll be right over. Hearing how happy Hinamai sounded filled Asaka with warmth. Less than half an hour later, a disheveled figure appeared before Byakuya and Hinamai. Papa. Hinamai immediately ran over to embrace Asaka. Wait, Papa's all dirty and smelly. I've been hiding for days without going out, I am a complete mess. Asaka said awkwardly. That's okay. I don't mind, Papa. Hinamai hugged him happily anyway. After father and daughter had caught up for a while, Asaka turned to Byakuya. Investigator-san, is it safe now? More or less, though you still shouldn't be too careless. Byakuya suggested. I'd recommend your family move to Ward 20 for now. The CCG's oversight there is the lightest at the moment. Understood. Asaka nodded. It seems you've already met my wife. Is she doing alright in Ward 20? Yes. Your wife is currently at Antioku in Ward 20. Yamori came looking for trouble with your wife and daughter before, but I've driven him off. Byakuya said. Yamori. Just hearing that name made Asaka break into a cold sweat. But then he heard that Yamori had been driven off by the young man before him, and he relaxed. If his wife and daughter had actually fallen into Yamori's hands, knowing what he did about Yamori, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Asaka felt a wave of lingering fear. Thank goodness this young investigator had driven Yamori away. Otherwise, if Ryuko and Hinamai had truly suffered at Yamori's hands, it would have haunted him for the rest of his life. Then Asaka suddenly realized something. This young investigator had now saved his entire family including himself. The debt of gratitude was so immense he had no idea how to repay it. Even now, he still found it hard to believe. This person was a Ghoul investigator, yet he was willing to help their Ghoul family. His previous encounter with Mado should have left him with psychological scars, yet this fellow investigator had saved his entire family. Asake couldn't think of how to repay such kindness. The only thing that came to mind was kneeling before the young man. Papa. Though Hinamai didn't want to see her father humiliate himself this way, she understood that their family truly owed that Oniai-chan an enormous debt. But Asake had barely knelt down before Byakuya lifted him back up. Didn't I say before? There's no need for this. Byakuya said, somewhat helplessly. Why did this guy always drop to his knees without a word? But we, truly have no way to repay you. Asake sighed. I don't need any repayment. You like practicing medicine and saving people, don't you? Open a small clinic in Ward 20. Your family just needs to live well. Byakuya spoke calmly. Besides, even if he asked for repayment, it would be useless. Asake couldn't give him anything he needed. What he truly wanted, only the system could provide. I understand, Investigator-san. Asake nodded solemnly. Papa, stop calling him Investigator-san. He's Amaha-oniakan. Hinamai spoke up. Oh, then, Amaha-san. Asake was a bit surprised. Little Hinamai already knew this young investigator's name. It seemed Hinamai's relationship with this young man was much closer than he'd imagined. Afterward, Asake gathered a few necessities from the clinic, then traveled with Byakuya and Hinamai to Ward 20. The Fuyaki family was finally reunited. The date of the Aojira Tree subjugation drew ever closer. Meanwhile, Aojira Tree in Ward 11 was growing increasingly restless. First they'd been hunting Ghoul investigators, now they were directly attacking the Ward 11 CCG branch. While assaulting the CCG, Aojira Tree hadn't neglected their mission to capture the Binge Eater. Since Aojira's attack on the Ward 11 CCG branch was a complete rout, they only needed to leave some members behind in Ward 11, freeing up substantial manpower for other operations. That night, some uninvited guests arrived in Ward 20. 3 figures wearing gas masks leaped from lamppost to lamppost. They suddenly stopped atop one of them. We've finally reached Ward 20. This place feels so peaceful. Accustomed to the brutal competition of other wards, they found Ward 20's tranquil, slow pace unsettling. This darkness should have been prime hunting time for ghouls, yet they hadn't spotted a single one on their way here. Let's just complete the mission. Rai-san should be over there. A tall man with a strangely shaped beard spoke up. His name was Kazuaki Banjo. He'd originally been the leader of Ward 11, but after Aojira Tree invaded and occupied it, he'd had no choice but to submit. The 3 ghouls behind him were his subordinates. Now, they were searching for the place called Antioku. Antioku was quite well known in ghoul circles. Aojira Tree had intelligence on its exact location, so they could move in directly once daylight came. Banjo and his group had actually been sent ahead under Ayato Kirishima's orders, racing to find Rise before Nico and the others could. Ayato wasn't just doing this to claim credit. More importantly, his sister Tuka Kirishima was also at that Antioku. 94, Chapter 94, A Couple's Little Game. Ward 11, CCG Branch. Large numbers of ghoul investigators in Ward 11 had been hunted by Aojira Tree. Even the CCG branch itself had fallen, with only a handful of investigators still fighting desperately. Before Aojira Tree occupied Ward 11, the local ghouls had been relatively well behaved. Especially after the high-level ghouls of Ward 11 went after Rise and got massacred for their trouble, the relatively kind but weak Banjo had become Ward 11's leader, making the local ghouls even more docile. This had led the CCG to allocate relatively few resources to Ward 11. Facing Aojira Tree's sudden occupation, they had no means of resistance. The highest-ranked investigator stationed there was merely first class. Aojira Tree had sent only a single executive Noro and he'd slaughtered his way through the entire CCG branch. The 2 strongest executives, Ito and Tatera, were watching the show from a high platform outside the branch. Monster. The surviving investigators screamed in terror while frantically firing their pistols at the ghoul before Thema Ghoul, who wouldn't fall no matter how many times they shot him. He wore a white mask printed with a teeth pattern and was draped in dark red robes. His build was massive. This was Nora, one of Aojira Tree's executives, an SS-rated ghoul. Nora currently served as Ward 11's acting manager. He strode through the branch like a one-man army. No amount of bullets could make him take a single step back. By now, every investigator in Ward 11 capable of wielding a quinque had been killed. Only the rank 3 investigators and investigator assistants remained, personnel who could only be equipped with firearms loaded with Q bullets. Nora's regeneration was extraordinarily terrifying because Ito had already transformed him into a Kagun monster using her Kakuhao. His entire body was composed almost entirely of Ito's Kagun, fused with his own, giving him immense power. These rank 3 investigators and assistants were nothing but lambs to the slaughter before him. Nora endured countless bullets while using his massive Kagunite's tip shaped like a mouth to devour the investigators one by one. Screams of agony echoed continuously throughout the CCG building. At that moment, a surviving investigator hid in an office, drenched in cold sweat and cowering in terror. One hand held a pistol while the other tried to contact CCG headquarters via phone. The headquarters liaison happened to be standing by for news from Ward 11. The call connected almost immediately. "This is CCG headquarters." But before the liaison could finish his first sentence, Special Class Investigator Merit, who stood nearby looking anxious, snatched the phone away. "This is Merit. What's the situation?" Merit's voice was urgent. Instead of a response, a scream came through the phone, followed by the sound of the device clattering to the floor. Merit's brow furrowed deeply. This was bad. After a moment, it sounded like someone had picked up the phone. That was the last one. The voice on the other end spoke coldly, as if announcing Aojira Tree's victory to Merit, before hanging up. Damn it. Merit was furious. He hadn't expected Ward 11 to fall so quickly. Aojira Tree's strength exceeded all his expectations. Now the surrounding wards were also in jeopardy. They needed to launch countermeasures against Aojira Tree in Ward 11 immediately. They were currently at a harbor, surrounded by shipping containers. Even the investigators stationed here had been completely wiped out. How brutal. Looking at the grim scene before him, Yoshimura's expression was heavy with emotion. This was done by a ghoul organization calling itself Aojira Tree. Yamo removed his crow-like mask and shared what he knew. What's particularly noteworthy is that their leader is called the One-Eyed King. One-Eyed. Yoshimura's expression grew contemplative. Clearly, he either already knew or had long suspected that his daughter was Aojira Tree's leader. However, he didn't know that Aojira Tree's true One-Eyed King was actually Kishao Arima. Yamo-kun, let's return to Antioku. Yoshimura and Yamo didn't linger in Ward 11. After briefly surveying the situation, they headed back to Ward 20. But as luck would have it, just as they left Ward 20, Aojira Tree's people had already arrived. First to reach Antioku were Banjo and his 3 subordinates. Banjo strode into the coffee shop looking fierce and imposing, though in reality he was weak as could be. He first scanned the customers inside, then spotted Rise. His face immediately lit up with joy, but when he noticed the young man sitting beside her, his expression darkened. Back in Ward 11, Banjo had secretly harbored feelings for Rise. Seeing her sitting with another man made him quite unhappy. Rise-san. Banjo immediately walked over with large strides. Rise had no intention of acknowledging Banjo because she was currently playing a "Who Blinks First Loses" game with Byakuya. They'd been staring into each other's eyes for several minutes now, but Banjo had to come over and interrupt them. Rise immediately shot him an icy glare, her fierce expression looking like she was about to kill him on the spot. Get lost. Yes. Banjo, who'd been looking murderous and ready to settle scores with the young man, instantly cowered and obediently sat down nearby. After all, he knew just how vicious Rise could be. His 3 subordinates stood behind him, not daring to make a sound either. Rise ignored Banjo and continued gazing at Byakuya. Banjo couldn't help but carefully examine the young man beside Rise. The incredibly striking sweet fragrance emanating from him was unmistakably human. He assumed this young man was merely Rise's prey. She was probably just toying with him a bit before eating him eventually. But what happened next made Banjo's jaw drop. Having been interrupted by Banjo, Rise felt like she was about to crack. It seemed she decided to cheat. Rise leaned closer and closer to Byakuya until their noses were almost touching and she still didn't stop, as if she intended to kiss him directly. 95, Chapter 95, First to Kiss. Banjo's eyes went wide, bloodshot veins appearing. He stared at Rise in utter disbelief. Why was Rise-san doing that to a human? They were about to kiss, almost there. No. Meanwhile, Tuka had also noticed what was happening with Rise. Her expression turned to shock. What were these two doing? Were they actually going through with it? Except for on television, Tuka had never witnessed a kiss in real life. Though Byakuya and Rise hadn't actually kissed yet, the trajectory made it seem imminent. She couldn't help but imagine what would happen next, causing a faint blush to creep across her cheeks. Oh my. Ryuko touched her face with a gentle smile. Hinamai was certainly old enough to understand what was happening. She shyly covered her eyes with her hands, but left a gap between her middle and ring fingers, clearly embarrassed yet curious. By now, Byakuya had realized Rise was trying to cheat. He remained calm, though his eyelashes trembled slightly. Ding. Host has activated a mission. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, lean back to dodge Rise, then teach this mischievous woman a lesson with a headbutt. Reward, 30 fusion points. Option 2, fight fire with fire, counter her cheating with something even more outrageous by poking Rise's eyes. Reward, 30 fusion points. Option 3, take the initiative and seize victory by kissing Rise's cheek first. Reward, 50 fusion points. Seeing the 3 options before him, Byakuya hesitated only briefly before making his choice. He suddenly leaned forward and planted a light kiss on Rise's cheek. Rise had thought she had Byakuya completely cornered. She never expected him to strike first. The sudden surprise finally made Rise blink, her expression clearly showing a hint of bewilderment. Ding. Host has completed option 3. Reward, 50 fusion points. You lost. Byakuya reminded her calmly. Rise was momentarily speechless. Unai-chan is so mean. Hinamai murmured, her cheeks flushed. Shameless. Tuka commented bluntly. Ryuko simply smiled without saying anything. As it happened, both Koma and Irimi were out, and manager Yoshimura and Yimo had gone on their errand as well. Today only Tuka and the Fuyaki mother-daughter pair were at the coffee shop. Fortunately, there hadn't been many customers lately, so they could manage. This was because the Ward 11 incident had caused such a stir that even Ward 20's ghouls mostly didn't dare venture outside, afraid of being eliminated by furious investigators. It's not like that. She cheated first. I was just counterattacking. Facing Hinamai and Tuka's accusations, Byakuya immediately defended himself. I'll kill you. Just then, Banjo let out a jealous, furious cry and swung his fist at Byakuya. Byakuya had anticipated this guy might make a move. He simply tilted his head to dodge the punch, then casually drove his knee into Banjo's abdomen. Though ghouls generally possessed superior physical abilities, Banjo was among the weakest of all ghouls. She couldn't even manifest his Kagun. Byakuya's knee strike, delivered with only moderate force, left Banjo curled up on the floor, dry heaving in agony. At least he didn't pass out immediately. The three subordinates looked resigned. Their strength wasn't much better than Banjo's, so they certainly weren't going to cause trouble here. The trio's outfits were quite distinctive, all wearing the same style of clothing but in different colors, red, blue, and purple. Each had a number on the chest, 1, 2, and 3. Saw that coming. Sorry, our boss caused you trouble. The subordinates apologized helplessly. It's fine. Byakuya didn't mind. He glanced at Banjo curled up on the floor, then helped him up and onto the sofa to recover. Despite his brutish appearance, this guy was actually quite decent, one of the few kind-hearted ghouls in this world. Then Byakuya returned to his seat, waiting for the guy to heal on his own. At that moment, Rise's voice came, somewhat eerie. I'll remember what just happened. You cheated first, you know. Byakuya couldn't help but laugh. Rise didn't care about the details. She only felt that not only had her teasing failed, but Byakuya had turned the tables on her, and that annoyed her greatly. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, coughing sounds came from Banjo. He seemed to have mostly recovered. Since his strength was so weak, his regeneration was also slower than other ghouls. Calm down now? Byakuya asked. Compared to before, Banjo was much more subdued. Banjo nodded, then asked, What's your name? Amaha. Byakuya. Amaha, huh. You're strong. Much stronger than you look. Rai-san chose you probably because of that. Banjo seemed to have come to terms with things. His tone was quite calm. More accurately, deep down he'd always known he wasn't worthy of Rai-san. He just tended to act impulsively and make a fool of himself. How should I put this? You might have the wrong idea about me and her. Before Byakuya could finish, Rise suddenly appeared behind him and wrapped her arms around his. What silly things is my darling saying? Rise whispered in his ear. Weren't you just flirting with me a moment ago? Rise's breath tickled Byakuya's sensitive ears, making him uncomfortable. Clearly, she was taking this opportunity to get revenge for being shown up earlier. Byakuya was at a loss for words. After all, he really had done that. Any last traces of hope in Banjo's heart were thoroughly crushed. Looking utterly defeated, unable to beat Byakuya in a fight, he could only weep with jealousy in his heart. Go on, what did Banjo-kun misunderstand? Was it my relationship with you? Rise continued pressing Byakuya, clearly not planning to let him off easy this time. The mischievous curve of her smile was definitely intentional. 96, Chapter 96, What adult gets angry at a child? Nothing at all. Under Rise's relentless pressure, Byakuya chose to simply drop the subject. Now Banjo was thoroughly convinced that Byakuya was Rise's man, though that was essentially what Rise had always claimed publicly anyway. Banjo didn't overthink things like Tuka and the others, who all assumed Byakuya was merely Rise's prey. Rise-san, I have something very important to tell you. Then Banjo's expression turned grave. Byakuya sat down across from Banjo, gesturing for Rise to sit beside him. Though she had no interest in what Banjo had to say, Rise obligingly took the seat next to Byakuya. Ward 11 was originally under my management, but a ghoul organization called Aojira Tree suddenly invaded. Though I resisted with everything I had, they were too strong. I couldn't watch my companions sacrifice themselves for nothing, so all of Ward 11's ghouls had to submit to Aojira Tree. Banjo began recounting recent events. Now they've started hunting CCG doves. At first I thought they were joking, but Ward 11's investigators have actually been almost completely wiped out. Their next target is the ward north of Ward 11. They plan to forcibly absorb that area's ghouls while eliminating the investigators there. Aojira Tree's leader seems to be some cold, ruthless man. For some reason he's searching for you, Rise-san, probably to eliminate you. Sooner or later he'll lead the organization to Ward 20. I'd suggest you flee as soon as possible, or just submit to them without resisting. Banjo had said quite a lot in one breath. He was supposed to follow Ayato's orders to find Rise, but instead he'd come to warn her and had kindly alerted Antiochus' ghouls as well, even though it meant risking his life. The three subordinates weren't surprised by their boss's actions. They were all native Ward 11 ghouls who'd followed him for a long time and knew exactly what kind of person he was. We understand. Thank you for the warning. Byakuya nodded. So please flee quickly, Rise-san. Hassan, since you're Rise-san's man, take her and leave Ward 20. Banjo spoke urgently. Oh my, I'm not going anywhere. But Rise just smiled faintly. This so-called Aojira Tree doesn't have what it takes to make me run and hide. But they're really strong, much stronger than Ward 11's former leaders. They're slaughtering doves like toys. Banjo tried repeatedly to emphasize just how powerful Aojira Tree was, worried Rise was underestimating them. But Rise clearly wasn't taking it to heart. Don't worry, we have ways to handle this. Byakuya said. Alright. Though Banjo was still worried, he couldn't exactly force Byakuya and Rise to flee. Since you've come, those others are probably close behind. Byakuya remarked casually. Originally, 3 executives should have followed shortly after Banjo, Ayato Kirishima, Yamori, and Nico. With Yamori now dead, he didn't know if it would just be Ayato and Nico, or if they'd send additional people. Either way, unless Ito herself showed up, nothing posed a real threat to Byakuya. What others? Banjo seemed unaware that other Aojira executives were also on the move. His tip-off had actually come too late. Like your boss, maybe. You'll find out soon enough. But I'd suggest you take your 3 subordinates and hide first. You don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Byakuya's tone was casual as he offered the warning. My boss. Banjo's heart jolted as he realized Byakuya meant Ayato Kirishima. Come to think of it, he'd already found Antioku and Rise but hadn't reported back to Ayato. Ayato was probably coming to find them himself. But he didn't want to hide. He wasn't the type to fear death. Just as Byakuya had predicted, Ayato had already reached the rooftop of the Antioku building. Having located Antioku, he immediately dropped into freefall. With an Yukaku Kagun, he could control his body freely even in midair. When he reached the window of Antioku, he smashed through it feet first, shattered glass spraying everywhere. That same kick was aimed directly at Banjo. The sudden attack caught nearly everyone off guard. Only Byakuya and Rise remained unfazed. Byakuya reacted fastest, reaching out to grab Banjo and yank him backward while blocking Ayato's kick himself. Ayato was surprised. His kick had landed on the other guy's arm but had no effect whatsoever. His first thought was that this young man must also be a ghoul, never imagining his true identity was a ghoul investigator. But Ayato decided to ignore Byakuya for now. He wanted to deal with the slow, loose-lipped Banjo first. If that drag queen Nico had reached Antioku before him, not only would he lose credit, but Tuka might be in danger too. So he was furious about this. Ayato-sama, why are you here? The 3 subordinates were completely stunned by Ayato's sudden arrival. Stop. Tuka called out, trying to halt Ayato. Her expression darkened. She hadn't expected her long-absent brother to appear like this. Yo, long time no see, dumbass sis. Ayato spoke mockingly. Being siblings, there was an obvious resemblance in their features. Ayato dressed like a delinquent, slightly long, messy hair, hands stuffed in his pockets, radiating an air of rebellious indifference. Idiot, where the hell have you been? Tuka didn't know where Ayato had disappeared to all this time. Her wayward brother was giving her a headache. Social experience, of course. Unlike you, a peace-loving fool, I'm a real ghoul. Ayato sneered dismissively. Brat still as cocky as ever. Tuka muttered darkly. Who's the brat here? Wake up and face reality, dumbass sis. Before Ayato could finish, the coffee shop door suddenly swung open, accompanied by an effeminate man's voice. Oh my. A man wearing colorful sunglasses and dressed like a drag queen walked in. His chin had a peculiar shape that looked like a butt. This was Nico, the SS-rated ghoul from the Clowns organization. That's right, wasn't actually an Aojira Tree member. He just liked tagging along with Yamori because he'd taken a fancy to him. Though Yamori had been eliminated by a ghoul investigator, Nico had still come to Ward 20 because he wanted to see who had killed Yamori. Behind Nico were 2 figures in gray cloaks. They were the actual Aojira executives. They wore white masks marked with a red P and a red X respectively, known as the Bin brothers. Ayato-chan, I knew you had a sister, but I didn't expect her to be a waitress here. And you siblings are both so pretty, makes me jealous. Nico swayed as he walked in, his voice grating and uncomfortable, especially combined with that face of his. Tuka immediately sensed danger. Her instincts told her this drag queen was dangerous. Hinamai and Ryuko had both been frightened by these aggressive intruders. Little Hinamai hid behind her mother, not daring to show herself. Ayato shot Nico an annoyed look. This guy was fast. By the way, you just said Rise, right? So that woman is the binge eater? Ayato asked Byakuya coldly. Indeed, the scent on her is definitely the binge eaters. But she's so beautiful, I'd love to become good girlfriends with Rise-san. Before Byakuya could respond, Nico answered first. Rise sat there looking serene. Though the drag queen's voice disgusted her, she said nothing. I'm asking you. Byakuya's silence had only irritated Ayato. Further investigators were already a sore spot for him. He lunged forward with a savage expression. At that moment, Byakuya instantly opened his briefcase, and 13th Jason appeared in his hand. Speaking of which, this is your Yamarai-san. Byakuya said flatly. His first sentence made Nico, Ayato, and the Bin brothers all freeze. They only knew Yamori had been eliminated by a dove in Ward 20. They hadn't known the specific dove was the young man standing right in front of them. Oh my! Nico exclaimed in surprise. He was suddenly very interested in this handsome young human. Good-looking, nice build, and that intoxicating sweet scent. His heart was already fluttering. Without another word, the Akia gripped 13th Jason in its longsword form and charged at Ayato. Ayato was at most an S-rated ghoul in raw strength, significantly inferior to Yamori. He was certainly no match for Byakuya. Byakuya's speed was so fast it startled Ayato. He snapped back to attention and, not daring to be careless, immediately released his yukaku. His yukaku resembled Tuka's but was far more complete. A pair of reddish-purple wing-like kagun spread wide, firing a barrage of projectiles at Byakuya. Byakuya switched forms seamlessly. The instant Ayato began firing, his quinque shifted from sword to shield mode, effortlessly blocking every projectile. Even with Ayato's hasty evasion, he couldn't escape Byakuya's speed. Byakuya's quinque, having switched back to sword form at lightning speed, sliced through both of Ayato's wings, also inflicting significant though not fatal damage to his kakuhao. Gah! Ayato collapsed to his knees, his face contorted in pain. Then Byakuya kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying toward Nico. Nico looked mildly surprised. He hadn't expected Ayato-kun to be defeated so quickly. No wonder Yamori had been eliminated by this guy. The Bin brothers rushed forward to shield Ayato. Ayato clutched his stomach, staring at Byakuya in disbelief. Why was this dove so powerful? And it seemed like the guy hadn't tried to kill him. He genuinely thought he was going to die just now. You actually held back. Ayato couldn't help asking incredulously. Byakuya replied expressionlessly, is that so surprising? What adult gets angry at a child? 97, Chapter 97, Nico's Flotation. Ding. Host has defeated S-rated ghoul Ayato Kirishima. Reward, 25 fusion points. A child. Ayato hated being called that, but what could he do? He'd just been completely crushed. He hadn't even had a chance to fight back. Still, Byakuya's words weren't wrong. Ayato was only 14 years old at this point, standing at roughly 160 centimeters, about the same height as Tuka. Before Byakuya, Ayato really was just a kid. Though Ayato was rebellious, everything he did was ultimately to gain the strength to protect his sister. His methods were just deplorable. Tuka had just escorted Ryuko-san and Hinamai upstairs, only to turn around and see Byakuya had already taken down Ayato. She couldn't help but marvel at how impressive Byakuya was. As for this brat, Ayato's pathetic state, though it pained her a little, she felt no sympathy. He had it coming. So strong. Banjo exclaimed in amazement. As Ayato's current subordinate, he'd once been on the receiving end of Ayato's hospitality. In his eyes, Ayato was already an incredibly powerful ghoul. Yet Ayato had been completely manhandled by this young man. This young man's strength far exceeded his imagination, truly worthy of being the man Rai-san favored. Banjo was now filled with admiration for Byakuya. Meanwhile, Rai still sat there calmly sipping her coffee. I'd suggest you take Ayato-kun and retreat. You can't beat him. Nico offered the Bin brothers a friendly warning. The Bin brothers hesitated for a moment before deciding to take Ayato and withdraw. The enemy was too strong. Ayato had lost so badly even if they joined forces, they wouldn't fare much better. As for that drag queen Nico, there was no point counting on him. No one knew what that drag queen was thinking. Ding. Host has repelled Aojira Tree executives. Reward, 50 fusion points. How come you're not leaving? Seeing the drag queen still standing there, Tuka's expression turned cold. Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of fighting you. I just want a closer look at this handsome young man who defeated Yamori. Saying this, Nico swayed his body seductively and walked toward Byakuya with tender eyes. Tuka backed away with a look of disgust. Byakuya remained unfazed. Though this drag queen was a bit unsettling, Nico wasn't the type of ghoul who committed wanton evil. He also had some sense of boundaries, so there was no need to be too guarded. Nico drew closer to examine the young man before him. That peculiar sweet fragrance was indeed emanating from him, and his features were becoming more attractive the longer Nico looked. Handsome, want to exchange contact info. Nico immediately started flirting with Byakuya. Though Yamori, whom he'd taken a liking to, had been killed by Byakuya, Nico didn't care. As a member of the clowns, he valued his freedom and amusement above all else. Tuka watched the drag queen with speechless exasperation. So this drag queen wasn't even part of Aojira Tree after all? Yamori had been killed by Byakuya, yet this drag queen could still ask Byakuya for contact information. Until now, Rise had remained still. The earlier fight hadn't elicited any reaction from her, but Nico's behavior finally seemed to stir something. Disgusting drag queen, get lost. Rise wore a faint smile, but her words were merciless. How hurtful. Such mean words. Nico sighed dramatically. Since he couldn't get contact information, he'd just leave his own. He placed a small slip of paper on the table. Handsome, if anything comes up, feel free to contact me anytime. With that, Nico even blew a kiss at Byakuya before turning to leave. Byakuya said nothing, his expression unchanged. He picked up the slip of paper. Sure enough, it contained Nico's contact information. Ding. Host has made the acquaintance of SS-rated Ghoul Nico. Reward, 5 fusion points. Nico was unpredictable as were all members of the clowns, frankly. Perhaps he found Byakuya amusing, which was why he'd approached him. Either way, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Unless this drag queen actually had those kinds of intentions toward him, that he absolutely could not accept. Watching the drag queen's antics, Tuka remained speechless throughout. With Nico's departure, the crisis was temporarily resolved. Tuka went upstairs to let Ryuko-san and Hinamai know it was safe now. At that moment, Rise walked over and took the slip of paper from Byakuya's hand, tearing it to shreds. Clearly, Rise had a considerable grudge against Nico. So what are you going to do now? Go back to Ward 11, or just stay at our Antioku? Tuka then asked Banjo and his 3 subordinates. Thanks for the offer, but we need to go back. Banjo's expression was troubled. I have many companions still there. I can't just abandon them. I see. Good luck, then. Tuka said. Thank you, we'll be going now. Before leaving, Banjo seemed to have something more he wanted to say to Byakuya. He stood before Byakuya. Hassan, you're really strong, much stronger than you look. Please take care of Rai-san. Seeing Banjo's earnest expression, Byakuya didn't quite know how to respond, so he simply acknowledged it. Afterward, Banjo left Antioku with his 3 subordinates, returning to Aojira Tree's base in Ward 11. Not long after, Yoshimura and Yamo returned. Byakuya, Tuka, and the others had just finished cleaning up the mess from Ayato's intrusion, though the shattered window couldn't be replaced right away. Seeing the state of the shop, Yoshimura had a fairly good idea of what had happened. Next time I see that brat Ayato, I'm definitely making him pay for the window. Just thinking about Ayato's arrogant attitude made Tuka furious. 98, Chapter 98, Growing Trust. Tuka, what happened just now? Yamo asked. Aojira Tree just sent some people over. One of them was that little brat Ayato. Tuka briefly explained the situation, but Hassan already drove them off. Everything's fine now. Ayato. As Ayato's uncle, Yamo naturally cared about his nephew. Hakun, thank you for protecting Antioku. Yoshimura expressed his gratitude to Byakuya. It just so happened that only Tuka, little Hinamai, and Ryuko-san were left at the shop today. He hadn't expected Aojira Tree's people to arrive so quickly. If Byakuya hadn't been here, he couldn't imagine what might have happened. It was nothing. Byakuya nodded slightly. Tuka was surprised that the manager had directly revealed the secret of Antioku to Byakuya. Manager, he's a... She wanted to emphasize that Byakuya was a CCG Ghoul investigator, but after some hesitation, she didn't finish the sentence. After all, Byakuya had just protected all of Antioku, and before that, he'd saved her and Ryuko-san and Hinamai. He truly was completely different from other doves. Seeing that Tuka didn't complete her sentence, Yoshimura simply smiled gently. It seemed Tuka was also gradually coming to trust that young man. Yoshimura felt the same way. Aojira Tree's people had already been here, and Byakuya-kun had helped Antioku drive them off. It seemed likely that Byakuya-kun already knew this place was Antioku. So whether he explicitly identified this as Antioku or not didn't really matter anymore. At that moment, Tuka also came to a similar realization. She suddenly remembered that during the confrontation, both that brat Ayato and the drag queen had mentioned Rise's identity as the binge eater. Byakuya had definitely heard it, yet he seemed to have no reaction whatsoever. Thinking about this, Tuka glanced over at Byakuya and Rise, only to find them acting as if nothing had happened at all. The more she saw, the more curious she became. What exactly was going on between these two? But she still didn't go over to ask directly, because that would make it seem like she cared too much. Hakun, almost everyone here at Antioku is a ghoul. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Yoshimura suddenly asked. Not at all. I believe everyone can get along well. There's nothing to feel uncomfortable about. Byakuya smiled as he spoke. That's good to hear. You're welcome to come enjoy coffee here anytime. Yoshimura said kindly. Yamo's expression also held a hint of emotion. Before this, he'd never imagined a ghoul investigator would be willing to coexist peacefully with them. I'm certain now you really are completely different from other doves. If you don't mind, you're welcome to visit us here anytime. Byakuya's attitude had touched something in Tuka. She smiled as she spoke to him. Of course I don't mind. Byakuya nodded. Ward 11. The Bin brothers brought Ayato back to Aojira Tree's base. Nico had wandered off somewhere and apparently hadn't returned with them. The base was a large abandoned building, now serving as Aojira Tree's temporary headquarters in Ward 11. Numerous ghouls were resting inside. All of them wore dark red robes and identical skull-shaped masks. 3 Aojira Tree executives were positioned along the inner wall. Tatara sat in a chair, his posture suggesting he was Aojira Tree's leader. Nora stood beside him. Another executive Ito sat obediently on the floor, her small frame appearing frail and delicate, her entire body wrapped in white bandages. Seeing that Ayato had been carried in by the Bin brothers and that the binge eater was nowhere in sight, Tatara's brow furrowed slightly. What happened? You couldn't bring that woman back. Ayato had recovered considerably by now, though his face was still somewhat pale and his kakuhou hadn't fully healed. I found the binge eater, but someone got in the way. He's the dove who killed Yamori. I couldn't beat him. Ayato explained the reason for his failure, his expression grim. Notably, he didn't mention Banjo, who had tipped off Antioku. He took almost all the responsibility upon himself. The dove who killed Yamori. I see, that's understandable. Tadera spoke mildly. He didn't blame Ayato or the Bin brothers. It seemed none of this came as a surprise. After all, Tadera and Ito were the most informed members of Aojira Tree. Ito had noticed that dove early on. She'd found him intriguing from the start because of his connection to Rise. Then when Yamori ended up dying in a place like Ward 20, she'd done some investigating and discovered it was that same dove. When she first learned he was an investigator, she'd been quite surprised, given how close he was to Rise. And his strength was remarkable, which made things even more interesting. It seems capturing that woman won't be easy. Let's shelve this matter for now. The original plan remains unchanged. It's about time we moved on. Those people over there are waiting for us too. Tadera rose to his feet. Nora, I'll leave the rest to you. The doves should be making their move soon. Clearly, Tadera already knew the CCG was about to launch an operation against Ward 11. Yet he was still taking Ito and a batch of subordinates out of the ward. This was a diversion tactic. While the CCG focused all their attention on the Ward 11 operation, they would launch a surprise attack on the relatively understaffed Cochlea prison in Ward 23. Ayato, the Bin brothers, and Nora would remain to pin down the CCG's forces, buying time for Tadera's team. As Tadera led his people away, Ayato, though unpunished, still felt frustrated. It wasn't just the failed mission. There were things he couldn't figure out. He couldn't understand why his idiot sister, despite being a peace-loving fool, would let a dove stay there. And that dove, having discovered Antioku, didn't seem to be doing anything about it. He was even protecting the binge eater. He'd never seen such a strange dove before. 99, Chapter 99, Byakuya Oniakan. Evening. Byakuya returned home carrying a large bag of groceries the refrigerator had run empty. I'm home. I'm home. Byakuya and Rise said in unison. Seeing a pair of black and a pair of white shoes at the entrance, he knew Kurona and Nashiro had gotten home before them. Hearing Byakuya's voice, Kurona and Nashiro emerged from the living room. Welcome back. Though Kurona and Nashiro had only been staying at Byakuya's place for a few days, they seemed to have already adapted. Nashiro considerately took the groceries from Byakuya's hands. It's almost dinner time. Please let me make dinner for you tonight, Byakuya Oniakan. Sure, though I could do it myself. Byakuya noticed Nashiro had changed quite a bit. She used to be rather introverted and shy around strangers, but now she was even calling him Byakuya Oniakan. But why that form of address? Byakuya wasn't the only one surprised. Even Kurona hadn't expected Nashiro to suddenly address Byakuya this way. But having been so close to Nashiro for so long, she could guess the reason. She knew well that Nashiro craved love from their father even more than she did. When that bastard had heartlessly abandoned Nashiro at her most helpless moment, perhaps Nashiro had developed a dependency on Byakuya? Kurona wasn't entirely certain, but that seemed the most likely explanation. And Byakuya's care for Nashiro truly did far exceed anything Kanu had ever shown. Please, let me do it. That way I can repay a little of what I owe you. Nashiro spoke frankly. Though her face remained expressionless, a faint blush colored her cheeks. Alright, but don't push yourself too hard. Byakuya said. As half-ghouls now, Kurona and Nashiro were no different from ghouls when it came to food. Normal food, even just the ingredients, would make them feel intensely nauseous. So he didn't want Nashiro to force herself. I won't. I have this. Saying this, Nashiro produced a face mask. Apparently, wearing the mask would block the smell of the ingredients. Byakuya couldn't help but chuckle. Nashiro's serious expression as she pulled out the mask was somehow adorable. I'll help Nashiro. After all, I owe you just as much. Kurona then spoke up, her face equally expressionless. Okay, I'll leave it to you two then. Byakuya said. Nashiro, do you have another mask? Kurona asked. Yes. Nashiro produced another mask. She'd clearly planned ahead to cook dinner for Byakuya today. The sisters then took the groceries into the kitchen. Byakuya trusted their cooking skills and had no intention of checking on them. After their biological father Nanao Yasuhisa's death, Kanu had forcibly taken over the Yasuhisa household. There was no way Kanu would cook for Kurona and Nashiro, so the sisters had likely been making their own meals since childhood. Less than half an hour later, Kurona and Nashiro emerged from the kitchen wearing aprons and masks, carrying plates of food. They'd prepared 3 dishes and a soup for Byakuya. Seeing this, Byakuya moved to the dining table to eat. Kurona and Nashiro also sat down, removing their masks. The smell of the dishes wasn't unbearable for them as long as they didn't eat it. Rise, unusually, also took a seat beside Byakuya. Normally, she wouldn't come near when he was eating. Now Kurona and Nashiro sat perfectly straight, watching Byakuya expressionlessly, apparently waiting to see his reaction after tasting the food. Yet despite there being 4 people at the table, only Byakuya was actually using chopsticks. Only in Byakuya's household could you find such a peculiar situation, a family of 4 with him as the sole human. Is it good? How is it? Byakuya had barely taken 2 bites before Kurona and Nashiro spoke up simultaneously. It's good. Byakuya answered without hesitation. He wasn't good at giving detailed reviews, so he could only express his appreciation through enthusiastic eating. Both Kurona and Nashiro suddenly felt a pang of regret. If only they hadn't become one-eyed ghouls, they could be sitting here eating dinner with Byakuya like family. True to their twin nature, they'd thought of the same thing at the same time, and faint, barely noticeable blushes appeared on both their faces. But the blush faded quickly as they realized they could never go back. The half-ghoul transformation was irreversible. Do you like it? Rise, who had been calmly watching all of this, suddenly asked Byakuya. Byakuya didn't immediately understand what Rise meant. I mean, do you like having other girls cook for you? Rise clarified. It feels pretty nice. Byakuya answered honestly. I see. Rise nodded thoughtfully. After dinner, Byakuya had intended to take the dishes to the kitchen himself, but Kurona and Nashiro beat him to it. They seemed determined to handle all the housework. Afterward, Nashiro approached Byakuya. Oniakan, how did I do? Her face showed no expression, but Byakuya could clearly sense the anticipation in her eyes. Very well done. You really helped me out. Byakuya said immediately. A joyful smile spread across Nashiro's face. Seeing this, Kurona couldn't sit still. She naturally wanted praise too, but unlike Nashiro, she wasn't so straightforward. She casually walked over to stand beside Byakuya, trying to catch his attention without saying anything, clearly expecting him to read her mind. 100, Chapter 100, One-Eyed Ghouls. Of course Byakuya noticed Kurona. After all, no one just randomly stands next to someone for no reason. But he didn't know what she wanted. Could she want praise like Nashiro? If so, Byakuya found Kurona rather cute too. That expressionless face was adorable in its own way. While Kurona stood there awkwardly, Byakuya simply said, Kurona did very well too. Kurona had just been stammering, trying to speak, when she heard Byakuya's words. She was momentarily stunned. What is it? Byakuya asked with a smile. Kurona's eyes darted away. Nothing. Being suddenly praised by Byakuya had made her happy, of course, though she didn't show it. Her expression remained unchanged. About your food situation tomorrow, I'll take you to meet the people at Antioku. Byakuya said. But Nashiro and I are ghoul investigators now. Will they be willing to help us? Kurona had her doubts. I'm a ghoul investigator too, and I get along fine with the people at Antioku. Don't worry about that, and you're both one-eyed ghouls, which makes it even easier to gain their trust. Byakuya explained. That's good then. Kurona nodded. Nashiro naturally had no objections either. The next day, Byakuya brought Kurona and Nashiro to Antioku. After yesterday's incident, Yoshimura and Yimo wouldn't be leaving the coffee shop so easily. Koma and Irimi had also returned from their errands. The full Antioku crew was present. Manager, there's something I need to discuss. Could we talk upstairs? Byakuya addressed Yoshimura directly. Certainly. Yoshimura smiled. Byakuya glanced at Kurona and Nashiro, and they followed him upstairs. On the second floor, they found Tuka and Hinamai, with Tuka apparently teaching Hinamai to read. Seeing Byakuya arrive with 2 unfamiliar girls alongside the manager, Tuka sensed something important was happening. She immediately asked, should I step out? Yoshimura looked to Byakuya. No need. It's not exactly confidential. Byakuya said mildly. Byakuya and Yoshimura then sat facing each other. Kurona and Nashiro took seats on either side of Byakuya. Since it was Tuka's first time seeing twin sisters, she couldn't help but be curious. Hinamai was also peeking at the twin sisters from behind Tuka. So, what did you want to discuss? Yoshimura asked. These 2 sisters are named Kurona Yasuhisa and Nashiro Yasuhisa. They're ghoul investigators, but they're also ghouls. Byakuya went straight to the point. Hakuin, did you say they're ghouls? Yoshimura's expression grew more serious. He could have remained perfectly calm after all, he knew so much, but he still acted somewhat surprised, playing the part of an ordinary old man. How can ghouls become ghoul investigators? Tuka exclaimed in surprise. Kurona and Nashiro ignored Tuka, sitting expressionlessly and obediently beside Byakuya, letting him handle the conversation. Hinamai, having no real understanding of such matters, simply watched curiously like a baby chick. Yes. More precisely, they're one-eyed ghouls but not natural-born ones. Byakuya continued. Not natural-born ghouls. You mean there are ghouls who were transformed from humans? Tuka asked in astonishment. Yes. Kurona-san, Nashiro-san, please show the manager and Kirishima-san your eyes. Byakuya spoke calmly. Kurona and Nashiro responded in emotionless unison, then revealed their Kakugen. Kurona's Kakugen was in her left eye, Nashiro's was in her right. This is, one-eyed. Tuka's pupils trembled with shock. She'd only heard legends of the one-eyed, this was her first time seeing them in person. This time, Yoshimura's expression turned genuinely grave. Based on the information Byakuya-kun had just provided, he could already piece together quite a lot. working at the CCG while being artificial one-eyed ghouls. He immediately thought of experiments the CCG had long abandoned, as well as the Washiyu bloodline. The underground lab that Kanu had forcibly taken over beneath the Yasuhisa household was actually a former CCG experimental facility. The CCG had attempted human ghoul transformation experiments long ago, but without significant results, they'd eventually abandoned the project. Kanu had worked as a researcher for the CCG in his early years, so he knew many CCG secrets, even some regarding the Washiyu. It was likely this knowledge of the birdcage constraining the world that had solidified certain of his convictions. And so Yoshimura, who had been the previous generation's cleaner for the V organization, naturally knew about those experiments as well. In other words, in the original timeline, he'd actually known all along what had happened to Kaneki's body, he just hadn't told Kaneki the truth. That was why Tadera had told Kaneki, "You're just that, Yoshimura, old man's plaything, like a potted plant." But ultimately, Yoshimura and Ito's Aojira Tree had different ideologies. Tadera naturally aligned with Aojira Tree's philosophy and deeply disapproved of Yoshimura. Yoshimura had wanted Kaneki to live well and maintain his goodness, which was why he hadn't revealed those darkest truths. In a way, this was his form of protection for Kaneki. But reality proved that the world couldn't work the way Yoshimura hoped. Kaneki still had to endure all that suffering. Fortunately, the manager and everyone at Antioku had helped Kaneki preserve his inner goodness. By comparison, the later Pineapple King Takaizawa Saidu was essentially another Kaneki without the manager and Antioku's companionship. As for the Washiyu bloodline, this involved the RC Detection Gates whitelist. Yoshimura knew that both his own lineage and the Washiyu bloodline were exempt from the RC Detection Gates. This meant even ghouls could work at the CCG. Next, I'd like to discuss some things with the manager privately. I'm afraid I'll have to ask everyone else to step out. Byakuya suddenly shifted topics. Get 20+ chapters ahead on p.a.t.r.e.o.n Rose Whiskey.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.